We are live. John's just popped in to say he's leaving. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. You've done well to watch part 1 and 2. Well done. Right, I'm just going to send Kingy the invite link. I think I'm live. 52 still watching. Thank you very much. You lovely people. Right. Where's my share button gone? I'm starting to feel a bit weird now. Here we go. Kingy, 1 minute. Ready whenever, mate. Just send a link, and I've got another bloke. Oh, Kieran's coming on as well. Good stuff. Fuck. So I'm just going to say, Kingy, send that to him. I'm going to keep going, mate. Don't you worry. Send that to Kieran. I don't know why I'm saying what I'm typing. So we've got Kingy and we've got Kieran. 60 people back. Come on, you lot. We're smashing it. We are. We're in this together. Brady and Sullivan. Get out of my fucking club. And I do get, right, I do get the frustration. And to a degree, I get what Luke was saying as well. In a sense, he's saying what Nigel was saying. You know, what's the point? But that is the apathy that everyone's talking about. That's this. You know? You don't want to be on the right. You don't. Because these people, they don't want the real fans in there. If they felt like they could replace us with fucking tourists, then they'd take that option, wouldn't they? They absolutely would. Oh, Michael, you're still here, mate. Top man. Ultra. Nick, isn't it past your mate? Seriously. How long is it now? I can't even count. I need to do some quick maths. 12. It's only 12. Fuck, it's only 12 hours. Halfway mark. I'm going to have to get the missus to drive to the football in the morning. Yes. Please do give a like. Please do give a like. And that's not the love heart. That's the fun. Is he joining or is he not? Done. Let me know when. That is it. That's the invite link. Kingy, join me. Don't leave me hanging. Come on. I need someone to talk. Santa. Never going to live that one down, am I? I'll tell you what, I'm going to play that for a second. Just while we're waiting for Kingy. 1 minute. For those that ain't seen it. Where's it gone? That's the one.
Hello, milady. We've got problems. Some of them YouTubers are holding a 24-hour live stream protest against me and you this weekend.
Fucking are.
Any thoughts?
Hello, my sexy half man. What do you mean? How can anyone possibly be protesting against us after what we have done for them? Do you know who's involved?
I just know a few.
Right, take that off now. Self back in. Hello, Kieran. You all right, mate?
Good day, Nick. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. I'm doing all right. I've got a sore arse.
Yeah, you must be. It's been a long old stint, It
has. 12 hours in, but I'm doing all right. Just getting there. So I've got 3
You're
more
12 hours in.
I'm 12 hours in. I've got 3 more hours to go. Mickey takes over at 6. I'm going to go get showered, have some breakfast, get the boy ready, go and pick his mate up, drive over to Hatfield. They've got a game at 10. They've got to be there at 9. And then I'm going to get that done, come back. I'll be back for midday to do the final 3 hours.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
It's a busy time of year, sir.
It's a busy time. It's a busy time of year. Do you know what? It's all for a good cause, though. The best cause, I think.
Yeah, it's a good effort, Gazer. Good effort. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've slept through most of the stuff you've done, so there you go.
Yeah, don't show off. Don't show off. Where's is he coming
Where's
on?
Kingy?
Oh, he needs it for email. Fuck's sake, Kingy. Right, hang on. He's making things complicated. Hang on. He's gonna be here. Hang on, Kingy, 1 minute. Oh.
The Australian contingent's come.
Do you know what you could have done for me, Kingy? You could have fucking taken it off of WhatsApp and you could have emailed it to yourself. Hang on. Hang on. New email.
Oh man.
Oh, mate. What are your what's your thoughts on all of this? Where do you stand on all this, Kieran? With
yeah, it was really interesting listening to Nigel again, Gazer, because one side, I grew up in them days of of Bill Gardner, been on the trains with Bill Gardner and all the rest of the boys going to all the games, and it's hard to lose. You don't want to ever leave Upton Park, and I never thought I had a right to have an opinion about it because I was over here.
Yeah.
And so I didn't voice too much, but I would have never left it, So then I began to hate these owners straight away because I just never wanted to leave Upton Park. But I didn't think it was fair on me to have that opinion being here and not going to the games anymore.
Yeah.
Week in, week out, And so I thought there would have been more of an uproar at the time of leaving it, because it was so special to us growing up there. I grew up in Upton Park. So I was surprised that there weren't a more kickback at the time.
Well, but based on what Nigel was telling me, because he kind of went through it all earlier on, it sounds like he did. So when he first started it, he started those social media accounts in 2010, and he said he set up the two Facebook groups, one for, one for against. And initially, there was more people against it, but then what they did off the back of that is they obviously went on their charm offensive. And when you go back to what Nicky and everyone was talking about earlier on, which was when you had your season ticket at the Bowling and they brought you over to that experience centre where you got your virtual tour. Well, fuck me, that was mind blowing what they showed you. It looked good. It was like looking at the Bernabeu CGI.
Yeah,
all the retractable seating, the view that you would have really close to the pitch. You thought, fuck me, that looks amazing. So you can see what they was doing. They came out. You remember the pledges. They was gonna, this is what we need to do. But then Nigel came out and he sort of uncovered when even at the time when they was asked how much more we would be making from this move to the London Stadium on an annual basis. They said 15 million a year more.
Fucking peanuts, isn't it? Peanuts.
Off the back of that.
Makes no sense.
No sense at all. Kingy!
Hey, that.
The dulcet tones.
How you doing, mate? How you doing?
Mate, you're looking fresh as a daisy for how long you've been going.
I'm doing all right. I'll tell you what. Actually, do you know what, Kingy?
Yes.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to send you my email.
Yeah, thought so.
No, I can't because you haven't got access to it yet. So I'm going to send you my email, right? This is right, so I've sent that. Right, now basically, if you log out of StreamYard and then log back in with that email address, it will ask for a pin. It'll email me a pin. I'll send you the pin. Then what you can do is you can come in and control the chat.
Okay.
And then what that'll do, that'll give me about 10 minutes just to go and if you don't mind, and then I'll come back and I'll have a chinwag with you. Just want to go and fucking.
That's the way to go.
Right, so I'll log out of this.
Log out, and then what you do is go to StreamYard.com, log in with that email address. Then it'll email me a pin, and then I'll send you the pin, and then you'll have control. All right, mate?
All right, sweet.
Top man.
Good.
Oh, mate.
I'm glad you didn't ask me that, Nick. I ain't got a fucking clue.
So you did you listen to the bit with Bill earlier on, Bill Gardner?
No, I missed that because I was middle of night for me. Good. I missed seeing Bill again.
Really good.
And there was something I want to go back and watch it actually because do you know your last caller there Was it Simon?
Simon, yeah.
I was the same as him. I started going away games at 14.
Yeah.
You know, intercity and whatnot.
Yeah.
I was only 14. I was a kid. But when you had Bill Gardner on the train and that, and all the other boys, mate, he really did feel protected. He really was. He looked after people.
Yeah.
He was amazing, and you wanted to be behind him, Geezer.
But
he didn't seem to have any fear of anything, you know. And it was.
I never knew Bill in his fighting fit prime, but I've knew Bill for years because we sat over in the Bobby Moore stand, as he said on the call earlier on, and we literally sat directly next to him. My dad who's passed away now, he was Bill. They literally sat next to each other for years.
Wow,
absolute
years.
And but do you know what? He was such a fucking gentleman.
Yeah,
literally.
I'm not joking. As bad as the reputation was at the time, Nick, and it weren't just the ICF. Bill, he's pre-ICF, right? He was a man, right? You know, pre-ICF, and you had all the different factions of West Ham being the under fives, and even boys out of Hornchurch that didn't have a name, you know, and things like that. It was a lot of little factions at West Ham, but Bill seemed to be, you know, the big brother of it all. At the beginning, you know, and my God, when I went away games, and I was happy to see him leading the way.
Yeah.
And he was a gentleman.
I've never spoke to Cass. Cass was a nice bloke as well, wasn't
he? Yeah, apparently, Cass was good. You recognised Cass back then. I think he had an afro at the time, so you sort of always recognised.
I don't know what's happened there. Hang on, it keeps doing that. There we go.
So Cass was fine. There's a few others I met, you know, Andy Swaller and the rest of them. But yeah, it was a strange time, you know. Every time he went away, mate, it was quite exciting.
Yeah, mate, it must have been fucking unbelievable. Especially, you know what? Especially when you're a kid, because I'll go back to And the thing is, they were proper men, weren't they? Like these back then. Do you know what I mean?
Guys, I got Irish parents. We were an immigrant family before I started going to West Ham. My mum and dad didn't know what I was going to do every week. They didn't have a clue, mate. Oh, thank God they didn't have a clue. I've never been allowed to go, but.
But it's a sort of thing but that's the thing. Whether you was involved in that sort of thing with West Ham, I think you really always felt like I don't know. It just felt special being part of it. It always felt special being a West Ham fan, and I always
absolutely,
because we've always been quite smug and proud to support our club, always. And fans of other clubs can't really, like more successful clubs, they can't really fucking get it, can they? They don't get it. Like you never win fuck all, you know, like Tottenham fans, Arsenal fans. But
it's one of them that, you know, Upton Park, we've got great fond memories and probably rose-tinted glasses about Upton Park, but we were, as Nigel said, like we were shit at times, absolute shit. But what you did back then, you go to the pub, have a moan up, and then next Saturday, fuck it, we're going to win this week. That's it, didn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
That was it. We can beat anyone, you know, and we were crap at times. We really was shit. But now and again, when you had that little stint of 1980 of getting to the FA Cup final, which, you know, lucky enough, I was at the semi-final replay at Ellen Road where we beat Everton after extra time. Frank Lampard Senior, thank you very much. And then go to Wembley and beat Arsenal. You think, Jesus, this is amazing. And then you're at the Charity Shield, and then, you know, 10 months later, you're at the League Cup final there against Liverpool. We went to, in 11 months, we went to watch West Ham at Wembley 3 times. Yeah, and you thought that was going to be it for the rest of my West Ham life. No, it didn't work out that way.
No.
I think why it's getting a lot worse as well. Hello, chat. Hello, boys. But I think what's got worse as well is social media in general, because they never had it back in the day. Back in the day.
Yeah.
So it's like you just said. I heard Frank Warren talk about it on boxing, right? And you do a show. If there's a stinker, everyone will talk about it on that night, and then that was it until the next. Whereas now you've got social media for the whole fucking week, where everyone's listening and talking shit So it prolongs the fucking sadness of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's Nick's fault, King. That's his.
Yeah, I know.
but it does. But it's like me in terms of social media. I mean, I'm off. I don't do Twitter now. I don't do Facebook. I mean, I'm on Facebook, but I don't use it. I don't do Instagram. I don't do TikTok. The only thing I do now is YouTube. Honestly, I've been
WhatsApp very well either.
No, I don't do WhatsApp. But honestly, what the experience I had on Twitter with West Ham fans weren't great.
No, but social media is just a part of it now, and as Kingy said, it does prolong it, but we all do it. But back in that day, you know, after the game, you went to the pub. I used to go to the East Ham Workmen's Club, and you fucking rant and rave about who was shit, who weren't. But it was left at that until it's another game next Saturday, and you turn up thinking you can beat Man United or Liverpool or anyone else who turned up Upton Park.
But this
it didn't matter. You always believed you could win.
If we had this sort of stuff back in the day, you'd have exactly the same sort of stuff now. If we had social media, like it'd be worse, I think. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, I think it would be because like you just said, everything that gets said on social media now, the same and worse used to get said at games, after the game, down the pub. It was the same thing. It's just people's method of communication now has just changed. That's all it is.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
And the trouble is, once you put it on social media, it's there forever. When you wake up in the morning, like when you go down the pub and you say it, it's done. You know, you can wake up and you can forget all about it. But now you wake up in the morning and you look at what you've. It's like being reminded of everything you've said when you've been out on the piss or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because you could go home and watch Match of the Day that night, right? And you've been in the pub slagging a player off, and then watch it all and go, shit, he weren't that bad, really.
He weren't that bad. It's not just a little bit of inbuilt bias I've got towards Souček.
Stop. You, Nick, stop knocking my man spinny, turny. Souček is a fucking legend, geezer. Leave him alone.
He's a legend, mate. He can't fucking pass the ball 5 yards. I know he's not.
That's not the point.
I know he's not Dennis Bergkamp when he gets inside the 18-yard box, but mate, anywhere in between.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, Nick. I've grown up loving players like that weren't that talented, but gave their all, right? And I've always sort of leaned towards them as my favourite players. I think even Billy Bonds weren't the greatest player in the world, right?
Do you know what,
he was my hero, geezer. He was my hero.
Listen, I've seen Billy Bonds. He fucking nothing like Souček, but Billy Bonds was one
his commitment is though, Nick.
His commitment is. My main problem with Souček doesn't come from the player. It stems back to when Moyes was here, right? And I'm telling you,
I know it is. I know. You've got PTSD, see, about Moyes and Souček together. That's your problem.
It was for that season where Souček had his worst ever season. He was dog shit.
I know.
Fornells and Lanzini sat on the bench. And I'm like, mate, what is going on?
He needed a break then, Nick, though. Yeah, he needed a break. Right? He played every minute for the Czechs, every minute for us. He was out of form, yet Moyes kept throwing him in. And this is the trouble with you. You associate Moyes and Souček together, right? And it's outrageous. You're still blaming Souček for Moyes, right? That's the problem. I laugh at some of your things, your rants, man, because I can see where you're coming from. I really can. Right, but you've got to leave him alone, man.
It isn't. I haven't got any hatred for Souček. I love the man like everyone else does. But as a footballer, mate, honestly, I can't stand him as a footballer.
He wouldn't get in my level side team.
Mate, he fucking wouldn't.
Do you know I laughed at you, Nick, when you said you fell asleep, I think, through the Everton game, right?
Oh, I did, yeah.
And then you went, and on your thing, your preview after the game, you went, I heard Souček scored a goal. Yeah,
he always fucking pops up.
I was laughing, Nick. I said, for fuck's sake, Nick.
Scores.
I'll be happy with it.
It's like you get sometimes when you're watching the game on a legal stream, it's delayed, and then you get an alert pop up on your phone, goal, and you look at it, and you're like,
I know.
Fuck, I bet that's Souček, isn't it? Every time. Right, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you alone for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Is that all right?
All good, bro.
You go and have a shit, mate. Come on.
I actually do need a shit, so I'll speak to you in a minute.
Lovely.
Good.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good,
Hello.
Kingy. How are you, chum? Beautiful day here in Brisbane, mate, as I'm sure you can contest to.
Sorry, my
Sun's
dog.
hitting me on the back. It's hot.
Kieran, so people are saying in the chat your audio is mega loud, mate. So I don't know if mine is
Oh,
as
is it?
well. Let us know.
Oh, I won't shout so much then.
Yeah, it's nice to be on this channel and not half asleep. So hello, everyone in the chat. I'm actually very wide awake with a nice little Stella Artois. But yeah, Nick's done a really good job. Like, to do this for 24 hours,
Unreal, isn't it?
fair play. He doesn't have to do it. He's doing it for. Let me just shut this door. The dog's going nuts. Yeah, he doesn't have to do it, but I can see why he's doing it, and I think it's a great cause because we all want the same thing. We want the best for what West Ham. We want the best for West Ham, and as you can see, me here, and we're in the daylight. Well, see the sun coming through my window. You can see the sun in the back. There's fans all over,
mate.
and we're in Brisbane, and on the other side of the world, Australia, and we feel just as much hurt as you lot do over there on the other side of the pond. So I mean, we go through mornings of suffer and watching it, and not only that, we also have to deal with the shit that we put up with Sullivan as well. So I mean, mate, where do you stand on it?
Well, yeah, depends. Yeah, it's a tricky one to. Can you give them any credit? I see that they lost me as soon as they moved out of Upton Park. So, you know, I had that. That should never happen. And then when you, I actually got to go over as you did, Kingy. I've only seen one game at that new stadium, right? And it was lucky enough. It was Nottingham Forest, and we beat them 4-0 or 4-1.
Yeah.
First time I brought my boy back to England, and I just thought, shit, you know. Trouble is, we compare it to Upton Park, and it just doesn't compare.
You can't do that.
I hate the fact of any, you know, when we see multi-use stadiums here in Australia, Kingy, you know, I don't like it. Everyone's so far away from it, and no, you're never going to produce. You're going to produce atmosphere once in a blue moon. You're not going to get what you had at Upton Park. So, that's a wrong one for me. Well, we don't own the stadium. We've moved away from Upton Park. And they've done that, and they purposely done that. So you can look at them how you like, but they was always going to do this, you know, regardless what people thought. And I don't like it. I don't think they should be in charge of West Ham. I think it's a circus. Always has been a circus.
Do you feel a little bit like how I made a comment earlier, and I was saying it's like when you haven't seen someone for a long time, and they've put on a load of weight, or they've lost a load of weight, and then you can see it because we're so far away. Whenever we do go back, you see a massive change. Whereas the boys who go every week, they're just seeing it in a bit slower version. Do you know what I mean? But when we go back, it's like fucking hell. It's
This is changed.
Exactly. Like I was saying earlier, like you saying about the stadium. The stadium itself is fucking shit. You look up at it, and it's got mold all over it. The white's not white, it's fucking dirty. Like, it's like we've literally got a garage out the back of someone's garden and gone, fuck it, we'll put a little football pitch in it and let it just fucking dilapidate. It's horrible. The floorboards creak when you walk up to the stairs. Like, it's shit.
I mean, it looks impressive from the drone footage they'll show you going over it. You know, it looks impressive.
Do you know what?
But it's not.
I'll tell you why they sign players. Why they sign players, mate, is because they take them from the tunnel, put them on the pitch. I guarantee that stadium looks amazing from the fucking centre circle, right?
Yeah, it does.
A fan experience is fucking terrible. I hate it.
No, gotta say, I've only done it the once, Kingy, and I went, whoa. My boy, right, who's at the time was 20. That's the only thing he knows, right? So it's the first time he had, you know, and we both had a really good day there. You know, I've got to say that. We had a good day. But
you made that good day yourself, though, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, meeting up with friends I haven't been to football with for years as well. It's all part of it before the game and then after the game. But I'm comparing it to Upton Park, and you cannot not do that. So for me, it's not a great. I wouldn't want to do this every week or every other week. It's not the same. I couldn't wait to a game at Upton Park. I couldn't wait to get back to the next one. So it's like, different.
When I went back, was it last year? I went back for a bit of a football tour. I did like the 2 Freiburg games, home and away, Villa, Everton away, and a couple of other games. I can't remember. It was about 6 in total. By the Villa game, I didn't even want to fucking go to it. I woke up in the morning. I went, I don't fucking want to go over there. I was only there for 6 games, so I don't understand. I feel for the people who have to do it every week or make the money. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy the experience. The only thing I did enjoy, I went to the West Ham Way event in the morning, and I think it was Ginger Collins. I think maybe it might have been, and that was probably the only bit that I enjoyed of the day. Like, football's shit. This stadium's crap. The food's shite. Like, and when they say about Nathan's Pie and Mash, like that was meant to go over in 2000, whenever it was when we moved over in 2016. But thing is, like I saw a thing the other day on the West Ham social media, putting out for the pie and mash that's in the stadium now. I can't remember exactly what it is. And bear in mind, I've had it before and it was all right. But the fact that we've put another pie and mash shop in that was always the cornerstone of fucking Upton Park, which was Nathan's, why wouldn't you just use the ones? Why wouldn't you use the original? Do you know what I mean? Why are now, like 10 years, 15 years on, we're now promoting another pie and mash shop? What fits into their narrative? It's a load of bollocks in my eyes. Fair play.
And actually, when I was at that Forest game, I walked past a pie and mash van that was outside the stadium there, and it was 3 times the price of what you would have gone and got at Nathan's or any other pie and mash in the area. I couldn't believe how expensive it was. It should be the cheapest meal on earth. It used to be.
Yeah.
And there you go. I'm twisted.
Have you got any plans to go back over, mate?
Not at the moment, no. I haven't.
No.
West Ham wouldn't be calling me either at the moment.
No.
So
I mean, as we're over here, right, it's obviously a little bit different. And I do feel a bit conflicted because I don't put my money where my mouth is every week. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's how I feel.
When I do come over, I do pay for tickets and I do go to everything that I can West Ham. I always have done. So I feel like I do have a little bit of a say. But the way that I've grown up with West Ham, it was always part of a family. It was always part of a culture. West Ham's a culture. It's not just a family, it's a culture. And when you're born into it, you take it on board and you run with it. Whereas we keep getting fucking pulled back by this little fucker. Every fucking moment we go forward, we get pulled back. And I'm not being funny. It does need to change because the people are leaving in fucking droves, mate. Like, I can't say that I'm never going to go. I don't think you will either. But there's a lot of people who are and giving up. And to be fair, on a Saturday night, like we'll be watching tonight at stupid o'clock, I'll get to the point and I'll be like, I can't be asked. If we're 2-0 down, I'll turn the TV off and fuck off to bed.
Yeah, well, that's how I look at it. If I stay up for a live game, if it's a reasonably early one, not 1 in the morning, Kingy, you know, like last week was 11 o'clock against Man U, I'll give it to half time.
Yeah.
If it's garbage, that's it. I'll leave it till the morning, watch the rest of it. But I did stay up for that, and lucky enough, we got a nice win. And it was a nice bonus, really. I didn't expect us to win there, but we did.
Why not? They're fucking shit.
They're shit. Absolutely, they're shit.
But we're shit.
I thought the Tottenham game done me, and the Southampton game. There were 2 shit teams, and we couldn't get it over the line. You know, Tottenham at home, you should be getting them games over the line and winning. And I thought, shit, we're just going to do the same at Man United. But we didn't. We got it done. Wan-Bissaka again was shining light.
Yeah,
absolute class. Left or right, put him either side at the moment. He seems to do well. So that was a bonus, and it was nice. It was nice to have. Yeah, and plus the prices now, geezer. I mean, my first time I went to the North Bank was 50 pence. The prices people are paying to go and watch a game. Hey, Leslie.
Do you know what it looks like now, mate? It looks like the concession thing. Like I'm the young one, you're the older one. You know what I mean? They're trying to get rid of both of us. I'm joking. But they don't look after their fans. It's a load of and they should, because we've always looked after that club. Like we always try our best, no matter what it is, buying shirts, going to pre-season tours, like buying season tickets. That's us. That's not them. That's us putting the money in. So they need to look at it as they're never going to fucking do it. And this is hard. We can talk about this.
I mean, you've got to relate it to as well as the era we're in now, where I think players have got too much power, players and agents. And I don't think any club should be paying 80 to 90% out in wages of what they bring in. And that's down to the players. The players are greedy fuckers, right? They'll blame it on the agent. He just does it. Oh, I'll just leave it to the agent. But come on. I mean, the ridiculous monies that they're getting paid, it's not helping football. In the whole scheme of football for all the divisions, it's not helping. No, blame Abramovich for that, but it doesn't help when you have to. If you've got to bring in Danny Ings and pay him 80 grand a week, for fuck's sake, really, it's crazy money, man, and that doesn't help the fan experience, because more money could be spent on the fans, more money could be spent on your training facilities, but they're spending so much on wages. It makes it for all clubs. It makes it really hard, especially with these PSR rules. The
players going out though, mate, in the summer, like we'll be saving a lot of money. Well, we should be. I don't know.
I'd say we're losing at least 8 players, King. Probably 8 at least. So
Mikel Antonio's at least on 100 grand a week, 85 to 100. Danny Ings 125 is rumoured. Then you've got Guido Rodriguez. If we hopefully get rid of him and sell him. Soufal, which he's on peanuts. Sorry, I'm eating most of them. But yeah, there's money to be saved, and it's how we use it. And thing is, for me, I don't trust that little fucker to spend the money wisely.
No.
He hasn't done.
When I say even old Nicky there met a Potter, he's lost faith with him already, right? Fair enough. Right? He hasn't actually set the world alight. But my problem was when Nick was going mental about Moyes. I'm agreeing with him, but I don't trust them to bring in the next manager to be right. And this will happen again if we get rid of Potter. It will happen again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said this to Nick on a show we did the other week. I don't want to be this person to be going, get him out, get this person out, get him out. I don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, Lopetegui wasn't our choice. Potter wasn't our choice. So we've been stuck with 2 managers since the one that we really didn't want, who we didn't want either. So for me, unless we get someone in who's going to actually bring in someone who's going to bring this team forward and actually going to mould it. But the thing is, there's no point in having a manager who's going to mould it when the fucker at the top, he's not going to help that person mould the team anyway.
No. If you look at the players that, some of the managers they brought in, from Abraham Grant to Pellegrini to Lopetegui. Now, Potter, we don't know with Potter. Potter could turn it round. I'm still going to give him that fucking benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Moyes was, in the first 2 years, was successful. And it wasn't that bad to watch either. The counter-attacking style we had with the upcoming of, say, Rice, and you had Antonio on his game. We brought in Souček and Soufal, who had great seasons for that. He was doing well. But I always thought Moyes would revert to type being pragmatic and quite boring, which he did in the end. And but we got a trophy on the board, which sort of papered over the cracks a bit, but it was still a fucking trophy on the board. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and mate,
but we did that last season, and it was boring as batshit, wasn't it?
Mate, for 2 years it was like that. We nearly got relegated for 2 years.
It was 2 years, It was 2 years in the Premier League.
Awful. But the thing is, the Prem is the bread and butter. That's what the fans pay their money to go and see every week, right? So they should be, Nick. They should really be looking after that Premier League status. And for two of them, 3 years, they've discarded it and not bothered with it. Like, we can't even do a relegation battle properly, mate. Like, that's how bad we are now.
See, I'm not one of them, King. I'm not one of them that worries about where we are in the league. What I worry about is what I'm watching. Now, if I'm watching some good, entertaining football and we finish 12th, I can take it. I really can.
I'm with you on that. I'm aligned.
Yeah, see, I've always been like that. I want to enjoy what I'm watching, right? Now, if I'm half enjoying that and we get in a cup run as well, fucking hell, happy days for me. If we can win and win an FA Cup and finish 15th, 16th, I wouldn't give a shit about where we are in the Premier League.
No.
But to be 16th, 17th in the Premier League, you've probably been playing shit. And it's probably been boring.
Kieran, don't get me wrong. I do not care where we finish either, as long as we're seeing something exciting. But at the end of the day, we ain't seen nothing exciting for 3 seasons in the Premier League, and we've still sat around that fucking position. That's my problem with it. I don't care well, but we ain't played well for 3 years.
That's right. Well, probably. Yeah, you're right. It's probably nearly 3 seasons now we've been poor in the Premier League, and not so much just results-wise, but actually entertainment-wise, it's been dreadful. It's been dreadful.
Because we're normally watching the games the same time as Nick's up now, right? And that's exactly how we look, Nicholas. All right, that's how we.
I feel all right now. I just done what do you call it? An ice face bath for about. I think I've done about 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
You're looking gorgeous, Nick. You're looking gorgeous now, mate.
No, just try and wake myself up. So I've done that. Cup of coffee, first bit of caffeine. Bosh, I'm all right. Bosh.
Sorry, Johnny Fisher, big boxing fan, so I was big day.
Oh shit! What happened tonight?
He got knocked out in the 5th.
Oh,
yeah.
Because that's a geezer he fought last time in Saudi, and he didn't really. The other geezer beat him, didn't he? Do you not think?
I don't. I think it was a swing round of 1.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. It could have gone either way. Yeah.
Yeah, I like him though. I like Johnny Fisher.
Yeah, so do I. Good family. Yeah, like. So, in regards to the rest of the season, then obviously we've got 2 games. So, do you think we will finish above that shit table, or where do you think?
Oh yeah,
you think we will?
Winning both games, Geezer. We're beating Forest and we're beating Ipswich. Done.
I'll tell you what. The only thing that I will take any pleasure from now is if we finish above Moyes. That's it. If we finish above Everton now, that should be the target. I'll tell you why. Tottenham and Man U, they're dog shit. They're dog shit. Everton, they are actually, since Moyes has come in, they're on the climb. So to finish above them, that would actually be a little bit, when you consider where we are at this stage, a little bit of an achievement.
Can we still finish above them, Nick? They won last week, remember?
Let me have a look.
Put it behind us.
This is the right channel to do this because I'm going to talk about Moyes, right? But I couldn't believe it when I started because I thought I've got to watch.
2 points behind him. 2 points behind him.
I've got to watch what Moyes does with this team. The first game I see him fucking play, he sticks a fucking centre back up front with a striker. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is he taking the piss out of it? It was honestly a fucking joke.
They've been playing. Do you know what? It's degrading now. If you watch Everton now, it's starting to degrade into a little bit more low block, cautious football. But initially, they was quite free flowing. They was going for it, weren't they?
Their first few games, Nick, weren't the fucking Moyes was at West Ham. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but we know he's going to get his teeth. We know he's going to get his teeth into him. We know. They ain't going to be watching that for long.
But Nick, you mentioned that Barcelona game. Was it Inter Milan?
Yeah, what a game!
Them 2 semi-finals, man. I watched them both fully, and I just go, that's football. That's got everything. It's got hitting the bar. It's got great goalkeeping saves. It's got goals. It's end to end.
But explain to me, right, why?
Oh my God!
But a game like that with 2 massive clubs which is basically for the biggest prize in probably world football, is for a place in the Champions League final. Both teams just went fuck it, and they just went at each other.
Yeah,
over 2
end
legs.
to end.
That's how all football should be played. It is.
All football should be that way. All football should be that way. It was amazing. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And that Lamar they've got on the right wing, 17. The next Messi, Maradona player coming through, he's an absolute superstar. Which helps.
What have you been up to with Leslie Barden, Kieran? The most pleasure that Leslie's had from West Ham in recent years is old school hammers. What have you been up to?
No, it's lovely on that when I comments on old school hammers. She's there every week and much appreciated. Even when I say I think women's football shit, I don't get any negatives.
It's funny, Kieran, you still haven't invited me on your fucking show, but we'll get there one day.
No, well, that'll change, guys. We'll do it this week or the week after. We will. We'll have you on, Sam. We'll have you on.
As long as your WhatsApp messages get through, unlike Nick's, but we'll be all right.
I do.
I
answered your one in the end, didn't I? I got there in the end.
How you feeling, Nick? How's the?
I feel better now. I feel all right now. It's yeah. I start to feel myself. I just feel a bit weird. I feel a bit weird. Do you know what the horrible thing with this is? It's trying to, because we're talking about. I think we've done so well with all the different characters that we've had on, getting different viewpoints. I don't know whether because we all do these, we all do YouTube, yeah. Do you know, like when you're talking and you can hear yourself repeating what you said about an hour ago or half an hour ago? I'm finding, and I'm thinking, just fucking shut up, Nick.
It's good to changing up for whatever. We can talk about Australia, Nick, if that's completely away from anything we talked about.
So do you two live close to each other in Australia, or?
Yeah,
well, I'd say probably half an hour away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah.
Are you Kangaroo Point, Gazer?
No, I play for Kangaroo Point. It sounds fucking funny saying Kangaroo Point on it.
Kangaroo
It sounds
Point.
really Australian.
That sounds so Australian.
Our game got cancelled today. The fucking other team forfeited.
Have you got any kangaroos fucking like hopping around wild?
No, mate.
Get that where you live?
Not like that. It's not like that. Not
well,
where we are.
Depends. Well, when I used to work out west a lot, I used to build power lines and that. Fuck me, you had mobs of 100 and 150 of them come flying through you.
And they're quite aggressive as well, aren't they? Like I've seen.
Not really. No. Only if you want to go and have a fight with one, guys, he will take you on.
I've seen videos of them fuckers online. Some of them, they're fucking hench. They look like Dodsey. They're massive. They're fucking. You know what I mean?
They're big boys, man. When you get a big red, he stands up. He's about 7 foot.
Fuck.
So you got to be careful with them boys.
Yeah. What about koalas? You got any koalas, Nia?
Very rare,
wild koalas? No.
Very rare to see one, guys. I've only seen 2 in my whole time here in Australia.
Really?
Wild. Yeah, very rare to see them, mate. Very rare.
Oh.
I think
it's not.
I'd be disappointed if I come to Australia and didn't see a koala.
Oh no, I'll take you, mate. We'll take you. But
there's places you can go, get your photo taken. But look, you'd look very similar to a koala, Gazel, next to your head.
The thing with the West Ham thing over here, right? I said it earlier in the comments. We had 400 strong at the Pig and Whistle, which is our pub over here, right? For the Conference League final. It was fucking
legend,
Alan Thomas. It was fucking wicked, and it just shows that we're not even the biggest city in Australia, but we still have 400 strong at 5:30 in the morning, and everyone was crying, everyone was fucking celebrating. So there is still a lot of love, and there's still a lot of fucking people that care, and that's why doing this sort of thing, what you're doing, mate, is bang on, because people will get behind it, but it has got to have a bit of fucking longevity. Like Luke said earlier, I agreed with some of the stuff he said. And it needs each channel to get all their members and subscribers
as much reach as possible. You just got to keep going with it. I mean, I'm not being funny. If another channel wants to do the same thing or something similar or something different, I'll jump on. I think it's a marathon, not a sprint. And he is right what he was saying. If the majority of the West Ham fan base, unfortunately, we've proven that we're short-sighted as a collective. If the football picks up for a couple of weeks, everything's rosy again, and then it turns to shit, and everyone starts going mental again. And I think that's why you've got people like Nigel and a lot of other people that were part of the protests at the start, and they rightly say, "Well, where was you? Why didn't you get involved? What, you know?" Because obviously all the protests never sort of kicked on, never started up again. Just before COVID, they was really sort of gaining some momentum. So I do get it. I think this is the type of thing where you're only going to do it once, and if people do, if you put all the effort into this for the right cause, and that's all it takes. Because the football should be separate. Like I said at the start of the show, this ain't about Potter. It ain't about the team. It ain't about anything like that. It's about more than that. Because even if Potter does well next year, even if he does well by some miracle, gets the players that he needs, and he kicks on, it ain't going to last long. Not because of him, but because of Sullivan. He will fuck it up again, and we will end up back at the same spot.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah.
That's exactly what will happen.
I don't think we can be looking that far down the road to be that negative about it. We've got to. You can look at that. See this ownership. We've known it for 10 years. I have. They're fucking useless, right? They're shit. This is not a good owners to have. Fucking dildo brothers running West Ham. You cannot have people like this running West Ham. But I can't. I said to you, I couldn't believe there weren't more kickback when they decided that we were going to move out of Upton Park. I remember. I didn't even know what the bond scheme was about at the time, but I remember invading the pitch at Upton Park at least twice, right, making a protest about the bond scheme. And there was a much more kickback then about that than it seems to be about moving stadiums. And I was really surprised. But if they smooth you and show you all the good things and how great we can be, and I can understand people being sort of sucked in by that. But I think it's proven now that it's all bollocks.
Yeah. I think that's another social media thing, though, Kieran. Like, because it's always everyone watches this sort of stuff, and someone else will sort it out.
Yeah. Well, this again, this people have got to stop doing that. I think what this is, what's been proven since they've come in. Nigel said it earlier on: divide and conquer. That's their method, and they really have successfully done that to this fan base. You know, it was a community club. We were together, and they've killed and divided the fan base massively. You know, it's nobody fucking gets on. We're an unfriendly fan base now to each other. But you can be galvanized. We can. And I said it earlier on. The weird thing is, I said it on a promo to this show. The weird thing is, the thing that has divided the fan base could end up being the thing that galvanizes it again. If you all unite together against a common cause, right? We've had enough of these cunts. They're taking the piss out of us. Let's get them out, get them gone, start again. We can all ponder and wonder and worry about what comes next and all American owners and everything. I don't give a fuck. You know, as who was it who said it earlier on? I think it was Brian. He said, "I'd take the Taliban running the club at the moment over."
Fucking well.
Do you know what I mean? I've had enough. I've had enough because we all know it. Like you said, we've got fans fucking everywhere. But in terms of in England, you saw the amount of people that was out in Prague, in the fan parks and in the stadium. You saw the next day we had the fan parade. How many people was at the fucking parade? I mean, we've got must have hundreds of thousands of fans. They're there. But what's happened is they've been pushed out and they've been forced out by these fucking people. And it wouldn't take much. You go and get an owner, for instance, right? If we was to be lucky enough to get an owner, I'm not going to try and butcher his name, God rest his soul, the Thai bloke from Leicester, the good bloke who looked after their fans. You go and get a guy like that that's got the club at heart and the community at heart that kind of will go out and get a manager in that will connect with the fans. All of a sudden, that's all it will take. It won't take much because we can never fall out of love with West Ham. We can get fed up with it, and we can get the main thing that's driven people away is that we know we're being mugged off and we can't tolerate it. We know they're mugging us off. We know they are, and we know what they've done. I do think that if we could get it back, it will never be Upton Park, but
No.
we could get that family feeling back again, that community back. We could be united again, and
we need someone to do it for us, though, don't we? Do you know what I mean? Like as you just said, Leicester chairman, someone just come in and say, look, we feel what you lot feel, and we want to bring everyone back together and get it going. It's like Newcastle, for example. They've not come in and gone nuts in the transfer market.
Nope.
They're the fucking most richest club in the world at the moment, right? My mate, one of the boys I play football with, is Newcastle fan, and I sent him the picture of the badge the other day because they're redoing the badge of Newcastle, and he went, that's not going to go down well. Have you seen it? It's fucking beautiful. Like it's like it holds all the heritage to it, the old and the new together. That's what they're seeing. They're seeing the history. They're appreciating what
they're acknowledging what Newcastle are, what they were. Yeah.
Whereas
something this club don't do, and they've never done. They piss on our heritage, you know. And I can't. Yeah, I just feel like I said it earlier on, right? It's actually fucking sick when you look at the level of what that guy's done, and he sits in that stadium like the fucking king every week, and his little Russian hat wearing little cunt just sits there with all of these fucking paying customers around him who just get mugged off for fun. It's sick. Honestly, it's sick. I can't because it is it's abhorrent what they've done to this club and what they're continuing to do. They've got to go. They've got to go. I think they will now because I think they've only been here to rinse it. They've sold off everything they could sell apart from these last few players that they're going to flog in the fucking summer. They've borrowed against everything else that we've got. You know, the training ground. There's nothing else. No. You know, we're at the PSR limit, Kieran, because now the way that PSR works is it works on turnover of the club. So if you don't want to pump any money in, there's only so much money you can spend. But what will give good clubs an advantage, who have got a board that want to sort of pump money into it, you can now pump up to 90 million of your own money into the club. So we're always going to be at a distinct disadvantage to these other clubs because they've all got owners that will do that. So we're going to have to sell players. We're still living off the Declan Rice sell.
Absolutely. Wait, if you looked at some of the signings we made before Declan Rice and lost shitloads of money on them, back to Felipe Anderson or Haller or Skamaka or Vlasic, or look, you count all that money up that was lost.
It's embarrassing.
And then you see the 100 million we got right. Half of that money was already gone. All right, because there was so many bad signings. Well, and I've always said with clubs in the Premier League, you live and die by your recruitment.
Yeah,
you always do.
Of course you do. Well,
and I can't trust a recruitment at West Ham that, Lopetegui gets to say, Steinen's got to say, hang on, Sullivan wants a player. Oh, fuck me, what the fuck?
He's never going to
allow. Get all that right, man.
He's never going to hand over power to anyone. And Potter and McCauley ain't getting the power. They might get a few players. There's no way Sullivan's going to hand over the reins.
And you've got to trust him to get a deal over the line, which is even more worrying.
Or Brady, right? You know, I mean, Brady. We saw how Brady operated in January with that Banzuzi player. She's gone out to. They wanted 14 million for this player. We went 12 million. Take it or leave it. I said, no, we'll leave it, thanks. She went, all right. Didn't get the player. That player's gone to Leipzig now for like $1 million.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, what a bargain Souček was, Geezer. Fucking bargain, Geezer.
He was, to be fit. No, he was a bargain for us. He's done incredibly well for us. He has. The big oath.
James will send you one of his hats over from Brisbane, all right, mate? Yeah. We'll get one with the corks down as well.
Yeah, you can have that. Apparently somebody wears them somewhere. I don't know where.
How long have you been out there for now, Kieran?
I first got here in 87.
Long time.
87 I came here first. And I stayed in Brisbane for a while and then moved to the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Gold Coast started to boom work-wise. High rises going up everywhere. Sanctuary Cove, Kingy, I'm sure you know. That was where the first job we had there. And And then I walked into a football team there, right? Surfers Paradise Apollo, perfect name for. If you tell my mates I'm playing for Surfers Paradise Apollo. And I'll give you an interesting story, right? Just to break it up a bit. I walked in there, and they had a first team, a reserve team, and the standard. I couldn't believe how high it was on the Gold Coast at that time. In our first team there, mate, there was about 8 Scotsmen that all immigrated to Australia, but most of them are either ex-pros or semi-pros. And I've only played Sunday football because I wanted to watch West Ham. I used to go all over the country watching West Ham, so I never. Saturday was more the serious football back then, wasn't it? Semi-pro football, and so I started training with these guys, and I got picked for the first team, and I was a right back, but the right back we had was absolutely mustard, right? I was nowhere near his level. Yeah. So they put me left back, and I'm going, my left foot's only good for standing on, it's not much good for anything else. But I've done all right. But an interesting story how in Australia here, I just moved there, and I couldn't believe it. There's a geezer there, his nickname was Charlo, right? So we're playing with Charlo. I was, training pre-season, whatever. And then one day a geezer walked up to me in the team, said, "Do you know who that is?" Yeah. I went, "What, who?" "Do you mean Charlo?" I said, "Yeah, Charlo." "What else is he?" He said, "That's Jack Charlton's son."
Oh, fuck.
And I went, "Fuck, really?" And Jack Charlton was manager of the Irish team at that time,
Yeah.
And so I went, "Fuck, really?" I fucking been playing with him for 8 weeks, didn't I? He never mentioned it. And from that, Jack Charlton came out and visited him a couple of times, and I got to meet Jack, and love a real brusque northerner that he was. Yeah. But his mum was lovely, Yeah. Charlo, his real name's John. We became really good friends for a few years there. And that was just an interesting story to you. That was Jack Charlton.
Is he still living out there?
No, he's gone back to the north of England. He actually went to Ireland, right, while Jack was still running. Because about 19, the Euros came up then, I think it was.
Yeah.
Now, his dad got him over for the Euro finals because they'd qualified Ireland. And he was on the bench. John was on the fucking bench with everyone. I'm watching his gun going, "You fucking bastard. You lucky bastard."
Did he have the 4-strand comb over?
No, that was his other brother, wasn't it? That was his brother. But no, he first moved back to Ireland and opened a pub in Dublin, John. And then he's ended up back in the north of England last time I heard. So, I'm not sure what he's doing now. But, it was fucking unbelievable. I come all the way to Australia, and I'm big mates with Jack Charlton's son. It was weird.
Bloody hell. How long have you been out there, Kingy?
I've been out here 13 years now. I moved out here 2012, and it was obviously the year of the Olympics. And I think we must have been given the stadium before that. So I actually worked as a hairdresser in Stratford, Westfield at the time. Yeah. So just before I left, my salon was right next to the West Ham, whatever it's fucking called, whatever they had. It was a little shop that they had to sell the season tickets. Yeah. And I remember seeing everyone walking in there so happy. Everyone was like, "I can't wait what it's all about."
Mate, that was so impressive though. So when you went in there and you got that you saw what you weren't going to be getting, it looks amazing.
Yeah, I didn't bother going in there because I was leaving, so I was like, "Fuck it." Yeah. But I remember there was a lot of hype about it. But I've lived out here for 13 years, and I tell you what, best thing I ever did. Like, the only thing I do miss, it has been West Ham over the years, family. But like Kieran said, you join a football team and you end up with a fucking family anyway. You're friends of your family.
Yeah.
Right? And we've still got 20 group lads, and there's one Australian. Like the rest of us are
do you ever catch yourself like, because obviously in your head, your dialect must have changed a little bit. I mean, you're still quite strong Cockney, Kingy. You are, but you've got a little bit more of a twang occasionally with the odd word. Do you find yourself every now and then where you saying a word and it's like fucking hell, like you sound like
fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
He does it all the time.
No, I definitely have, Nick. Definitely have, because
I watch Kieran.
I could honestly, my accent was so strong, Cockney wise.
Yeah.
I got sick of repeating myself. They didn't understand a fucking word I was saying, so I had to calm it down a bit. And it's nowhere near as strong as I was when I first got it. Nowhere near. It's yeah, mate.
Yeah,
and I didn't say good night.
I watch Kieran's show all the time, like, because it's on a decent time for us over here.
Yeah.
He sounds fucking Australian, but because he does it with Budgie, and Budgie's still in London, like you can really hear it. You know,
you can hear it. Yeah. You can pick it.
I'm sure if people watch our video later, they probably won't rewatch anyway, but they'll see that we're Australian to what you said.
I am going to carve all of these up into bite-sized pieces so people can go back and watch them after as well. So I'm going to do that.
And do you know a strange thing, Gazer? My boy lives it with me. I'm not with his mum. Got rid of her. Don't worry about that. But lovely lady. Get on with her really great. But he lives here with me, right? He's 22. But if you listen to him, you wouldn't know he was Australian.
Oh, really?
It's not got a strong Australian at all. You'll pick bits, but you'd think he was sort of English that moved there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you know what? That's my fear, because like I still we're trying for a kid, right? And that has always been my fear, is that my child is going to.
Yeah.
And I've got mates over here who are English, and their kids go, "Hey, there, mate, can I?" I'm like, "Fuck, no,
Australia, mate.
Chuck him in that pool and fucking drown him." No, I'm joking.
my cousin Derek, he's lived out in Australia now. He lives down in Perth. He's been out there for quite a while. And same with like proper, real Cockney family. Him and his two brothers, Danny and Joe. And he comes back every now and then, and he's even Derek. You can hear his voice is starting to go now. It is. His voice is starting to go.
By the way, we've got 83 people on. How many people are actually from who are living in Australia right now? Just put it in the chat. Let us know. Just so then we know where you are as well. Let us know where you are in Australia. It'd be interesting to see.
I reckon there'd be quite a few by the look of it.
Yeah, the only person up from England is Nick.
Yeah. And James is going to have the hangover from fucking hell tomorrow.
Yeah.
Through it, yeah.
I see the bottle he was drinking, guys. He's fucked.
Fucked. That gentleman. I bet he's got about a quarter of that bottle left.
No, he just said he's crashing out now. That's him done. But fair play. And
yeah,
well done, mate. And cheers for helping.
And I'll say it, but like obviously you haven't seen eye to eye with James for a long time, and
no.
And it's great to see you two do a show together for the cause of West Ham. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. I think a lot of it as well was around about the Moyes time. I'll tell you what's helped me no end is coming off of Twitter, coming away from Twitter. That for me, that was the best move I've ever done. Since I
don't understand people that are on that. To be honest,
it's so bad on.
Do you know? It's a cesspit of people's opinions, right? And
yeah.
Good and bad, right? But them sort of things. Well, I fucked off Facebook years ago, guys. 8 years ago, I fucked Facebook off.
Yeah. And
I don't watch too much. And I've said this to you before, Kingy, when you came on our chat. I don't watch too much YouTube because it influences your head, influences your idea, and you get more angry about what people's opinions are.
Yeah.
So I prefer to have my own opinion, like it or not. That's it.
That's how it should be.
And Kieran, I'm sure I speak for us here, like the Australian West Ham community. It's hard to get the fucking ball rolling with a YouTube channel, and I know that. I did it for 3 years, and it's hard work. But you do it. But I tell you one thing: you've got to have thick skin to fucking do it as well. And Nick, you have to have fucking crocodile skin, my friend.
I have, mate. I have.
I know. You know what? When we first started doing the show, and that's over a year ago now, I've been doing bits of YouTube for about 5 years. But last year on West Ham Network, asked us to do a show, that once a week, old school hammers. And one of the first comments come up there, fuck me, I can't be doing with these two wankers. You know, the comments afterwards. And I just fucking, I went, what? So I said, don't fucking
brutal.
watch it then, mate. Fuck off.
It's fucking
Probably
brutal.
not the right thing to do.
No, it is the right thing to do. Fuck them. It is the right. That's kind of how I've always dealt with it as well. If you don't like it, don't watch it. But the it's hard. I say it's hard. I don't think it is really. My approach to it has always been. I mean, King, we're fucking. You've met me. I'm no different in person. It's the same.
No,
you're talking to me. I can't be any different. Whereas, and I think that's why Claret and Booze. I think that's why we have sort of built up a really good loyal following, because I do think that whether people agree with me or not, I think they can see that I'm genuine. They can.
Exactly. I don't agree with it. When you start slagging my man twisty, turny off, I don't agree with him, right?
Yeah.
But I do laugh at where you're coming from, right? Because I know you've got PTSD from fucking Moyes. But I laugh at it, right? And go, Jesus, Mick, stop knocking my man off.
Yeah.
And I've slagged you off many times on our show, right? Tongue in cheek, to be fair.
Honestly,
so fucking Mick's at it again. He's giving my boy a fucking serve. I'm not having it.
But no.
The trouble I worry about now, when on YouTube,
I think that's a trick.
You can influence your chat. When you really go on a wild one, I think your chat jumps on board and then it gets very negative.
I
think that can be.
I think that is completely incorrect from my point of view. I've never been influenced by anyone, and I don't think West Ham fans are. I think West Ham fans, especially, I think they're free thinking. They're free thinking. What'll happen is, mate, is that what you're see, and that's what they're doing. So the trouble is that when I'm going on a mad rant, a lot of people are fucking agreeing. But what they're
that's the only comments you show, though.
Yeah, but what people will do is they'll look at that and go, look, Nick's affecting these. But no, I fucking ain't. You can't make a West Ham fan think differently to what they do. You can't.
No.
So all that is at that period in time or whatever else, if there's people agreeing with, they're feeling the same way I am. They are. No,
you're right. They are. But you encourage it. You encourage but mocking my fucking favourite player.
I don't ever encourage anything, mate. I just react how I react. That's it. Don't care, Kieran.
Kieran, let me tell you something, right? You know how you said a minute ago about when you go down a pub after the game and you talk about it, blah, blah. I can guarantee you it'd be exactly, you'd have someone exactly of Nick's character in your group.
Absolutely. Mate, absolutely.
You know what? You'd laugh, you'd think it's funny, you'd probably agree, you'd disagree. But you know what?
Yeah.
It makes it fucking fun. Like, you don't want everyone to go, next week it'll be better. Fuck that. There's no point in doing this fucking game if you're going to do that.
It wasn't.
No, that's why I tongue-in-cheekly slag Nick off. Because I know where he's coming from. I know exactly what he's saying.
But listen. I didn't come on YouTube to sit on the fence and speak to the masses. And
I agree with it.
What I mean is, I don't speak for other West Ham fans. I don't. I might resonate with other West Ham fans, but I don't speak for other West Ham fans. I speak for myself. I give my opinion. That is it. I'm not here to offer balance to appeal to a wide spectrum of fans. Because if you do that, if that is your approach to which some channels do, you know, because they want to cast the net as wide as possible for getting subs. So they're very careful not to upset or alienate anyone and don't go too strong in each direction.
Some channels have to do that.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to waste my time to come on here paying lip service.
Well, Gazer, you should watch our channel because I'm known for not giving a fuck either.
Yeah. I do watch your show.
Nick, how much money do you make from YouTube?
About 10 grand a month. No, fuck
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know he's taking the piss.
That is my you said that too.
Your face dropped there, didn't it?
Yeah, fucking right. Mate, I was like,
10 quid.
Man,
fuck all. I'll tell you what, we make fuck all. For instance, half of our shows are live. You know how YouTube works. When you swear and you do, they're demonetized. I demonetize my own shows for fun. I literally do. I don't give a fuck. So
that's my point.
Yeah,
That's my
because
because
we haven't made. Oh, do you know them Sunday night shows? 3 hour long. Mate, fuck all, none. Because I'm on here fucking talking like fucking this, I don't care.
Yeah.
Why do I want to come on here and water down my opinion so I can make £7.50 for 3 hours work? I'd rather go and work in Lidl.
Young boy from Adelaide there, Gazer. From Adelaide.
There's a few Aussies here, mate.
Yeah.
There's a few. Yeah, here's a question. What does Sean? Can I ask what Sean gets out of being the way he is? I need explaining to me. Go on, Nick.
I don't know, mate. I can't explain. Can't explain it.
Who are we talking about? Sean
Sean Whetstone, yeah.
Whetstone.
Look. The thing is, right?
I'm getting another bit.
Sean Whetstone as a person, he's a nice guy.
I think so too.
He's a nice bloke, but in terms of the West Ham world, look, he's massively compromised. He openly compromises, and he makes fun of the fact that he's compromised as well. You can't listen to him. He twists everything. He spins everything. He goes out there to confuse the fucking fan base. I mean, he ain't thick. So when he comes out there and he releases one set of figures and then another set of figures, and we think we've caught him out, he don't care, because what he's done is he's created confusion now. You're like, what is it then? You don't know. So it is, and also he is a mouthpiece of the board. We know he speaks to the senior source. You know who the senior source is. You know, he knows that we know who the senior source is.
Yeah.
It's just
we've known that for at least 5 years, Nick, haven't we? He's an outlet for them to put it out to you through social media and everyone else.
Yeah. But he is someone who I would say, look, I know that for me, I can be very outspoken, and I can be very outspoken, but I don't go out to intentionally piss people off. If my opinion pisses people off, I don't see that. I see you as a normal West Ham fan having a rant after a fucking game.
That's what makes me laugh when I watch it.
I do actually believe that Sean does get a little bit of a kick out of pissing West Ham fans off as well. Yeah, I think he does.
Do you know what's lucky about us doing our show on Wednesday night is we've all, the games at the weekend. So me and Budgie, we've calmed down by then, so we don't go bonkers.
Yeah.
If I was doing it straight after certain games, Geezer, I dread to think what I would say.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying.
That's the thing. It's like when what Nicky was saying when he does the fan cams outside the stadium, and sometimes he'll get a lot of people that are very aerated after the game. And what makes me laugh is, right, you've got a person who's come out of a stadium, they're raging, you're getting the raw passion, same as what you'll get from one of us if we go on straight after a game. And then what they'll do is they'll watch that back the next day when they've calmed down and they've gone, oh, look at that fan, look at that, look at that reaction. That's a bit over the top. And you're taking the context out of it. The geezers just walked out the fucking stadium.
That's right, yeah. That's right.
Match reaction, instant.
You're a bit emotional.
It's a reaction.
A bit like Potter's rant the other week when he was a little bit sulky after the Brighton game.
You've got to do it. You've got to do the accent, mate. Come on, do the Potter thing.
The Potter one. I don't know which one. No, I can't even remember what it is. I can't even remember what it is now.
No, you had him as a fucking carrot cruncher one week from the Midlands.
I thought he used to speak like this. I didn't know why. I ain't got a fucking clue. But yeah, he's very dull. Honestly,
he is dull.
I'll tell you what. I won't want to have a beer with him.
No, I watched his pre-match thing yesterday. I'm going, what the fuck did I just watch? I was bored shitless. Bit like watching Moyes.
Where's all these fucking Australians coming from?
I'm in Melbourne next month.
Mr. Lamprou, he's a regular on our show, guys. He's a good lad. A good lad out of Melbourne.
Australian invasion.
Mate, him and me, right, are massive Postecoglou fans.
Oh, fuck off you then. I've had enough.
Yeah, mate, I'm having West Ham tomorrow, even though we'd have to change 20 players that we've got to make it work. But there you go.
I'd rather. Do you know something? I'm going to say this now. Postecoglou would have been a good fit at West Ham because we would have embraced him.
But not now.
Nick, I was, because I'm a big, since we won the Premiership here with Brisbane Roar under him,
Yeah.
And then he went to Yokohama, won it there, and you know he had the Australian team here into 2 World Cup finals. Won the what they call it, the Australia. It's basically the equivalent of the Europa. He won that for Australia.
I just like mental football.
It's
I can't help it.
And then goes to Celtic, wins fucking 5 out of 6 trophies.
Balls
Mate,
out,
I was a
swinging your
massive
dick
fan.
around the pitch.
And I know, Nick, you were a fan. You wanted him at West Ham too. But
Yeah, I did.
he needs, the way he plays football, needs a specific kind of team. Van der Ven is massive for him. Speed at the back, high line, press. He needs the right players to make it work. Now, it obviously hasn't worked for him in the Premier League, but yet again, in his second season, he's in a fucking final.
Oh, fuck off.
Now, now, this is the worst. This is worse than the Championship playoff final.
Do you know,
because whatever team loses, disaster.
They've lost 21 Premier League games this
year. I know the numbers, Geezer. I know the numbers, but he's in a European final.
So bad. That's so bad. That really is.
Both of them.
Yeah. Honestly.
I couldn't imagine a worse final in my life, if I'm being honest.
It could be really good, Geezer. That could make it good.
I know that Tottenham are going to win because what I saw from Man United, they are bad. They're bad. That was the worst thing from that win, was seeing how shit they are, mate. That was bad.
I don't know though, Nick, because fucking Tottenham this week and fucking I've lost Maddison, Bergvall, Kulusevski. They're fucked again, man. So I mean, I believe Man United will win it. But for Ange Postecoglou, I'd like him to win it, not Tottenham. So if that makes sense,
I hope they do win it. Like with sincerely, I hope that Man United. I don't want Spurs to win the cup.
No way.
Look, we've just had we've got Palace now. Look, I've got nothing against Palace really. We've got them now. They've just won an FA Cup. Something I would love for us to fucking do. You know, and I ain't being funny. When you make comparisons between what we did, as Simon said the other day, we did play one decent team, and that was Fiorentina in the final. They've just beat Villa in a semi, battered Villa, and beat Man City in the final. Fuck me. Lifted the cup at Wembley. Now that's special.
We had our chance, mate.
Oh, mate. You know, I know. I would love a domestic cup. Like I'll tell you, if I could offer both of you now, you could either have a Europa League Cup final or you could have that FA Cup at Wembley doing that. What would you choose?
FA Cup.
I'll choose FA Cup all day. All day long.
All day long.
Fuck Europe.
I grew up. Like I said, Nick, I was lucky to be at the 1980 Cup final. I know what it is. I know what it means. I was crying as well at the end of that game. Second division team we were against fucking Arsenal, who were playing a European final a few days later, and we beat them. Massive underdogs. It was emotional. It was the best week of my fucking life. Fuck Europe. I'd rather have the FA Cup final every day of the week.
It weren't even a fucking Euro. It was a Euro fucking boys trip. That's where it was. We played IB. We played IB for Town FC.
Larnaca Airport, mate. We played Larnaca Airport.
Look.
Good boys at that Larnaca Airport, mate. Good boys there.
But I'm glad we won it, and it was the best day of my life.
No, it was great. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. It was just a shame. Not even Moyes. It was a shame it had to happen under fucking Sullivan's tenure. Because do you know what? He didn't fucking deserve that. Do you know what I mean? He's fumbled his way through that. Lucky.
No, he didn't.
You know, and now his ego will be forever inflated because he will always throw back at West Ham fans. I won you your first trophy in 40 years.
It's not the only thing he inflates.
Yeah. There is that.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Right.
But
James is going to bed. That's the second time you've been going to bed. Well done, mate.
Get on that second bottle of Jack. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what. There's only, as everyone in the chat, have you all signed the petition? Have you all signed the petition? And most importantly, have you checked your email inbox to make sure that you verified it? Is Kieran going to sign a petition?
No, he's going to go fight a kangaroo.
Oh, mate. But I think you know, with this type of thing, what we're up to now, I think we're up to about 1,600. Do you know what's really annoying, mate? I was checking this earlier, and you can see the amount of people that have tweeted it and shared it.
Yeah.
It's up to like almost 6,000 people that have shared. Now, you ain't going to share it if you ain't signed it. So that means that that many people have fucking signed it, but they ain't
Done the
validated it on the email. Yeah.
You have to do the fucking email, lads. Come on,
Fucking hell.
lads. Let's.
I'm definitely feeling space, Kingy.
I'm trying to help you through it, mate. Trying to help you through it.
All right, where are we? I'm just checking on the. On the
It keeps me out of IKEA with the missus anyway. We're sweet.
What time is it over in Australia?
1:20.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Midday.
Afternoon.
Midday.
Yeah.
You sound
Yes.
like my
Yeah,
mum.
22 degrees. I'm going to guess it's 22 degrees. Go, that's lovely. Beautiful.
I've been here 13 years. My mum still don't know what fucking time difference I'm in. I'm telling you.
Well, we switch, Nick, we switch between 9 hours and 10 hours, right? Because Queensland have been so backward, they don't have daylight saving.
All right.
And so when your clock changes for your summer, we go back to 9 hours.
Yeah.
In the winter, your winter, we're 10 hours behind or in front. Sorry.
Ah, right. Okay. So it fluctuates.
Yeah, that 1 hour.
Fluctuates by an hour.
Yeah.
By an hour.
Yeah. In Brisbane, that is. It's probably different in Western Australia and down
Queensland.
South Australia.
What Steve Sowerby just said here, I found my email in my spam box, mate. Maybe people
Yeah.
should find that as well. So make sure you do that.
Yeah. Spam box, junk mail, whatever. It'll be from change.org. So Darren Higgins, well done, mate. Well done. But I'll tell you what, let's have a little let's change direction a little bit, I suppose.
Go for it.
This previous season, if I was to say to you, standout player, who's been your standout player this season and why?
Socek.
Kieran. Socek.
It's no. Wan-Bissaka's been Wan-Bissaka's been head and shoulders over everyone. Right? It's as simple as that. If you were voting, if I was voting today and someone said to me 1, 2, and 3, hammer of the year, it'd be Wan-Bissaka, just about Bowen,
Yeah.
and I'd struggle probably to name a third. But my man Socek, 9 goals, still gives his all. I might make him third.
Fair enough. What about you, Kingy?
You can't look past him, can you? Say WB all day long, but
He's brilliant, isn't he?
it's bad when I can't even think of another one. I'm not even going to give it.
I don't even think Bowen's been good this year.
No, not
his output's been good. He scored a lot of goals and
That's
assists
Socek.
as
Yeah.
normal. Yeah.
So it's fucking Socek's.
Yeah.
But we don't want to go into that, do we?
No.
He's been brilliant. Do
you know what? For the time he was playing, I'd like to say Skulls had a fucking good season.
Yeah.
The only player that he got rinsed by was fucking one of the best wingers that's ever played.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, he came in and tore it up. So
Yeah.
I'd say he'd be in with a shout, definitely. But only because I'm being a little bit romantic.
I think the West Ham fans would vote in that direction as well because I'll tell you who else as well. If you're going based on that in terms of their input when they've played, even if it's not a consistent input, I think Cresswell. I think he's been one of our best defenders.
Cresswell
this year
needs a mention for being so good every time he's played. I don't think he's done much wrong.
I think
every time.
Do you know why I think Cresswell has done what he's done? Is because he's been here so long. He does come from the Upton Park days, and I think he that resonates with him, and he knows what it means to us. I think he's bought into it. And
absolutely.
Once we lose him, like Nick said earlier, once we lose him, what else have we got? No players have got that. Nobes, and as I said, I had a personal relationship with Nobes back in the day when I used to cut his hair, but like he's a mouth fucking piece again for me. I believe he's a yes man. That's what he's turned into.
Unfortunately.
And I hate to say that because I loved him as a man and I loved him as a player and as a person. He was great, but I feel like he's just fucking sold himself down the river a little bit there.
I think that's the issue when you do go and work for the club. I think you're gonna by default she's up again. Here she goes. You're bloody early. 4:30. Are you still down the caravan, Happy?
I think when you see, that first 4 minutes of the Tottenham game, and Cresswell fucking slid tackled Geezer on the wing there and smashed him into the bucket. I went, yeah, he knows what West Ham Tottenham's about. I went, you take.
Yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need, isn't it? You need people like that. That was a fucking good tackle as well. That was sweet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But apart from that, mate, when you think about that, right, that puts it into perspective this season. If we're being honest, Wan-Bissaka's the only player, our right back, the only player that's shone this year that we can say, now, this is a team that contains Kudus, Bowen, Paqueta. I know Somerville's been injured, Fulkrug. There's so many, Alvarez. It's been a serious fucking failure this year.
See, Alvarez for me as well. I think he's let himself down. He's let us down. I think he should have been a bit more professional about whatever he's done. Because I do believe that he fucked it up. To be honest, I think he's been a bit of
as your ring piece, Avram. He's got food poisoning. Go on, mate.
Oh, fuck me.
Go on. Yeah, go on, Kingy. Sorry, mate.
But I actually do think he might be a bit of a problem. But that's just from the outside. I don't have a clue. I don't know anything. But there's got to be something wrong with him. Like
with Alvarez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a bit erratic, isn't he? Yeah. Isn't the Hammer of the Year been announced before the game this weekend?
Yeah. They're not doing a do or anything. No. They're not doing nothing.
They're not doing it really.
No.
But it's been a shit season. There ain't nothing to celebrate.
Not being funny. What the fuck do you expect? Like we don't even own our ground. What fucking chance we got of them actually wanting to put a party on?
The big one for me. 11 years and he ain't getting a testimonial. Cresswell. I mean that's bollocks, isn't it?
No, I agree with it. Goes up. I think waste of time.
You think they're a waste of time?
No, I just think if you look what they were invented for, testimonials, was give a player that weren't earning that much money a payday for no testimonials given to charity. And if you're going to put one on at West Ham, the London Stadium, that's going to cost more to put it on than actually you're going to earn. So, but there should be something. I just think there should be something else than a testimonial. Cresswell deserves it more than anyone, man. It's a complete professional. I just think the days of testimonials are over. I think there should be something else, whatever that may be.
I've got an idea for that, right? Well, why don't you pick like a lower league team and go, all right, we're going to give you the gate. Go back to grassroots.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Dagenham
and Redbridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we'll fill that
out.
That
makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes money, goes to it doesn't have to be at our ground. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, that makes sense, guys. That's a good idea.
Daggers will bite your hands off for that.
Clip that bit up when you said I was right, because I'll send it to the missus later.
Double the money on the tickets.
But I think that would go down well. I think stick it in fucking Billy, Leighton Orient, whatever, and let them have the money. But at least Cresswell will have his day. Do you know what I mean? Like,
that'd be good. Yeah,
because them type fuckers ain't going to do it at London Stadium. They didn't do it with Collins, and they won't do it with him. So bollocks.
No, that's it. Right, I'm going to have to let you go now because I've got an emergency coming. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Fucking hell, here we go. Right, now we've got the Australian contingency back. We're a bit gutted because we've lost James to a Gentleman Jack hangover. But
he's gone, mate. He'll wake up a bit seedy in the morning, so.
Millwall, I'll get my coat. Who fucking spoke about Millwall? No, none of us.
We haven't.
Jesus Christ. Wash your mouth out, boy. Perry Baptista. Hello, Boozers. Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello, Perry.
Foxy, maybe a bronze statue immortalising him being sent off versus Leon. Oh, come on, mate.
I'm not having it. It was just one of them things goes up. We play football. Me and Kingy have played football all our lives, mate. Now and again, you make a mistake, you get sent off. That's it. Even though last time I was sent off, I did punch a geezer in the fucking head. But that's not the point.
Happy Hammerette, penny pinching tossers. Definitely agree with that, mate. Like at the end of the day, that anything they can get their hands on, money wise, they're going to keep it in their pocket. They're not going to put it towards anything to like a testimonial. I was going to bring it up earlier. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to get in on like the E13 events and like what they're doing at Brewdog and stuff like that. Because being far away, I do still see stuff like that going on, like with the ex-players doing the nights. And I'm surprised that the club haven't jumped in on that and try fucking making a bit of money from it, because West Ham Way do a good one. I've been to a couple of theirs. I bought the Tevez shirt actually for that, all signed by every player of the of that last game at the Man United game. I paid 500 quid for that.
Did you?
Yeah, and I've got it here. I'll keep talking, Kieran. I'll get it up.
Have a little look at it, guys. Fucking hell. Well, that's in line with my old mate Adam Frankel. Talk to you in a bit, but yeah, fuck.
Keep talking, mate.
What? That's the Tevez shirt at Old Trafford when he scored the goalkeepers up.
Yeah, I'll just get it.
Fucking hell. That's that'll be an heirloom, son.
Got it here. The missus isn't it?
Happy H, how you, dog?
Here we
What
go.
you do now? This is early, dog. That's the shirt.
It's the original, but it's signed by all the team from that last game at Man United.
That's brilliant, sir. Brilliant.
But yeah, 500
That's
fucking cost me.
And that's quite apt, actually, having Happy H on here, right, with a comment. Because our mate Adam Frankel, I used to do some YouTube with him, right? He's in America, right? English boy in America, my boy. And he bought, and it cost him well over $1,200 US. He bought the Lanzini shirt. Do you remember the 3-all draw when Lanzini hit that banger?
Yeah.
He bought that shirt. Fucking brilliant. Yeah. Because what a moment that was.
Yeah. So like the club, that's why I'm surprised that the club haven't jumped in on stuff like that. Because like I bought that West Ham Way event. That was 500 quid. There was about 3 or 4 different prizes. And I'm surprised that they ain't trying to take more money off us by doing stuff like what E13 and all that sort of stuff, all them sort of boys are doing, because there's a lot of money to be made from that as well. But I'm more than happy to put it in other fans' pockets and them fuckers. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I take it did they buy them off the club and then
no idea,
sell them off?
Mate. No idea.
No.
But like this was another. This is my little pride and joy up here. I love that. That was.
What's that?
So this is the Europa Conference League medal, but it was all framed up, and a guy called Robbie from Sydney. He got 500 of them sent over to Sydney from England, all from, I think it was, what's that memorabilia shop in Romford Memorabilia or something like that. Got them all sent over, and he dished them out to all West Ham fans in Australia. So that's what I mean. We're fucking tight, mate. We're tight as a family, and we've got people doing things for us over here. So it's good, man.
Yeah, I'm one of them, Kingy. I'm not a big thing on memorabilia, right? I've got about 15 shirts hanging up in that. What's them? I hardly ever wear one. You know, and I've never been one for memorabilia. Right. There you go. I used to, when I had the 1980 FA Cup final program. Fuck knows where that is. I had the shirt. I wore the shirt that day, or that, you know, the old white shirt of that 1980. Don't know what I've done with it. I'm just not one to collect stuff like that.
No, my family. So I'll tell you a little story. But my cousin's uncle is Alan Devonshire. So he's now manager. He's down at Maidenhead now. He's manager at Maidenhead. And so when I went back in March, we all met up, and they gave me an original 1980s FA Cup final program.
Oh, brilliant.
all signed by the team, and I got.
Oh yeah, mate. I'd love to still have that FA Cup final program. To be honest, I wish I still had it, but
Yeah,
that's brilliant. Alan Devonshire, you know. So, Kingy, you would have come after Alan Devonshire, wouldn't you?
yeah. Look,
Starting to watch West Ham on a match.
that's
That's it. I remember it well, mate. I'm going to say it's all white and with the FA Cup on it. Yeah,
So I've got the
fantastic.
shirt. I've got the shirt as well. So I'm going to get it all put into a little frame and put it back as well. But
Especially, because when I went to the semi-final gazer at Ellen Road, it was Alan Devonshire's goal that kicked us off in that, and we 1-0 up, and we thought we got it. And then that fucker for Everton, Bob Latchford, scored the equaliser. Oh no, fuck! Then it went to extra time, and then fucking Frank Lampard Senior. What the fuck he was doing up front, I never know. I'll never know. I think David Cross got a header, and bang, he headed it on Lampard. Looked like it was going past the post, hit a divot, and come in, hit the inside of the post, and went in. And that was us in the final. Amazing.
And the way the boys used to play on the pitches back in your day, no disrespect, but like how they could play football, like Dev, for example.
Fucking mudgate.
It wasn't a football pitch, was it? Now they're like fucking.
Yeah.
That was a football pitch.
It was
Now they're
money,
like, but yeah, that's my little connection to West Ham. That's why we're a family thing.
It's a great thing to have, man. Especially, you're sort of connected to Devonshire. One of our heroes of the day, you know. He was always Brooke in Devonshire, Billy Bonds, you know.
Yeah.
Unbelievable for us. I love Devonshire. One of the best players I've ever watched, you know, in a West Ham shirt.
Yeah.
I loved McAvenny's comment when he came to West Ham, right? And that great season, 85-86, where, you know, it ended up in Cotty, McAvenny just banging in goals for fun. But when his first day there, McAvenny said, look, Cotty just said, give me the ball. I'll get it back to you. And he just thought he was an arrogant wanker. But no, he would. He would.
But you miss them Mavericks in football, mate. You miss Dev was bought for a fucking bag of balls, basically, from like Sudbury Town. So you're never going to get them stories again. Like Jamie Vardy's probably the nearest you're going to get to that so far.
Yeah.
But, it's a shame that you don't get Mavericks and players like that anymore. But
no, I think the boys might have touched on it earlier. But geez, this season in the Premier League's been absolute. I was never in the Premier until it's amazing. What?
Oh, sorry, mate. Gone.
Isle of Cane. Oh, fair enough, Gary. Gary and Oz.
Yeah, so Gary,
great profile picture. Great profile picture, Gary.
I probably ask you this all the time, Gary, but are you the guy? I'm sure you're Gary that I met in the Newmarket Hotel after we got drugged by Liverpool, and it was early in the morning, and I'm sure that I had But yeah, no, I mean, look, it's been a long stream. I know that Nick has done fucking really well, and we've still got 86 people watching. So it's one of them things where you look at it and you go, West Ham, we are still a nice family community club. Because
especially being, you know, what was it now? Middle of the night for the boys over there, you know, it really is.
Well, what is it now? What's the time over there? What's the time?
Look, 20 to 5 in the morning, is it?
20 to 5 in the morning. Fair play.
Yeah.
So has anyone in the chat, have they actually done the whole lot? If you've done the whole lot, fair play. But if anyone's got any questions, put them in the chat, because obviously we're just trying to get through these 24 hours and make sure that everyone's happy and keep going, keep the vibes up, as they say. But if anyone's got a question, me and Kieran will answer them until Nick gets back. Other than that, here he is. He's coming back. He's coming back. But Kieran, who's your all-time favourite West Ham player?
Oh, that's hard to fucking judge that one, boy. My heroes were growing up as a young kid. were Billy Bonds and Bobby Moore. And the only two posters I ever had, because as a kid, were them two players, right? But then you develop into the next generation that come along with Devonshire and Brook and Dan were oh my God, how good are these boys, man. Trevor Brook and Alan Devonshire, have them both in the midfield. Devonshire on the left, Brook in the centre midfield. Oh God, delightful. I mean, but then you have all the other little heroes that are not quite, as good as them, but like Jeff Pike. And then you got Alvin Martin as your centre half, a Scouser that became a fucking West Ham fucking boy. He was a Scouser that was just so good with us, so committed, and became a West Ham fan.
Sounds like Creswell, doesn't it?
What's up, pardon, mate?
Sounds like Creswell, doesn't it?
Yeah, like Creswell. It's like Creswell. Ray Stewart, we brought in from Scotland, and I think Dundee. I think he might have come from. Fucking hell, he fit him straight away. They bought into the West Ham philosophy and the West Ham way of football at the time. I just love that. I love Clive Best, big black fucking West Indian boy up front, man. Gave his all. He's fantastic, and that's why when I sort of tongue-in-cheekly knock Nick about slagging Southcheck, these guys gave their all, even though they weren't the best players in the planet. But you loved them for it, guys. Simple as that.
Of course you did. I'm not. I'm 35. I'm 35, so I'm not from that ilk. My era is definitely the early 2000s. But obviously, growing up like under the family that I'm from, like we obviously were big history fans of West Ham as well. So I knew the likes of Dev and Billy Bonds and fucking Tony Cotty, McAvenny, all them sort of players. So I always tried to do my history as much as I could. But
it means when you can look back at it. But that season with Cotty, McAvenny, honestly, they were just running riot, geezer. We had a really bad start to that season, all right? And then them two clicked, and then it was all on. And if we hadn't had that bad start that season, I'm telling you now, we would have won the league that year. We were the best team in it, without a doubt. Without a doubt, we were the best team. But we took about 8 games to get going. And I think that was in the days of 2 points for a win. And so I think we would have won the league that year. I think third we finished, can't remember, third or fourth. But we were the best team in it. And then them two, Cotty, McAvenny, were unreal together. Unreal.
You look at the 2015-16 season, like we were 2 wins away from the Champions League. And that's my era. Like that's when I was.
That's yours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was like when I was a lad going to Upton Park, and I could go as an adult, and I fucking enjoyed it. It was one of the best years of football I've ever seen. Like we played attacking, it was exciting. We had Bilic at the forefront. He was the man holding it all together, the glue. And then since then, it's just been fucking. Look,
it's worse. Yeah, I know. Hi, I'll tell you this now. Kingy, all the players I've watched, and I'm talking about Bobby Moore, Peter Surs, and all of them. I don't think, right, and this is, some people will disagree me with this. I've never seen a better player than Pyatt in a West Ham shirt. Ever. I mean, the guy was phenomenal.
He walked on water, didn't he?
I know he hasn't got longevity with West Ham. I know it's just a one season, but that one season was unbelievable. I was getting up in the middle of the night, geezer, like you might have been then, to watch it because I wanted to see what he could do. Yeah, and he was unreal. It was beautiful, beautiful watching it.
I watched the last game at Upton Park. We went to Pig and Whistle in the city, so not the Riverside one, the actual city one. And mate, there was boys. It was 45 minutes delayed kickoff, so there was a lot of boys who were meant to be going to work straight after. I tell you what, no one went to work. We was crying.
I know.
It was the best. I cried as soon as that full-time whistle went. We didn't even win a trophy. We didn't even win a trophy. It was just like we won that last
finish.
And it was
Kingy, do you know what really pissed me off about the last game at the bowling? I was in England. I flew in, right, on the Thursday, right, with my boy, who was about, I don't know, 10 at the time, 11. And guess, I came for my niece's wedding, right, in Bath. She had it in Bath, right? And guess what day she had the fucking wedding on? Was the last game at the bowling. And I was like,
No.
typical fucking woman, right? You do not look at the fucking fixture calendar and booked her wedding for that day. I was in Bath the last day of the bowling.
That was one of the most magical fucking days. That was.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just saying though, Nick, right? We was in a little pub in the middle of the city because it was early morning, so we weren't allowed in the main pub that we go to. And there was about 40, 50 West Ham fans, and it was a Wednesday or Thursday morning, so it was your night time. 45-minute delay. Everyone was meant to be going to work after, and then because of the way it played out, everyone just went, "Fuck that! No one's going to work today." And we just
that was fairy tale stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, you couldn't write it.
No,
Hollywood.
No, you couldn't write it. Couldn't write it, man. What a finish to that game.
Yeah.
It was in the stars because we weren't meant to play Man United, were we? Last game of the season.
No.
It was meant to be someone else, and then that got delayed, so we played them. It was perfect. Them coming in on the coach, getting fucking smashed. Perfect.
All the winners getting smashed. Them all laying on the floor, shitting themselves.
Yeah, I remember Lingard on the floor going, "What the fuck's going on here?"
But that wasn't that the season we did do the treble over Liverpool as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was it, Nick. Yeah. Done.
Yeah, I'll still say we haven't played better football than we did that season since we've been in that stadium.
Nor has Reece Oxford.
No.
Yeah, so from Foxy, any plans for any Oz events? Look, Fortune's hiding down under. We did one last year and it went off with a fucking bang. It was wicked. We had a lot of voice notes from Nick and the boys, and we put on like all load of food at the Pig and Whistle in Brisbane. But we had probably about 100 people there. We would need more, and we'd probably get someone in to talk as well. So we'd look at getting someone over. We have spoke about it to get one over to actually like an ex-player. But we'd have to make sure that ticket sales were good. If the ticket sales ain't there, we wouldn't be able to do it. But if people are interested in coming to Brisbane for an event, yes, we would be up for doing it. And maybe it might be Dev as well. I have spoke. So, yeah, it could happen as long as ticket sales are good. So that's that anyway. But,
Yeah, because you don't mind all that, doing the older event organisation, do you? That's sort of your bag. That is that sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I like having the knees up, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. What pub was that at? Was that the Pig and Whistle that you said?
That was the Pig and Whistle. So mate, you'd love it. It's right down on the river. Like it's beautiful fucking scenery, but it's like an old. They've tried to say it's a British pub. It's far from it, but it's all right. It'll do. And they're really.
Yeah, I was there for both for the playoff finals, King. I was at that Pig and Whistle. You know, the Palace one and the Blackpool one.
Was it Blackpool? Yeah.
I was at the Pig and Whistle for them. Yeah.
I was actually at the Blackpool one. I was there before I left.
I was there.
Oh, you went there? You went to that one?
No, I went to the game, So that's when I did all the players' hair. And I sat next to Steve Harper, the Newcastle goalkeeper, because Kevin Nolan got my ticket. And his best mates with Steve Harper. So,
you told me that story, actually.
Yeah.
That was what they wound you up, didn't they, about the ticket?
Well, that's it. Because they said I did all the boys there all week, and they were. So I used to do Vaz Tate. So the Mohawk was mine, Matty Taylor, Martin Noble, and Kevin Nolan. And I said to all of them, like, "Can you get me a ticket?" They knew I was West Ham, massive, and they said, "Oh yeah, we'll get you one, get you one." I went and did Kevin Nolan's hair on the 2 days before in his place in Canary Wharf. That's where they used to put players. And I said, did you get me a ticket? He went, we couldn't get you one, blah, blah, but like, let us know if we can help. And I said, well, there's no fucking help. If you ain't got me one, I'm not happy. Like, I'm well pissed off. And I was cutting his hair. I couldn't give a fuck. I actually wanted to shave it off. And And after I'd finished, he went to his bedroom and he come back with. I didn't charge him anything, but they always gave me something. It's a fair play.
Yeah.
And he had a ticket under a £20 note, and he passed it over, and I fucking felt it, and I realised it was more than just a fucking £20 note. He went, "We've been talking about this all week in fucking changing rooms, and we was going to try and fucking do you over." He went, "There's your ticket." It was in the Wembley Club, so I was well chuffed.
Lovely, mate.
Yeah, so they really looked after me with tickets and stuff. Vazte was a gentleman, one of the best people that I've met actually. But the reason he got sent to me is because I told Noble that I couldn't do afro hair, and he sent Vazte to me because he was a real prima donna and fuck it up. So he came. I ended up doing all right, and ended up being the mohawk. So that was
he was a little bit of a legend. I love Vazte. He was quality. He had a fucking good season there, didn't he?
People say about Pardew being chocolate. He's chocolate.
He loved himself, did he?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Did you see the six pack? I fucking love myself as well.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Who you got on next week?
Me. No, well, I'm waiting for Mickey now. So I've got Mickey until where are we? Until about so I've got 1 more hour. I've got to try and last that 1 more hour, and then Mickey will be on to relieve me of my duties. But yeah, I am starting to fade now.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade now.
You actually look all right, to be fair, mate. I look worse than you, and I managed to smoke up.
Fucking hell.
We both do, Kingy, mate. Look, it's that beard, mate. You get it. He gets it trained very professionally. I will say that.
So what we got tomorrow then? Well, today actually with the fixtures. So we've got
prediction.
Yeah, so you got Everton versus Southampton, so they're going to win that.
Yeah, there you go. You're talking about us penis above them. Everton going to win that.
Yeah, maybe not. Forest, what do you reckon, boys? Tomorrow, West Ham Forest. What are you expecting?
You go first, mate.
I fancy it, guys. I think we're going to beat them. I think I do it. You know, we do a show up. I was sort of predicting the demise of Forest for quite a while, and they just didn't. They kept going, a bit like Leicester. They kept going and going when I thought they might drop down. But in the last sort of 4 weeks, they've dropped down. Woodsy has been. I'm so delighted for a Kiwi boy that used to play here in the A-League. Right, I always thought a bit of a donkey fucking striker, but to hit 20 goals, fantastic effort. Fantastic.
They've played to his strengths, though, haven't they? That's what they've done.
They have completely played to his strengths, Geezer, and he's revelled in it. Do I think he'll do that again next year? No, that's it. That's it for my mate Woodsy. But I think we'll beat them. I think they're on a bit of a slide. I think we'll do them 2-1. I really fancy us beating them. So they're desperate for points, Geezer. They're desperate.
They're falling off a cliff. So they've drawn 2-2 with Leicester, their last game. They drew 1-1 with Palace. They lost 2-0 to Brentford. They lost 2-0 to City. They beat Tottenham, but everyone does that. They lost to Everton. They lost to Villa. So all they've got out of that last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games is 1 win against Spurs.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I think they're there for the taking. But they know that these 3 points for them is the most important 3 points of the season. Whether they can rally, I don't know. But they're a good counter-attacking side. Only the trouble with that is we all sit deep. So good luck with that one.
I feel like they've sort of fucked it now, though, because they are.
I think they have.
I mean, they're going to get conference, but they're 7th. Man City are 3 points above them. Villa are 4. Well, Villa and Chelsea are 4 points above them. So no, City are 3 points above. Villa and Chelsea are 4. I think they're. I think they're fucked it, mate. I think that's. When you consider where they were banging that top for ages, weren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
I just, it's fucking shocking, mate.
I mean, if they don't get Europa League, it'll be a disaster, right? But they were confident.
They can't not. They can't not get Europa League now. They are 7 points above 8th place. So they've got
Conference League or Europa League?
No. Europa League. So they're in the Conference League. They can't drop below that. But what they can do is possibly push for Europa. Having said that, this has only got 7 places. How many European places does it drop down to? Because obviously Palace have
8.
Does it drop down to 8th? Yeah, so they could get Europa.
Yeah, and I think that's what they need to aim for now, is make sure to get Europa, not Conference League. And I think it could be a blessing in disguise for them not being Champions League and being in Europa. I think it might be a good thing. But they won't see that as fans because they've been in the Champions League places for months. And now they're not.
True.
Yeah.
Football fans, fickle.
They are. They certainly are.
Yeah.
But do you know what? I think with Nottingham Forest, I'm just scared of playing them because they're fucking pace. Like they've always got pace up and down the wings, in the middle. The only place they haven't really got pace is up top, which is with Woodsy. So
how do you play against them if you're Potter? Because obviously, look, we're the home team.
We're going to sit back.
Do you think is that how you would play Forest?
I think that's what they're gonna do, mate. No, I wouldn't. But I would change things up. I would put Guilherme in there. I would try and inject some sort of fucking pace because the way I like playing football is very similar to you. I want us to be on the front foot. I don't want to sit back and wait for them to fucking score. But so I would change it. But I don't know. I think Potter's. Yeah.
What do you mean, Kingy? Look, I have no doubt this will happen, but I could be wrong. I believe Fabianski starts. I think we're going to play 3 at the back. Cresswell then starts. And Soufal will stay on the right, and Wan-Bissaka will be on the left like he did against Man United. So you can get all them 3. I don't give a fuck about Ings, but all them 3 players that deserve a send-off, I think we're going to get it. Yeah,
but you could. Would you? Oh, that's a difficult one, isn't it? I know what you mean.
It is a difficult one.
I'd play Cresswell and Soufal.
Is Souček playing as well?
Yeah, give him.
Of course he is. He's the best player on the fucking park, man.
We should definitely give him a decent send off. Souček. He needs a good send off.
Yeah. I just thought
So would you be quite upset, Kieran, if we sold off Souček?
No, I wouldn't. No, I'm practical at the same time as being a lover of him and his effort for West Ham. But I would be upset if we sold him to Everton or Leeds, a competitor of ours next season. I can't have that because it's going to come and bite us in the arse. You know it will.
Yeah.
So don't do that. That would be stupid. Really stupid. If he was going abroad somewhere, fine. But no. Do not send him to a club that we're going to be competing with next season. It's crazy.
No, absolutely not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Right, 1 minute. I'll see if I can find this. 1 second. And who else we got tomorrow? So we've got...
We've got over 100 watches at the moment there, Kieran. Like everyone was at about 400 earlier. It dropped down when we came on, but
that's the time slot. It's fucking.
I'm joking.
My God.
Yeah, we've got the fucking midnight shift.
So we've got,
hello, welcome.
I'll say you got Brentford versus Fulham. So imagine this is an accumulator, boys. I'll just rattle them off. Win, lose, or draw. So we'll start at the top. Everton versus Southampton.
Yeah,
win.
Everton. That's a win for Everton. West Ham, you're going for a win, ain't you, Kieran?
Yep.
Right, Kingy. Brentford versus Fulham.
Brentford.
Leicester versus Ipswich.
Draw.
And the final one for today is Arsenal at home to Newcastle.
Newcastle.
Oh. I hope Newcastle.
I mean, they could that could be fucking funny because if you look at Arsenal, Arsenal was second on 68 points. Yeah, if Newcastle win, they go above them. They drop down.
Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? That'd be fantastic.
Chelsea have already played.
I'd love it. I'd love it if we beat them,
mate. Honestly, they could drop down to 5th. Villa, Chelsea and Newcastle are 2 points behind Arsenal. That's fucking mad.
2 horse race and finish fucking 4th or 5th. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it would be, mate.
I liked how Nketiah, he's gone to Palace, and there's obviously a downgrade.
And he's got an FA Cup medal, yeah. How good's
What's
that?
Oh, and Nketiah with his medal, mate. That is so funny. I saw him. Yeah. They're becoming like a bit of a banter club. Like, well, I haven't said that. I don't want to say that about Spurs because they've just fucking won, haven't they? They've won that. Yeah. What do you reckon? Spurs or Man U for the FA Cup?
Hang on, say that again.
Spurs or Man U for not the FA Cup. The
Europa.
Fucking hell.
Man United, please. I can't deal with it, mate. I hate
It'd be
Tottenham.
unbearable.
No, I think Man United win, but I'm going for Big Ange. Big Ange, fuck it. I'll tell you why I want Big Ange to win this, right? And this isn't Tottenham, it's Big Ange. Them TalkSport fuckers, right, have been slagging him off ever since he said, I always win a trophy in my second season. And I've been beating him with that stick all year. All year. Every time he got knocked out of the League Cup, they slagged him off. He got knocked out of the FA Cup, they slagged him off. The shit in the league, they slagged him off. I just want him to stick it up them pundits. That's it.
You're very protective over Ange, aren't you?
Because
I am. I'm a big fan.
He's a club team over here. That's why.
I just like it.
Did he literally win everything over there?
Ain't hard.
No, but every club he ever managed, Geezer, he won trophy. Before the A-League started, it was a national league here, right? A lot of my mates used to play in the national league. In South Melbourne, I think on 2 different clubs in Melbourne, he won the league. He came to Brisbane. Now, when Brisbane won the A-League here, it was like Leicester winning it in the Premier League. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He done that. He went to Yokohama. He won there. He won with Australia, won the Australian Euros, and then goes to Celtic. But what you would love, Nick, if you ever watch him from them days to Celtic, his attacking style was so good. It's right up my street. I love it. I love watching his style of football. It hasn't worked with Tottenham this year. Without that, it hasn't worked. But mitigating circumstances, Jesus Christ, he's had the biggest injury list in the world.
Oh no!
But
look,
you're not allowed to make excuses for that. I know you're not allowed to make excuses.
He's definitely had injuries, but it's been a bad season, mate. But
really it's exciting football that he plays, Nick, and that's what I like. And I like more entertainment than I do all about results. It's not for me. He's entertaining to watch, and that's why I'm a big fan of him.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
You're not a big fan, are you, Ryan? Of Andy? Is it because he's gone to Tottenham?
Tottenham. I can't do Tottenham. I've got a player in my team who's a Tottenham fan. He's English as well. Me and him come to blows about everything to do with football because I wanted to kill him last week after the game because he said something like, if it's anything related to Tottenham or Spurs, I fucking despise it. I hate the people.
Yeah, I do.
Club. I hate the manager. I hate everything to do with it. I don't like them. Not for me. Fuck them.
I'll tell you what, Kingy. I'll give you a conspiracy theory, right? Now, you got to remember, Big Ange Postecoglou was born in fucking Athens, right? He's Greek.
Yeah.
Moved over to Australia when he was, I think, 3 years of age, right? And then began his thing here in Australia. And now, see that boy that runs Marinakis at Nottingham Forest? He's a Greek shipping magnate.
Yeah.
There's a connection, guys. He's going to be fucking manager of Nottingham Forest next year. Fucking Nuno up.
I might like him again then. I don't think so, though.
See, the thing is with him, I don't think he's never really warmed to the fans. I don't think he really. I mean, I was happy for a short period. For the
first 10 games, they were delighted, top of the league.
They were, but I don't.
And then it went to shit.
I don't feel like he's really ever had a connection with them. He don't fucking like them, Kingy. He don't like their fans.
No,
But
You really don't.
you surprised?
But I'll tell you what, Nick. Though,
No.
Nick, when he got Australia qualified for the second World Cup, right?
Yeah.
The board of FA Australia decided to interfere about who he should pick for the squad going to that World Cup finals, right? And he said, I will pick who I fucking want, right? And they went, no, but Harry Kewell, even though he was really old, all the older good Australian players, they wanted them in that squad. And he went, no, I'll pick what I fucking want.
Yeah.
And they were putting him under pressure to pick what they wanted. So he walked away, Gabe. He went, stick it up your ass. And didn't even go to the World Cup finals. Let someone else. So he's a man of principle as well. And I can see him, if he wins that Europa League, I can see him walking.
Yeah.
So shove it up your ass. The fans have not taken to him, Gazy. You're right there. Have not taken to him at all.
This is where my mates really don't know me, right? Have a read of that, right? So,
hey mate, hope you're well. I'm going to watch the Europa final next Thursday. I'm with Grant Murad and Andy in the city somewhere. Casino, if you're interested in... Oh, mate. No way.
That was Thursday. I haven't replied at all.
Fucking hell. No
What?
way. I couldn't think of anything worse.
I think I'm going to do. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I hate Tottenham with a passion. Anything to do with them, I've not even spoke to my mate since he asked me that question. It just doesn't.
You're disgusted, aren't you?
Disgusted with Kieran as well. Like, I'm disgusted with everything.
But, Gazer, I'm telling you now, I hated Tottenham more of passion than anyone, right? In my younger days, going to Tottenham away, they're the most horrible, fucked up club supporters, snipers, Gazer. We used to walking down that Sevens Sisters Road trying to get to the ground, and them little fuckers coming out the side streets trying to attack you. I hated them more than any club in the world. Then my second club to hate more was Man United. There you go. I hope they never win anything ever. Either team, but both teams are in this fucking final.
It's what they do, though, mate. It's what they do.
It's what they do, mate.
It's what they're about. It's what we do. All that navel gazing. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, gentlemen.
I've got to shoot.
So I'm going to put, because I'm literally starting to struggle. So Mickey will be back on at 6. I'm going to play the Hammers History Tour with Nigel Khan. That was with me, my brother, John, and Nigel. Really, really good show. So I'm going to play that because I think it's apt. It's apt. It's worthwhile at the moment. So I'm going to give that a go now. Thank you. Go on, mate.
Thank you, mate. You have done a massive job, mate. And this is what, 13, 14 hours straight now? Fair play to you. You don't have to do it. You didn't have to do it, but you are doing it, and you're doing it all for West Ham fans. So make sure you're proud of yourself.
No, I am, mate. I am.
We're pleased to always help from Australia, obviously.
And to everyone that's fucking helped out and jumped on here as well. Do you know what I mean? All the chat, some of the chat have been like Simon Brewer he's been the whole fucking show. He's been, you know, some of them.
He's a bat, guys. He's a bat, mate.
The whole show. So, but I must admit, I am getting to the stage now where I'm thinking, I don't know what else to talk about for a minute. I think I need to reset. I need to reset my brain.
We've done 2 hours. I don't know how you've done what you've done, mate.
Oh, mate, I've exhausted everything. But no, so I'm going to play this now. I'll be fine tomorrow when I'm back on because I'll have I will have cleared me head, had some fresh air. Hopefully, watch me son win a game of football, and I'll be back talking to Stell's going to be on from 9. So Stell's going to take control of the show from 9 a.m. Mickey's going to be on between 6 and 9 or 7 and 9, depending on how long this video is. And yeah. So, and then after that, Paul Coburn, he's on with me from 12. So Bubbles, so he's on from 12. So we'll have a good chat, and then after that, it's just going to be the rundown. Then it's the last 3 hours, and we'll probably make it run till 4 because we'll just do the West Ham watch along. We'll watch the game together.
Sounds good, mate. Well,
sweet. Good effort.
We'll be asleep like that because we got better things to do, but that's all right.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much for helping.
Cheers,
and yeah, Leslie's 13 hours in.
and still
My
buzzing.
goodness.
Fuck me.
Jesus. Well, look, I'll tell you what.
Mate,
If
The
you, haven't
skills.
seen, if you haven't seen the Hammers History Show and you've enjoyed this so far and you enjoyed what Nigel had to say, you're going to fucking love this. So it's a bit of a treat, honestly. Right, so I'm going to play that for you now. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Cheers, Aussie Yammers.
Kingy, don't click end stream, whatever you do.
I'm not doing nothing.
Because I did
Kingy,
that.
we'll
do
talk to you soon.
No, do you know I did that? I did I jumped on a 24-hour show that Russ Budden was doing on the West Ham network. I was on hour 9. I left. I clicked end stream. I ended it. Killed the stream.
So what do I do now? So I don't want to do that.
Just close the browser. Just close the browser. Just come out of it.
All right. See you later, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Well, I'm not pressing nothing, Nicky boy. Fuck off.
No, lovely stuff, gentlemen.
Cheers, Les.
Yeah, no, the best, Nick. Kingy, we'll have you on. We'll give you a ring.
See you later.
Yeah.
Sergeants.
Right, chaps. Bye-bye.
There we go. Right, and then there was me. Right, so hang on 1 second. Yeah, I am sorry. Look, do you know what? I feel bad because I'm literally I'm 50 minutes away from finishing till 6 o'clock. But I'm gonna go and try and get my eyes closed before I have to go and do that drive. So I will see you again in about 6 hours. So that's when I'll be back. I'll be back in about 6 hours' time. So I'm gonna see if I can get this video playing for you. Take my word for it. This is a brilliant video. Let's get that on screen. There we go. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'll see you in a few hours. Come on, you irons. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Claret and Booze. I'm a hungover Nick, and I'm joined by. You should be hungover as well, John, as we was out yesterday together. But
yeah, I'm a man. I'm a man of steel, isn't I? I'm a real man.
You just left 4 hours before me.
Well, I know my limits.
Joined by Gary and, of course, Mr. Nigel Khan. Nigel, how are you?
Nigel? Very well, thank you.
You're very well.
Sorry.
Good.
Well, thank you.
Very well, thank you. Very well, thank you.
Yeah.
Just to correct Nigel's, he's here for the Q&A for the chaps, and he's also here for the ladies as well. I just thought I'd like to. We're a very inclusive, inclusive channel. Show. We are.
Well, I'm here for the ladies, you know. I thought I was here for the ladies.
That's why you're here, John.
That's why you're here.
You're the eye candy, John.
Yeah.
Look, what we're going to do today, I know that people probably still do want to know.
Your sugar on full fattening, though, people. So
what we're going to do on this show, we're not going to talk about anything current. We're not. We've done it all to death. Nothing more has happened. There's more rumours, but we're not going to get into it because nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. This is a break from reality. We're going to talk about the. We're going to talk about the old West Ham. Going back to our roots, we did a tour. How long ago was it now, Nigel, that we recorded this? Was it about a year? It was about a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
At least. And can you not hear us? Nigel?
Nigel?
Doing? Nigel!
Internet trouble.
Internet problem. He's got internet problem.
Oh,
right. Back now?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, mate. Nigel, when did we record this tour roughly? Was it about a year ago?
13 months ago. Yeah,
13 months ago.
July the 2nd, I believe.
Yeah, so it's been in post edit for 13 months.
Yeah,
with you before we got the files to Nigel, and he
knocked
knocked
them out in a week. Lost tapes.
Yeah.
They were lost for 12 months until they were discovered.
Hiding on my Google Drive.
Yeah.
Yes. So what we're going to do, we've broken it down into bite-sized chunks. This isn't the full tour because there's too much footage. So The final tour will be when we land at the bowling, and that's quite big. We'll do that as a separate show in itself. But like I say, we've broken it down into a few sections, and we're gonna talk to you in the chat throughout. Nigel can answer questions throughout, but then what we'll do after each section, we'll go into the chat and we'll have a little chinwag between us about different aspects. But Nigel, do you just want to give us an outline of the tour before we start the video?
No,
you don't want to. You don't want
to. This was the 6th time I've taken a group of people on a tour. The first time actually that everybody was from East London, though. So normally I've done it for the foreigners and general other people, I should add.
Yes.
But the foreigners,
the foreigners, yeah. So it starts.
Anyone that's not from Canning Town, by the way.
That is true.
They're
well, that's you lot, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or South Hockenden.
You boys are border country, I should say. So basically, it starts at the sites of. I highlight the sites of the Thames Ironworks. I've done it in a few different ways. The one I took you on was the first time actually that we'd started where we started. I used to start at North Greenwich and get the gondola across so we could see it high up the site of the Thames Ironworks. But actually, I think it worked better in the where I took you. I think that's a better place to start actually, because we get it at eye level. We get to see everything. And then we walk round through Canning Town, up the Barking Road, and then round to where the football, where West Ham and the Thames Ironworks first played football. And obviously it finishes in part 2, which will finish at where Upton Park was, should we say.
Yeah,
it was something that it started off as a laugh, to be honest. It was a German fan who was coming over to watch a game. And he was going to stay in a doss house in Forest Gate, which I thought was very funny. But then I said to him, look, don't stay there. You're better off staying in Canning Town. If you stay in Canning Town, I'll give you a tour of the area. And then I was going to take him out and show him where the Thames Ironworks and that. And then he told a few of his mates from West Ham Till I Die website. And they contacted me and said, when you take Erman the German out, can you take us as well?
Erman the German.
So it turned out that I took about 7 people out on that first one, and they loved it. And then I've done it, as I say, a lot. And this was the 6th running. So hopefully
when was that? When was your first tour?
The first tour was 2017.
Oh, okay.
So.
Not bad. So you're averaging sort of 1 a year then?
Well, because of COVID. So I was doing 2 a year. So but COVID, I lost 2 years. So
okay, right. Well, look, should we get into the first section?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Enjoy,
people, and we will talk to you in the chat.
Yeah, I've just got to figure out how to fucking do it again. 1 minute. That's the one.
Hangover.
Glad you added the music, Nick.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Is there no?
This went to the start of the Hammers History Tour. We'll take you back to the start of West Ham United and the origins. Now we're standing on what we would call the Middlesex side of the River Lee in Trinity Wharf. And the reason why we're standing here is because actually it was this land here where the first shipbuilding started. So before Thames Ironworks, in 1835, there was a company called Ditchburn and Mayer. We see the sign printed. They were the first people to start the works here, building ships along this part of the river. Over time, I think Ditchburn left the company, became C.J. Mayer. They went into money trouble. And then Arnold Hill's dad, Frank Hills, bought into the company around the 1850s and then opens up the Thames Ironworks, where shipbuilding really starts. And it was in this area here that was the birthplace of the Thames Ironworks. Over time, as the order books filled up with ships, they then moved over onto what would have been the Essex side.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because this side was Middlesex, this was London. So there was restrictions on the type of works that you could carry out inside the borders of London.
Yeah.
In Essex, there were no such restrictions.
Do what you like.
And hence, that's why all the way along here, you had the chemical works, you had munitions factories, you had the glue factory where they put the horses and everything else. But this land here, all the way up there, this was Thames Ironworks land. Now, while we're standing here, if you look there at the brick wall, this would have been one of the slipways where they built the big ships. So when they want to float the ship, at high tide, they would push it into the river and it would shoot out into the Thames. And this is basically the birthplace of the Thames Ironworks.
That's amazing. So that's literally all that's left of Thames Ironworks today.
So, yes, basically, you can see where the brick wall is.
Yeah.
If we look at some of the pictures that we'll get, there was the big ships would be built there. They had dry docks all the way along. So when you look at the pictures, the images that we'll see, you'll see how they lined up. But this was where the big ships were built. There was a ship built that became a disaster in the early 1900s. I think it was called the Albion.
I remember this.
And basically, they launched the ship into the river, and it caused a bow wave. There was people lined up on temporary pontoons that all got washed into the river. The King and Queen, I think it was the Queen that launched the boat. I think it was Queen Mary launched the boat, and they were here, didn't know. And apparently, I think it was about 35, 40 people killed, kids and families. And they're all buried in West Wam Cemetery in a grave together, the ones that they found out. But the ships built all around the world were built here. Japanese Navy, a lot of their warships in the early 1900s were built here. Bear in mind the First World War ships. So if you think of the ironworks, they used to make not just ships here. If you look at the steel providing on Westminster Bridge, that was built by the Thames Ironworks. That was iron supplied by the Thames Ironworks that built.
So not only did West Ham win the World Cup, we pretty much built most of London.
Well, I mean, if you look at some of the steel structure for the Blackwall Tunnel, that was supplied by the Thames Ironworks.
Yeah. Wow.
So, obviously, the works finally, I think they built their last ship in 1911. They struggled to get orders. Arnold Hills campaigned, went to see the Admiralty, but the big docks and shipbuilding up on the Tyne Weir and up in Glasgow had bigger area. Orders weren't forthcoming. 1912, they shut the doors to the Thames Ironworks. Now, what you've got to remember is the First World War then happened in 1914. They built the first ironclad warship here, which is the Warrior, which you can see in Portsmouth Harbour. So if you're ever in Portsmouth, that was built here. That was built here, the first ironclad battleship for the British Navy. So that was done here. Now, if you imagine that if the First World War had been a couple of years earlier, or if Thames Ironworks had had just a couple of more boats, they probably still would have been going come the First World War when they had to step up. But by then it was too late. Basically, the North East London Railway Department took over the building. If you look at, do you remember the building you see of the Thames Ironworks?
Yeah.
That would be just in front of those blocks of flats there, where the trees are. That would have been situated there, looking this way.
Wow.
I don't think much of your parking, mate. Just over there, look.
So, but yeah.
That's Nick. If you didn't hear him, he said, "Look where John's parked. It's parked on the roof of the cafe."
He's got a tree going for it.
Yeah. Nothing. No job too big. No job too small.
I believe this was a ship as well built at the Thames Ironworks.
Really?
One of the lighthouse boats. Yeah. Anything else you want to know?
You got any more? You got any questions?
I haven't got any questions about this part. No, I'm really interested to see the site because I've never seen it before. I've never been here before.
When I'm up on the flyover, there's the back of one of the warehouses. It says Thames Ironworks.
Yeah, we drove that. So
Yeah.
you'll see a building that's got Thames Ironworks. It's a warehouse. And basically people will go past and go, I've been to where's Thames Ironworks. Frankly, that is not part of Thames Ironworks, and the building, Thames Ironworks never went that far down either.
It's just a historic thing they've done it for.
That was done for a TV company, I believe, called Ripper Street. Right. And they've painted some of, so if you look at, they've got CJ Mayer, Ditchburn and Mayer, they were all painted to be atmospheric enhancements of what was going on for when
so this is why you need the Nigel Cantor. Otherwise you're gonna end up finding yourself in the wrong place.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but it's great photograph opportunity. It's a nice photo you see at Thames Ironworks.
Definitely.
You know, it's a stone's throw away from here. It literally is, but it's not part of the site of what was Thames Ironworks.
Right, lovely.
All right, we'll move on then.
On to the next stop.
On to the next stop. All right, here we are in Canning Town Station. So what we're here to see is a commemorative to the Thames Ironworks. Now basically this was part of the Thames Ironworks land, the northern extreme of the Thames Ironworks buildings. Further south from here was where they built the ships, but obviously it came all the way up, virtually up to here. You've got the railway that's still situated here behind us, which is Docklands Railway. Obviously that would bring materials down as well to enable the shipbuilding. If we look here, we've got, when they built the station, I think about 20 years ago with the Jubilee extension line, they then engraved into this wall commemorative about the Thames Ironworks and the formation of West Ham United. Yeah. And what we've got here is a piece of steel from the original Warrior that was built.
Right.
That's been donated.
So that DLR railway then, that was a section of it was used for the original to transport.
Yeah, so basically part of it, not so much the DLR, but there was a railway line that went from Stratford to North Woolwich.
Oh, right.
And that brought goods for the docks. You think we're a stone's throw away from the Royal Victoria and Albert docks.
Yeah.
So it would bring the goods down. You had all the marshalling yards at Stratford that would bring everything down, shunt it down to here.
It sort of hits home the size of the operation, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Away from where
it was a big.
You take it for granted.
At the beginning, I think up to 6,000 people worked here. So virtually all this area, the people either worked in the docks or the ironworks.
No, it's huge.
Unlike my family, who were market traders.
And what about that little area we just passed? Nicely, Den of Iniquity, that you called it. What was?
Yeah, I've forgotten the name of it now, but obviously Orchard Place.
Yeah.
That was a sort of community that kept itself to itself. I think up until the 1940s, they were cleared out.
Yeah.
But we go round and follow the wall round. You get the inscriptions.
What made them, the thing is with this is, what made them decide to commemorate this? I know it was an important part of history in the area, and was that purely it?
Yeah, it's to commemorate. You could say without the Thames Ironworks, there may not have been a West Ham United football club. So if you look at it, so the West Ham celebrated apparently this 127th birthday.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I saw you called them up on that.
Well, I will go further as we go on. I will then try and say why I believe in 1900.
Yeah.
But as we've got here, you can see the Warrior was the world's first ironclad armour-plated ship. And then we've got obviously the West Ham Cross. If you look at the West Ham hammers, they face a certain way. Yeah. Originally, they face the other way. But they are to symbolise the riveting hammers. So obviously, basically, when you built an iron ship, it was all done with steel and rivets.
Yeah.
So someone would hold the rivet with calipers, someone would hit it, the clunk, clunk, clunk.
That's amazing. That's a lot of ships, isn't it?
It tells you Westminster and Hammersmith bridges.
Yeah, so here we go.
The railway bridge.
Yeah, so
that's a big part of London.
Years later, they bought other companies, so they bought a company in Greenwich that made cars. So the Thames Ironworks went into the car making business in the early 1900s. Yeah. It obviously didn't work or take off.
But that could have been a hindrance on them dissolving, and that they take on too much.
Well, the story is with the Thames Ironworks is what happened is that the reason why they shut the football club down was financially he couldn't carry it anymore. It was a drain on his finances. They'd bought another company and they were expanding the business and he needed the finance. And that's why in the end it was and the Thames Ironworks Football Club was built was done for Thames Ironworks workers. Arnold Hills was I think he was an England international footballer himself and an Oxford player, and he believed in amateurism, and he wasn't keen on, as the Ironwork Club grew between 1895 and 1898, as it grew and got better, we were bringing in better players. But these were players that didn't come from the yard, and he sort of objected. They were like professionals, and he objected to them in a way coming. And this is part of the reason as well why he wanted to finish with the club, because he believed he was teetotal, and he was also head of the British Vegan or Vegetarian Society based in London, and he believed in temperance. And players were supposed to sign a contract to say they wouldn't drink alcohol while they were players, and he felt he'd lost grip of it. And basically, he didn't turn his back on it, as we'll find out later, but he decided, no, we need to cut this, stop this being Thames Ironworks, and separate. So we'll finish it. If we walk down, obviously it says we've got the crossdammers. The yard went into receivership in 1912.
It's amazing that a company so seemingly successful had so many strings to their bow.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. That could have been a hindrance in a way financially.
Yeah, it could have been. They stretched themselves. They stretched themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then alongside the football club as well.
Yeah, but I never knew about the bridges.
We're standing here in Hermit Road Park, and the reason why this is famous is because this was the first pitch or area of ground where the Thames Ironworks played their football game.
Oh, wow.
What's happened, Nick? Oh no. Oh no.
One. Ah, that's it. Unmute me. That's the end of part one.
That's the end of part one. Is that the end of part one?
That was the end of part one.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So we continue on with that one in the next video. Oh, thanks for that.
Yeah.
I thought I'd only downloaded half the video.
No.
All right, good stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So that was really interesting, though, wasn't it? I mean, going back to that site, and well, it's not really hard to picture it when you're there. It's not when you paint the picture that you do. You kind of I know there's been a lot of development around that area now, but like you say, they've done an awful lot around there to commemorate the history, haven't they? They have done. You know, as it's been built up, like you said. Then
I think that was brilliant. What they did in the station when they built it. I mean, you know, it's really extensive memorial, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's been there since the station. The Canning Town station was originally further up the road, so that obviously that station was built for the Jubilee line extension, because obviously that was the first time we had a tube station at Canning Town. It was just overground before then. So that I think that was 1997, was it? Jubilee line, something
Sounds
like
about
that.
right, yeah.
98,
Yeah.
I think.
It was around about them.
Yeah, the Jubilee line extension, and so that's when they put that memorial on the staircase, and it is quite strange, because most people, you're walking through the doors and you go down the escalators and you don't bother to go and check out the staircase at the end.
No.
So where it is, but that's, you know, anybody can go in and have a look at it.
Question there, Nigel, Mr. Mace. So did we ever play at Hermit Road as West Ham United, or was it only ever as Thames Ironworks?
Well, that's in part. That's in the next
part two.
video.
So
we do
We'll answer it. It was. We never played at Hermit Road as West Ham.
No.
We're doing part 2 video tonight as well, yeah?
Yeah.
We're doing the second video.
Just so people know. Just so people know. Sorry.
Yeah.
So the next video, I think, should start on the Barking Road.
All right. Let's do that.
I think the thing, just quickly, the thing that surprised me about that is that obviously that area where we was doing that video in was Trinity Boy Wharf, and there's a lot of new development there, like Nick said, like Container City, Trinity Boys Wharf, Fat Boys Diner, there's Prince Charles Art School there and all that. And I've been over there so many times as a cabbie and that, and I never knew till I did that tour with Nigel. I never knew that so many times I'd literally been to where West Ham started. It's mad.
I didn't know it was there either. I had no clue. I thought it was where the fake sheds are. You know, where it says Thames Ironworks.
Yeah, no, a lot of people. Don't lie though, John. You normally go there for the diner, don't you?
Well, they sell lovely peanuts.
There's a question from Chris Simpson. Is there enough space at Hermit Road to build a new proper football stadium?
Ooh.
Not Hermit Road, no.
Maybe the other gaff though. Maybe the other gaff.
At the memorials, there's definitely enough land at the memorials. You know, we'll cover the memorials. You'll see how much land is there.
Good stuff. You're getting a lot of appreciation here, Nigel.
Yeah, Balls Deep. Balls Deep says.
Balls Deep. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, Balls Deep.
Deep's made a nice contribution to us, but he's also said, "I'd pay to go on a tour with Nigel, taking groups around. There's no official tour, so it might be a nice little earner." A lot of people have asked in the chat, Nigel, do you still do the tours? So
I will be doing the tours. I'll try and fit them in. Probably October, November time. I'll do. I'll shout out and take a group round. I mean, I get loads of people asking, and you know, I suppose I could do more. It's hard with my work to fit it in and to get it and to do it before a game. You know, when the game's on a Saturday, actually, that's what I used to do. So we'd start at 9 o'clock, and then we'd finish, have a quick drink in the Boleyn pub where the tour finishes, and then we'd crack on. As we did, we finished. In the Boleyn.
We finished in the Boleyn. Good drinking there, wasn't it? Nice drinking.
Yeah. Is it Babble Man 1? He was told as a kid in the 70s there was a big strike, and the Millwall lot broke the strike, and that was the start of the rivalry. Is that right?
I'm not sure that's the start of the rivalry. I think if you go back before, I think this is the general strike. I think that's around 1926, 27 era. There was a general strike. The Millwall docks went out. The West Ham docks went out.
Yeah.
And the story is there's people say the Millwall docks went back. I'm not sure about whether that's true or not. And I'm pretty sure that there was stories of fighting long before the 1920s between West Ham and Millwall. What you got to remember is Millwall's an older football club than West Ham. So Millwall was already formed when the Thames Ironworks was formed. We played in the same league, and that was when I don't think Millwall left the Isle of Dogs till around 1910. So
really?
So they were an East End club, Millwall.
Oh, I didn't realise they were on the Isle of Dogs. I didn't know that.
Oh no, they were formed. There's a story that that some people dispute it. There was definitely. We call it a jam jar factory in a way, but they were. It was called Maltons, and it was more of a canning. They made jars, and they came down from Scotland, Maltons, and set up a factory on West Ferry Road. And it was the workers from there that first formed Millwall. I think it was Millwall Albion that was the first name.
Yeah.
And they played in about 3 or 4 sites on the island, including the Mud Shoot. And actually there's pictures. So if you go to Mud Shoot Park, you can see the railway viaduct. Well, you can see photographs of Millwall playing in the early 1900s and the viaducts in the background.
Oh, wow.
If you just quickly, Gal, sorry, mate. If you think back, Nick, when we was growing up in Mile End, we knew a lot of Millwall fans from East London, didn't we?
We did. Yeah.
We knew a lot of East Londoners who were Millwall because they was on the cusp of the Isle of Dogs, and that's where they formed.
I would say it was pretty much an even split.
Grandfathers, and all that.
It was pretty much an even split, wasn't it? Don't you think? With West Ham and Millwall.
Yeah, you're right.
I lived on the island for 18 months.
Yeah.
And when I was 19, I moved out of home, moved onto the island, and I think 3/4 of it was Millwall.
Yeah, it's a lot of Millwall.
There was a geezer actually in the pub. Actually, he was the first bloke who said he didn't like. He took a dislike to me because I worked in the area. And I went, I come from Canning Town, mate. This is a mile up the road. He went, yeah, you're not from the island, though, are you?
So tribal, wasn't it? So tribal.
Oh, mate, It was when when you dig down in it, it was quite fun. It was quite funny. It's a fantastic history, but the rivalry between the two was always there. And of course, obviously, once West Ham was formed, we had to be superior, and they left the East End for the South.
Yeah. Shame.
Yeah.
It explains the name though, because Millwall is the island, isn't it?
Well, there were two walls. Apparently, originally, the Isle of Dogs gets its name quickly because I think Henry VIII used to keep his dogs there. Hunting dogs. And then as it built up, there was 7 mills on the west side, and there was a black wall on the east side.
Yeah.
No, that's why you got the black wall area and why there. But apparently the reason why Millwall play in blue and white is because obviously the people came down from Scotland, and so they took the colours from the Scottish flag.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
One of them, whether it's true, it's like the old story about us nicking our kit from Aston Villa, from a road race. I mean, I've researched that, never found it in a million years, and the fact that the race that we won it happened, and then we didn't wear Claret and Booze for another 4 years. So what we did with that kit when we won it, we probably gave it to Nick to look after.
I wonder if as your knowledge stretches to Millwall as well. You ever thought of doing Millwall tours?
Well, to be fair, I've actually thought about doing a London football tour because if you nip across the river to Cholton, you've still got the Ordnance and you got the Dial Square in the Ordnance just along from Woolwich is where Arsenal was formed. So
that's right. They were not a North London club, were they?
No, they're not till 1913 did they go to North London. But as Arsenal will tell you, well, Tottenham weren't a North London club either because they were in Middlesex. So it all gets a bit tetchy in that part of London.
It does. It does.
Muppets.
Very sensitive, aren't they? Very sensitive.
Right, so what's video 2? What's video 2 comprising of quickly?
So video 2, I think it should, if we've done it right, should start on the Barking Road, and then we should go to the memorials and Hermit Road, and then the memorials.
Right. Okay.
Lovely.
Good stuff.
Thames Ironworks had a sports and social offices, and that was situated here at 55 Barking Road. Yeah. So we've got an image here that we'll show in the film. And that is that building. If you look at the windows, and there, so this is the Thames Ironworks sports and social club.
Even the trellis of the dental house next door, look, same.
So everything is the same.
See if you can get this in the foreground.
I'll send you a better picture. So basically, the reason why it's synonymous that the Thames Ironworks Football Club was shut down in June 1900, but it was done. It had all been arranged for a new club to be formed.
Yeah.
So basically, on the 4th of July, 1900, in 2 days' time, this is the 2nd of July.
The birthday.
7 men walked into that building and signed a document, and this is the front cover of it. It was stamped the next day on the 5th of July, and that incorporated West Ham United Football Club into a living, breathing being. And that's why I always say West Ham was formed in 1900.
So Tuesday was their birthday.
And that was in number 55. There.
Which is now Oliver's Garden. Oh, wow.
So
all those people who moan and bitch on Twitter about West Ham, they wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for that little meeting.
I mean, frankly, there was 10 men that came together to form a new committee. 7 signed the document there. One of them was Kearns, who family basically ended up running West Ham until 2006. Or were shareholders up until 2006. Arnold Hills, though, when West Ham United was formed, it didn't stop being a benefactor. So because he wanted the club to be a club for the area, he decided that he said that for every 1 share bought by the public, he would buy a share. Right. So therefore he ended up, it didn't go too well, and I think he ended up with over 50% of the shares. But he was true to his word, and without Arnold Hills, West Ham United wouldn't have been formed. But without the other 10 men as well, some were people that were from the ironworks, some were businessmen, entrepreneurs that used to deal with the ironworks as well, and some were just general people. One of them, believe it or not, was a cattle farmer. There used to be a farm, this was all farmland behind, and he had a cattle farm just up the A13 opposite
So as much
Beckton Park.
as much as that area we were, Thames Ironworks, started the football club Thames Ironworks,
Yeah.
that's where West Ham United officially.
Yeah, so the 4th of July, the document was signed. That's
in
the
that
front
building
cover of the
there.
document.
Wow, okay.
The Articles of Association.
And was the name given there and then of the
Yeah,
club?
so it says here, West Ham United Football Club Company Limited is they incorporated the Company Act 1882, 19, and you can see it was dated the 4th of July 1900, signed by, I believe, solicitors from Stratford.
And is that would they then be? Were they professional as of that moment, or still amateur?
Yes, no, they were a football club.
So at that moment,
it was a limited company.
professional. West Ham United.
Yes, this is the birth here of actual West Ham
I've
United.
driven past that so many times. I've never
So
known that.
the story is that it was as early as March. Hills let it be known he wanted to shut the football club down. People came together. There's the Canning Town Town Hall, basically on the left there, Memorial Hall. They had a meeting there, I believe, in the April, and it was decided they were going to set up. The mayor of West Ham spoke, set up a new football club. What do we call it? There was 2 names put forward. One was Canning Town Football Club. The other was West Ham. Naturally, they chose West Ham because basically what it symbolised was, it symbolised the wider area. West Ham as a borough went from the river here and the Royal Docks up as far as Stratford and Forest Gate, and then that was West Ham. West Ham Borough actually stopped at Green Street and opposite, and then that became East Ham Borough. 2 separate boroughs then before they formed in 1965 to be Newham. So, but they chose West Ham because they wanted to basically broaden the name. Imagine it being constricted if it was just called Canning Town Football Club.
But even at that early stage,
West Ham London now, isn't it?
Well, that's not the first time that's been said to me.
but you know what? But the thing is with that is that's already smart business sense, because that is you're widening your target audience. So you're bringing in more fans in a bigger area.
If you think of West Ham, the town hall for West Ham is Stratford Town Hall. That is West Ham Town Hall. So it sort of takes we were predominantly a Canning Town club and made it a team for the borough.
Wow.
There you go.
Oh, well.
There you go. Yeah.
So that place, I mean, I played here as a kid, used to walk along here, so never knew that.
Where's the Memorial Hall?
Just up on the left-hand side.
On the left, before
the old building.
The brown and cream building.
So
Right. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Nigel, I'm just wondering, did they have good shisha and wine back in the day as well?
No, I don't think so.
No.
They did have a NatWest Bank though.
They did. Oh, right, okay.
So that was NatWest Bank next door.
And it looks like.
If you look here,
well,
it's hard to imagine.
The Doctor's Dental House was in that
If you look at you look at the number 55,
Yeah.
so that's 51 to 53. There's nothing.
So where they get the start from?
Oh well, basically the Barking Road started at the river.
Oh, what you said.
Right.
Yeah, and obviously all that was wiped out when they built the
Well, when
Canning
you was
Town
growing up,
flyover.
that was a bank, yeah? When you was growing up, that was a bank, wasn't it?
No booing.
When you was growing up, that was a bank, wasn't it? Right?
Yeah, it was a bank, NatWest Bank. Yeah,
I remember it being a bank, I'm sure.
yeah
I
up
would have,
until
wouldn't
the early 1990s.
I? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So if we look here quickly, so if we look at the Maidan, so this is not so much West Ham, but this is the Royal Oak pub.
Yeah.
As a kid, Royal Oak pub was of course famous, really put on the world map as a boxing gym.
Frank Bruno.
Oh, right.
And that's where Frank Bruno trained. So you can see Frank was just standing by the doorway, and that's where you could see him come out in his car. I used to go up there as a kid and watch him box Mark Kaler, Jim McDonald, some fantastic boxers of the time, run by Terry Lawless.
Yeah.
So that's part more of Canning Town history than West Ham, but it was a world famous boxing gym.
Yeah. Well, Mark Kaler was a big West Ham supporter as well, wasn't he? So
yeah, lots of West Ham
so it's
boxers
Big Frank
there.
So it's Big Frank.
Super.
All right.
That's good. Right, what's the next stop?
So we're standing here in Hermit Road Park, and the reason why this is famous, is because this was the first pitch or area of ground where the Thames Ironworks played their football game.
Oh, wow.
Now, the original users of the pitch were the Castle Swifts. They were a club that it said that Charlie Painter had played for, grew up here. Their demise, their football club ceased to play around the same time as the Thames Ironworks was set up. So it's possible that some of the players that played for the Castle Swifts were in the Ironworks as well. So it was a natural progression of them to play for the Ironworks team.
Almost like a feeder club.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the demise of Swifts was caused by Thames Ironworks setting up. It's probable that they were shutting down anyway, but it was lucky because it gave them a football pitch to play on. Yeah. So from 1895 to 1897, this is where Thames Ironworks played their football games. This was the area where one of the first floodlight games took place, and what they did was they put pitch poles up, strung light bulbs, honestly, across the pitch, plugged them in, and they used to dip the ball in whitewash while the game was being played.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What, if it was so much effort, why did they choose to play it at night?
Whether it was to do with the game that had to be played during the week, the men were working in the factory, there's the factory workers.
In the winter, sun goes down. Okay,
so the game was played. Now, there's a story that Thames Ironworks had to leave this area due to the fact that they'd fenced it off the pitch and started charging an entrance fee. Now, it said at the time that that was not allowed.
It was an amateur game?
So the owners of the land had decided that they'd gone against their lease and basically evicted the Ironworks from this area and forced them to go and play. They played for a season in Brownhill Road in East Ham. But they needed to get back to the area, and it was, we'll see on the next stop what Arnold Dills did for the football club and for the local area, what he built. But as you can see, this is where the very first Thames Ironwork, and this is the part where Mark Noble apparently used to play football, and where I myself nearly decapitated a woman with my boomerang.
Did you used to play when you was a keeper, Nige? Did you used to play in this goal?
Well,
why you were so good because the goal's so tiny?
Well, I was tiny as well.
Well, yeah, I can imagine that.
I did used to play in this football. Yes, I did.
So is this the same footprint? Obviously, without the fences and stuff like that, it's the same footprint.
So
used to be just a big
it's
field.
difficult because when you look at maps of the area, a lot of these houses weren't built, so the houses would stop here, Bethel Avenue.
Yeah.
And this is just marked as open land. So if you get the 1895 map of the local area, this is just open land. But this is the only place they could have had a football pitch in Hermit Road.
Yeah.
So this is this is it. This is where
what's left at least.
Where the Thames Ironworks first played their football matches.
And you mentioned there used to be a mural, didn't they? A mural.
So there used to be a mural in the corner.
I like murals.
We'll send you some photos of the mural. I've got photos of the mural that used to be there.
As well.
Yeah, I got one of the mural. Yeah, she was on the other side of the wall.
1978 Playboy special.
Yeah. She used to be the mayoress of West Ham, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, another site of interest really for the Ironworks.
Very good. Right.
Okay.
Breaking news.
So what we've got here is we've got the team, the very first team for the Thames Ironworks that was chosen. So it's called the probable team. So we've got John Watson, don't really know a lot about. Henry Toll, he was a Plaistow blacksmith and at the Ironworks. He lived in Roscoe Street. We've got an A. Williams, a John Stewart, a Barnabas French who lived in Canning Town and was a labourer in the Ironworks. Walter Parks, come from the Isle of Dogs, was a clerk at the Ironworks, and not all manual labour. It was a mixture. John Woods was a boiler maker who lived in Plaistow, but obviously was a boiler maker at the Ironworks. George Sage came from Plumstead, but he lived on Hermit Road himself, and he was a labourer. And his son George also worked as an apprentice. And then we've got Jamie Lindsay from Fife in Scotland, as we spoke about.
He was one of the imports.
Yeah, he was a boiler maker living in Kingsland Road, Plaistow, which is just up the road. Thomas Freeman, and lastly, Arthur Darby was a Canning Town boy, but he was living in Poplar with his mum. And Francis Payne was the secretary of the football club. So he ran the Thames Ironworks Football Club. It's a name not really known well. He came from Birmingham, but his address was the Thames Ironworks. He lived in a house. He was like the gatekeeper. He would open the gates of the morning and let the people in. Francis Payne.
So it was a great leveller then across the you know,
it was a wide spectrum.
But it's like any works team now. When you see those city bods going to play their work matches, you can have someone in the post room. Someone, you know, and it's it ain't changed. It's funny, isn't it? It's just
well, that's what makes football so great, isn't it?
Well,
okay.
Very good. Some of the post boys.
Right, now we're at the site of the Canning Town Memorial Grounds. Still to this day, this was built and paid for by Arnold Hills for the local area and to be a recreation area for the workers of the Thames Ironworks. It was opened, one reason why it's called Memorial Gardens, because it was opened on the Queen Victoria Jubilee 1897. So this is how old the park is, and it's been here that long. Of course, this was the home as well of the Thames Ironworks Football Club from 1897 onwards. The football pitch would have been here. If you look at this grass banking here, there was a cycle track that went round the football pitch because it was a multi-use stadium. Yeah, so it did cycling and football, and this is part of the old cycle track. It used to go along, and they used to bank round, all the way round, back again. We've got images that we can show you of the things. So it was here in September 1897. Thames Ironworks beat Brentford 1-0. This was where the Ironworks played. Obviously, what happened is the Ironworks shut down. West Ham United is formed, as we've covered. This becomes the natural and the first home of West Ham United Football Club. So, September 1900, West Ham played their first home game. In goal was Hughie Monteith from Scotland. It was signed from Bury. So what you would now see is professional players.
Transfer market's up and running,
So
isn't it?
now, instead of just being ironworkers, and you can see why Hills decided to split away, because Hills' dream was the Ironworks should represent, and he wanted people to play for the team from the Ironworks. But the committee that run the football team had already started bringing in professionals. A lot of these players had played for the Ironworks, played for West Ham as well in the beginning. Hughie Monteith, Scottish from Bury, played 60 games for West Ham. Walter Tranter from Middlesbrough, he played for the Ironworks and then played for one season for West Ham United. Charles Craig, come from Dundee, another ex-Thames Ironworks footballer, and he played over 60 games for West Ham. Charles Dove was a local, but he also played for the Ironworks, one season with West Ham. Luke Raisbrick from Middlesbrough, he'd come down with Hughie Monteith, only played 4 games for West Ham, this being the first. Roddy McEachran, another Scot. You can see the Scots are coming down. They're footballers, they're ship workers. There's plenty of trade in the area with the docks. He did 2 seasons with West Ham before going to play for Woolwich Arsenal. Fergus Hunt, who joined us. Fergus Hunt. He was a Yorkshireman.
Early rhyming slang.
He joined us in 1900, so never played with the Ironworks. We bought him from Arsenal. And went back to Arsenal in 1902. William Grasham was a Glaswegian who we bought from Port Vale. He scored 4 goals in the first game here in September.
What a debut.
That's becoming the first hat-trick hero for West Ham United. William Grasham left us in 1908 to play for Man United and become a great player for Man United as well. James Reed scored 2 goals, had 1 season for West Ham, but we got him as well from Port Vale. Albert Kay from Derbyshire, we got him from Chatham, which is where Sid King come from. He left after 1 season. And Freddie Fenton, who was no relation to the Fenton brothers that played for West Ham and later managed West Ham, that was his only season, 1 season with West Ham, that was it. So 3/4 of this team only played 1 season with West Ham before leaving. They beat Gravesend in a 7-0 victory. 2,000 crowd for the first West Ham United game.
That's a big crowd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Away from home, the week after, 10,000 saw West Ham lose to Millwall.
Had they started charging? Entrance fees?
Yeah, entrance fees were payable.
But that tells me the club were quite ambitious even back then.
Yeah.
Those players didn't hang around for very long, right? So they were replacing players quite a lot.
Yeah, so it was, they wanted to build a better team, always looking. Players did move around before. Contracts were like for one season, that was it.
Oh, right, okay.
So West Ham played here till 1904. What happened in 1904 was Hills, for whatever reason, had had enough of West Ham, or he weren't happy about what was going on. And the story is that he evicted West Ham. He sent them a letter saying, you can no longer use this ground. West Ham were renting this, they didn't own it. Yeah? So the people running West Ham needed to find somewhere else to play. So West Ham's last game here was played April 1904 against Swindon. Near enough a totally different team. Not one player from 1900 now plays for West Ham in 1904. That team was Fred Griffiths, George Eccles, William Oakes, Tommy Allinson, Ernest Watts, Joe Blythe, James Bigden, Herbert Lyon, William Bridgman, remember that name, Alec Thompson and William Barnes. West Ham had finished 12th out of 18 teams in the Southern League. But now we're being evicted. And basically, the future of the club was also, they needed somewhere to play.
In jeopardy almost.
And Sid King went about looking to find somewhere for West Ham to play the 1904-5 seasons. Now we know where we ended up, and that's where we're going next. Right. But if you have a look around, you can see the vastness. So I've got a drawing of the layout.
Did this stay, when West Ham got evicted, did this stay as a sort of multi-sport?
Well, so
the ironworks.
If you look, we've got images, we'll supply you better images. So the old grandstand, so if you look at the first photograph of West Ham United in 1900, that's taken in front of the grandstand. The grandstand stood just roughly where that building is now. So if you make it out.
Yeah.
So this is the cycle track.
Yeah.
That's a vast stand, isn't it? Like you didn't realise.
Yeah. So this is the grandstand. So this is the banking there. This is, so we're standing roughly where this running track is. That banking there is behind us, which is the greenway. That was for the cycling. It was a big sport. In fact, Hills was more of a keen cyclist than he was a footballer.
Last question, I don't know if I missed it. Who paid for and built the grandstand?
Arnold Hills.
Arnold Hills
right, built all this ground. So there's a map of what it looked like.
Let's get back in there.
But that would have been a huge investment at the time.
So obviously we're standing roughly here where my fingernail is, just where the edge is. So you can see.
So, and this complex, was it for use by the Thames Ironworks exclusively, or was it just for the area?
No, it was for use by the area. They had boxing matches here, professional boxing, they build a ring. And it was used after. There is a story where actually Hills approached a team called Orient to then come and play their football here. But the Hills actually, the Hills.
He did have
and this is the thing, there's a bad feeling. And if you remember, he's not the owner of the club, but he's still got 50% of the shares.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And you said, do you think this comes from that sort of political conflicts where he wanted people from the ironworks to represent West Ham? And
well, I think it had moved on since then. Obviously, it was a more professional in 1904. We were now, it was solely a professional football club. It was playing in the Southern League, which was a big league. It was the rival to the more Northern and Midland centric football league that had been set up in the 1880s. So I think Arsenal were the first club to actually go and play football league from the London area. We would play Spurs. I think Spurs won the FA Cup in 1904, officially the last non-league team to win the FA Cup, because they were in the Southern League, not in the Football League. So it's different. What we'll do, we'll have a quick walk over to this memorial over here. Okay, we're still in the Memorial Gardens, but we're now a piece of artwork, which is basically, it's a memorial. And it's a memorial to, if you remember back where we was at Trinity Wharf, and I told her the Albion disaster where the ship was launched into the Thames and it washed away a pontoon where people were situated. 38 people were killed. This is a memorial, and basically the layout of this memorial is in a bow of the Albion ship.
Right.
So the 11 hammers are there to represent the bow situated. And of course, this is where the Thames Ironworks played football. So this was installed, I think, about 20 years ago. There's a plaque here that identifies what it's for. You've got to remember that the link between West Ham and the Thames Ironworks continues today with the shout, "Come on, you irons." You know, that's a throwback to the pre-1900 days of cheering on the ironworks.
Should we have a look at the still?
That's incredible.
So if we go here to the memorial, it's every one of these represents a riveting hammer, the type of hammer that was used in the ironworks, and it's made to be able to clunk the memorial, and that would have been the sound that echoed throughout the dockyard as the riveters hammered in their rivets into the steel to build the ships that built the back of Britain, basically. So,
that when I look at that hammer, that is the epitome of the West Ham badge.
So if you go back to the original badge, I think early 1920s, it is that shape. It bends in, and if you look at it, you see that the angle bends inwards, where in the modern day badges, it bends outwards.
Yeah.
So that was reversed, I think, in the 1940s or 50s, so they stopped using that badge. Don't know for the reason, if anyone has wanted to ask. I don't know why they decided to just, but the original badge, the angles featured in. But this is the...
It's a great memorial. It's brilliant the way they've done it. So was this the actual place where HMS Albion was situated, or is it just a reproduction?
No, this is just a reproduction. You think Albion was built in the docks?
That's what I was thinking.
And went over. The reason why it's here is because this was obviously built for use of the local community, but the local community was mainly, or majority, were dock workers and Thames Iron workers. So if you think, imagine this being Park opened in 1897. Imagine what it was like to live in Canning Town in 1897. It weren't a great place to live.
Grim.
You know, it weren't. It was grim in the 70s, let alone in the 1890s. I mean, if you imagine, a lot of these trees are still the trees that were here when West Ham played football.
And you mentioned about the location of the West Ham cemetery as well, Nigel, just beyond that line.
Yeah, so 38 people were killed. The majority of people were buried. Just the other side of there is West Ham Cemetery, Grange Road. And they've got a memorial there, and all the bodies were interned together. And you walk into the middle of the cemetery, and it's there. There's a big anchor there that denotes with the names on the wall, the 38 people that were killed. You know, it was a sad day. The story is that they plucked a woman out from the river that was dead, and when they pulled her out, clinging to her were 2 children as well. So it was a bad day.
Sorry, that was superb, Nigel. Absolutely,
absolutely amazing. I never tire of watching it. I must have watched that about 10 times now.
Well, that's the thing. We was all on the tour, obviously, and it's still I'm watching it, and it's still like little bits still resonate with me. You know.
Yeah.
And you know what resonates with me most, and it sounds really stupid because I don't want to bring it back to modern day, but you've got all that stuff surrounding the area, all the heritage, all the information, all the history.
Yeah.
And the current club, in my opinion, couldn't give 2 monkeys about all that.
No, they couldn't care. They couldn't care less.
And I know I don't want to talk about that now, but that's what really resonates with me, that they don't give a monkeys about all that.
I will say just one thing. You know, we've got our resident Mickey taker in the chat. You know, Mr. Mace. Look, Normally, I'd be making stupid comments, but
Yeah.
this is actually
He
quality.
hasn't taken the piss once. He hasn't taken the piss once tonight. It's a
That's
record.
what I said to you. It must be good. You're the best behaviour.
No, it's really, really good. John, you got some? You've marked some questions up and say.
Yeah. I put some out there. If anyone wants to ask any questions, just put a Q before it.
I'll tell you what. There is one. A lot of people were asking in the chat about the history of the anthem, Bubbles.
Yeah.
Do you know much about that, Nigel?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of mystery wrapped up in it, as a lot of historical things like this are. There was let's start with what we really think is true, is that there was a boy called, I think, Billy Murray, and he went to Park School in East Ham, which is one of the which is very near Central Park Road. It's still there. So, stone's throw away from the bowling ground. So, and what you got to remember is back in those days as well, that schools football would be attended very well, and some schools would play games on the pitch at Upton Park. Upton Park was used for an unbelievable amount of games, amateur games and everything. So the story is that at the same time he played football, and he had like curly hair. There was the Pears soap advert,
right?
Yeah,
and it was Bubbles. If you look it up, was a Pears soap, and basically, I think I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles was written by two Americans around 1919. So it was a music hall song from like early 20s, taken off, and the West Ham fans started singing it to this boy who was playing youth football.
Right.
And it then caught on and carried on. There was a rumour that actually Swansea sang it first, and West Ham fans heard Swansea singing it. Believe me, I did trawl through the newspapers of the late after the World War I, reading Swansea's games to try and see any reference to Swansea singing "I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles." Never found it.
Right.
But it sticks with West Ham around that time.
I didn't even know that was a rumor. I didn't know it was a rumor that Swansea did use.
I never heard that.
Yeah, it was something that came out.
Right, so I've got a question that I started here from Balls Deep. Nigel, are we originally an Essex club then?
Yeah.
The club formed on the Middlesex side of the river, but played on the Essex side before parts of Essex became East London in '65 when the boundaries moved.
Yeah, I'm not. No, is the answer to that, and I'll tell you why. Obviously, the Thames Ironworks transcended both sides of the border. So the border was the River Lee. Now, as you know, we went to Trinity Boy Wharf, and just north of that part was Ditchburn and Mare and everything. That was Middlesex side. Then when it became Thames Ironworks, they moved on to the Essex side. And the reason as well, I don't know if I did explain it to you, was that there was the Metropolitan Act in the 1850s that banned a load of noxious chemicals and everything being used in industry in the confines of London. So London stops at the River Lee. So therefore, Essex side could be used for all these works. Now, was the Thames Ironworks formed in Middlesex? Well, I took you to the Barking Road. That was the Thames Ironworks Federated Social Club. So I would imagine that was the head office of where Thames Ironworks Football Club would have been formed. That's on the Canning Town side. So, and the official, and this is the thing, some people will pick up and go, the official address of the Thames Ironworks was Orchard Place.
Right.
But the main office and the head office, as was the building, was across the road. Well, it was across on the Essex side, you know, where I pointed out where the building was going.
Yeah.
But I was just saying, the Sports and Social Club was full, which I would imagine was where they ran West Ham United. Cornelius Osborne was the man, and he was one of the founders of West Ham as well. Yep. Funny enough, Cornelius Osborne started out life, and he was running what was called the People's Picture Palace, which is actually the Student Union Hall at Queen Mary's College. So you know, boys, Queen Mary's College on the Mile End Road.
Yeah.
Look at the front of the building. On the left-hand side, there's a hall. That was actually the People's Palace Cinema, and Cornelius Osborne ran that when he was helped to run West Ham.
All right.
Nice. Take a look at this one. Take a look at this one. 55 Barking Road, which is a cafe now, is the building worthy of a Brown Heritage Plaque, produced to be an historical interest building. He says his family owned the building.
Well, that's fantastic, actually. It was family owned the building, because I have spoken to Hammers United who are looking to put plaques up, and I've pointed out to them that I would love to have a plaque put there. To denote that was the formation of West Ham United Football Club in 1900. So if Mr. Lucas can help with that, I think that's something we would. There should be something.
It needs to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if I think it's still. I don't know if it's reopened. Years ago, it was called Oliver's Cafe, and there's been a few different cafes in there. They open, they shut, they open, they shut. I mean, it'd be fantastic if we could get the building and have it as a museum to West Ham. Hey, wouldn't that be a good idea?
There you go, Nigel. Somewhere to empty your shed into.
Yeah.
This is something. So this isn't a question, but there's a lot of people in the chat. I haven't put any, a lot of people have just been commenting, and it's something that's sort of hit home with me a little bit, really. And I've never really asked you this, because I know you've got massive, obviously, love for the club, as we all have, but your love goes beyond love. It's like an obsession, and I mean that in a good way. No, I mean that in a good way. I don't mean it derogatory.
Have
you ever? No. Well, no. I'd love all of what you do. If I had the shed like you, mate, it would be my dream. I've told you that before, but my missus won't let me. But have you ever had any contact with the club or any conversations with the club to be sort of like an unofficial historian or do stuff for the club? Have you ever approached them or them approached you? Or
Johnny, ain't gonna happen, mate. The people at the club know who I am.
Under the next ownership, perhaps.
Well,
what do you mean? Just don't know who I am? And that's
obviously, my first dealings with this ownership was me trying to convince them that the move will be wrong and they will kill the club as such that we know. I think we could say, I think they have done that. It's a different type of West Ham now, which it is. I'm not going to. It is. It's a different type of West Ham from the one that we grew up with.
Completely.
So, but you could say that football's completely different. I don't want to get all.
Would you say, is it as simple as saying that in 2015-16, the old West Ham closed, and then when we moved to the new place, a new West Ham started?
I had a few people. I actually wrote that once in Overland and Sea. Prior to the move, that when West Ham moves, the club is dead. But luckily enough for me, there's a new club opening up in Stratford. And I can keep feeding my habit. Bit facetious of me, because obviously, yes, it's still West Ham, and we've moved about as we've seen and everything else. But it's not the club that I grew up.
But Nige, would you reverse that decision? Say West Ham got a wealthy new owner, unlimited money. Bought that memorial ground and built a new 60,000 seater stadium football ground in there.
Yeah, the mad thing is that I think it was prior to the Icelandics turning up. That when the post office, International Post Office depot was shut down in Canning Town, which is behind West Ham Station, so across the road from the memorials. There was a chance that we could have had the land there, which was well big enough to cope with a 50,000, 60,000. You could have built the Olympic Stadium there in the land that was available. But it was passed up. Now, what you got to remember, in 1990, West Ham fans were given the option to vote on should we move out of Upton Park or should we stay and redevelop.
Right.
And the overwhelming vote, I've still got the voting form somewhere. The overwhelming vote was to stay.
Yeah.
So
but
but then, as I said in the video, technically, we'll see when we do the second episode with the Upton Park Bowling Ground. They moved to East Ham. That was two boroughs. It was like Newham and Tower Hamlets. It was like being in Newham and then moving Tower Hamlets. Though what I would say is that while Upton Park Bowling Ground was in East Ham, the houses across the road were in West Ham.
All of that development as well, in because it was 3/4 done, wasn't it? Right, you had both the Centenary and the Bobby Moore and the new West Stand, and then it was only the chicken run to go. That was all done by previous ownership. Gold and Sullivan never redeveloped that ground at all, did they?
Well, no, but I've done this previously.
They had no intention of fucking doing
Well, no, but what they've done is they've tried twice and failed to move Birmingham City into multi-sports arena. So remember, when Manchester won the Commonwealth Games, they were bidding against Birmingham.
Yeah.
So if Birmingham had won the Commonwealth Games, not Manchester,
Yeah.
Birmingham City would have been playing in the City of Birmingham Stadium.
So they just brought that playbook from Birmingham to West Ham. That's what they've done.
I've got this one. I've got this one for you. When you get there, right? Look, they wouldn't let them extend
we covered it in the bowling. They wouldn't let them. Twice planning permission. Twice planning permission was applied for. The first time it got approved fully. I've got all the drawings. The second time it was pulled by West Ham. So it had gone through a prelim.
Wow.
So it had to go to the Mayor of London each time, and then West Ham pulled it.
Yeah, I think prepare to get very, very annoyed with when we do the next part as well. Upton Park as well.
I just
want
to.
I won't highlight that. I won't disagree with him. I won't.
No. The only reason I want to bring this up, I'm not having a go at his comment. I agree with him to some extent, but this is why I think that things like this, the tour, the information that you have readily available, Nigel, to me, as much as football's changed, we all love the history of our club. Now, my boy's 12, right? He knows the FA Cups we've won. He knows Bobby Moore. He knows the history. Football fans love the history of their club. Whether you're a new fan, new breeder fan, no matter
or at least you should do anyway. You should want to know. You should want to know.
Look, these days, younger generations are on-demand society. They don't want to read in-depth detail and things like that. But this is why, to me, someone like Nigel at the club, or working with or for the club, whatever you want to call it, or even if people share this video around, it's so important for the kids and the new fans to really see where it all comes from. Because, we've supported West Ham all their life, and a lot of this information is new to us.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. For me, it just makes it fall in love even more.
Yeah, quickly, there's a question there from Early Doors Football TV. He said, didn't we have the chance to have the old Memorial Grounds at West Ham, apparently the same size as Wembley? He's a bit confused there. That's West Ham Stadium that was in Custom House. Now, West Ham was offered that stadium. It was as big as Wembley. It had the potential to hold 120,000 fans, they said. So they had Speedway banger racing. For 3 years, a football team played there called Thames AFC. And they hold a record for attendance. In a 120,000 standing stadium, they managed to achieve an attendance of about 490 in a game against Luton Town. And it is the lowest attended football league game.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. And that's why the club folded 1930, 1931, and the club packed up after 2 years. They only got put into the Football League. They didn't actually, back in those days, you had to apply to join the Football League. So they didn't even win the non-league league that they were in. But because of the size of the stadium, and the football team had been set up purely to use the stadium outside of the Speedway and outside of the banger racing. So much like that's why Chelsea were formed, because Stamford Bridge weren't used during the winter and they wanted a sports to be used. Yeah. So, but that failed. So West Ham was offered that West Ham Stadium, but the owners at the time deemed it too large.
Right. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Before we do that question, I'm not going to put the comment up because I've only just seen it and I don't want to. It's the Hey Bulldog 2010. Just for you, mate. I'm going to start eating nuts on screen now. I am. I'm going to start eating cashew nuts and pistachio nuts, and I'm gonna spit them at the screen while I'm vaping. We're not Sky Sports News. We're four blokes sitting in our front rooms talking to you, having a drink, like everything else. Don't expect a professional broadcast because you ain't going to get
You know-
one. But relax, we're doing this in our spare time.
Do you know what makes me laugh? I've never had so much
Brilliant.
interest in my nuts from blokes, middle-aged men ever.
Yeah, exactly. So
Never.
if you don't like nuts in men's mouths, don't tune into Claret and Booze.
Or do, but just while John's
yeah.
not on.
What about this one, Nigel? Just a little bit off the history, really, but it's interesting nonetheless. Did you know that Bobby Moore had a sports shop opposite the gates into the West Ham ground, or am I the only one that knew that? I didn't know that.
No, yeah, he did. Yeah, I'll send you a photo. Like, boys, there's a few photos. Yeah, Bobby Moore had the shop. Basically, if you remember where the car park gates were, next to the church, it was a shop opposite there. It was the Bobby Moore sports shop.
Okay. Mark's got a question. Nigel, what is the best book on West Ham that you have read?
The best book is by a man called Professor Charles Core, who's an American.
A good one. I got that.
In 1986, it was called West Ham United Story.
Yeah.
And
have you ever
basically,
thought of doing the book?
You must
Or
have.
is it not really?
Well, yeah, you know what? It's finding the time, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, finding the time.
Yeah.
Dougie Montana wants to know: was Nigel a well-known name on Come Forum?
I was known as my WHUFC on there. And if you trawl back to 2010 and 2011 and 2012, you'll see me getting dogs abuse for the move.
Right, okay, really?
Oh, mate.
Mind you got a load of grief over that, didn't you?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, you got a load of grief.
Yeah, I
wonder how many people now wish they would have joined you. I know I'm one of them. I wish I'd have.
Well,
the
most surreal moment. I've never known who the bloke was when we was at, I was with my now son-in-law. He was just engaged with my daughter. Then he started coming West Ham with me.
Yeah.
So he didn't know me before we'd moved. So he's coming West Ham with me, and this geezer walks up to me. It's about 6 months after the move. Shoved a beer in my hand.
Yeah.
And when I thought you was a cunt back at Upton Park, but you knew what you were talking about, and walked off. I just shoved the beer in my hand. And my son-in-law's just standing there looking at me. Sorry about the language, people. But
you got to say Fergus. You got to say Fergus.
You got to say Fergus Hunt.
Fergus.
Yeah,
I was a Fergus Hunt. And shoved the beer in my hand and walked off.
Garino's got a question. Did the old bowling ground ever get bombed during World War II?
Yes, and it actually damaged a lot of the part of the West Ham, but West Ham was where the offices were, and a lot of West Ham's old paperwork, historical stuff was lost in the bombing as well. So there was a lot of stuff that they lost, but not that we still have it, because obviously if it hadn't been lost during the bombing, Gold and Sullivan would have sold it off with the auction after we left Upton Park, so we wouldn't have it.
That's why it was an odd shape, the West Stand, wasn't it?
Well, there was a bit missing.
Yeah.
Where we got bombed, so the bomb fell between the west and the south bank.
Yeah.
And then I think it was around 60, might have been with the proceeds from the FA Cup win or something like that. 65, 66.
Yeah.
We then built A block, as it was known, in the West Upper, above the West Terrace. And that's where I had my first season ticket in 1977 in April.
Oh, I thought you was going to say, because I vaguely remember, wasn't the whole West Stand built as a result of the 1923 Cup final?
Yeah, so the 1923 Cup, Cup not win, obviously run to the final, and the promotion that year, that gave West Ham the funds to build what us old people knew as the West Stand.
Yeah.
Like the grandstand when it was open.
Yeah, that's it. Mr. May says he's been to the old ground once since they built the flats there because he works around there. He wasn't sure how he was going to feel. It was horrible. Well, it was the same for us. I don't know about John and Gary. That tour is the one and only time I've been there since the move, and it was horrific. I didn't enjoy it one little bit. To be honest,
I'm there probably 3 times a month.
Right. Yeah.
So you're gonna have a little walk around.
No, I got family in the area, and funny enough, if I'm driving home from North London or whatever, the sneaky cut throughs is actually dart round the back, pop down Green Street, shoot across round the back of East Ham, nip out on the A13, just East Ham.
Yeah, Yeah, but you can't name the roads like me. Pat Holland fan.
What, do you want me to? Because I will if you want.
Pat Holland fan. Sorry, Pat Holland fan. He's asked us a couple of times and I missed it. Sorry, mate. Why did we lose the castle from our emblem? Anyone know?
Yes, ask Karen Brady, and that is truth.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, can't you
You've got to
tell
love
us?
her, haven't you? You've
Go
got
on.
to love her.
Fucking hell.
When
She just
when
decided to get rid of it.
No. When I was at a meeting.
What's it got to do with her? Why does she have to get involved in that?
'Cause it's all about marketing, isn't it? And basically, and this
Right.
is true, I did see an email where basically that symbolised our past. We need to move on, people.
Yeah.
But we was SAB. We was at an SAB meeting, and she actually said she wanted to replace the castle. This is before the move with the image of the London Stadium or with the Olympic Stadium. And apparently, even David Gold had blocked that. And she said that
West Ham Olympic as well, right?
Yeah,
West Ham
well,
Olympic.
that was. I think that arose after wanting to put the Olympic Stadium.
Yeah.
Obviously, you couldn't call West Ham Olympic because the Olympics really trademarked. That's why the London Stadium had to change its name because they don't like Olympic stadiums keeping their names now.
Okay.
That they protect. I mean, people may not know this. There used to be an Olympic calf in West Ham Lane, and they had to change their name. Honestly, the Olympics made them do it
because of Newham. Because of Newham.
No, because the Olympic people,
when they come to
were
Newham,
like,
though, that's what I meant.
Yeah, like you can't call it that.
Right.
All right.
Wow.
But that conversation there that you just described regarding Brady in the castle, that just epitomises how little interest they have in the club's history. That is disgusting. I never knew that till this moment you told me.
They'll use the history when they see fit. Yeah.
When it suits them.
When it suits them.
Yeah.
You know, when they go on to go, look, if you see the video, they're out in Australia, they've gone to that geezer's museum, and that is a fantastic in his house. You know, you
unbelievable.
Every collector that I know, hands down, that bloke is fantastic. And we used to bid against things at auctions. And
I will say his presentation, the way he's done it all as well, is different class.
Fantastic. Mine's like a fucking boot sale.
Yeah.
I've got boys. I've got.
But you've got a lot of stuff though, and that's why I think when going back to what John said about doing a book, is with all the stuff that you've got, where would you start? That's that. If you was going to do a book or something like that, you've got so much information. It would, it'd almost be like a life's work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. And that's the thing. But at the end of the day, the club that wouldn't have a museum, go and visit a museum. But then again,
But as you've seen tonight, though, just and that's just sort of touching the surface, right? We've got such a rich history. Why wouldn't you have a museum?
Because I'll tell you why. Because we don't own the London Stadium, and the only thing they've got real control of is the build of a building, is the club shop building.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So they've got control of that upstairs and downstairs. Now that's retail space. They ain't giving up no retail space for a museum. They won't do it because the retail space earns money.
And all it'd be in a building that was anything to do with Sullivan, it would be 30% museum and 70% marketing space for their merchandise, wouldn't it? For replica fucking stadiums and things like that. That's what it'd be.
The only thing is, I would say is that they did, quickly before I answer that question, they did have a museum, those that remember it, and hardly anyone went there.
That's right.
The way they did it was
a bad effort, though, Nigel, wasn't it? It was bad effort.
But I've got a couple.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that
in my shed. So well, when you come around my shed, John, you can see parts of it. Anyway, let's answer that.
Your shed.
Anne Boleyn never went there, mate. It was built after she'd lost her head, but basically her family, I think, was something to do with I think it's called Hever Castle, which is down Sevenoaks Way. And the I've forgotten the names. It was like someone to do with their family. It was them that had the land built. Of course, there was no castle at Upton Park. There was Green Street House, which had been there for years, and then the turret is what is known as a folly. So it was added as something. But up until it was demolished, funny enough, there used to be businesses that traded out of the castle. Called and one was a garment that moved to Dagenham, and they made like workwear, and they were called Bolinium Bill. So if you look up the word Bolinium Bill, there's a website there that tells the story of Bolinium Bill. And he made like overcoats and everything, and they traded out of the Bowling Castle. One thing I will add, when we moved to Upton Park, there was a football club already playing there called Bowling Castle FC, and they had to merge with West Ham United when we took over in 1904. I think some of their players made it into our reserve team, but none of them ever made it into the first team.
Right, okay.
Jimmy B looks like he's trying to push something onto you. Any idea how much a signed Cup Winners' Cup programme from '64 would be worth? Sir Bob being one of the signatures passed around in my family.
An unautographed 64-65 Cup final programme probably be worth, depending if you can get collectors that haven't got it, only between 20 and 30 quid. 64-65. The autographs though add value, not as much as you think. You know, a Bobby Moore written in pen ink with no, obviously no certificate because it weren't done in those days. It could be verified. You could probably get 100 quid top whack. Right, okay. That's top whack.
Yeah.
This is a question from Flamer 77. We sort of discussed what West Ham could have done in the past, but their question is, if I can get it up, hang on. What are the chances to build a new stadium in East Ham or Beckton area?
Right. So in theory, there's still land. In practice, someone's going to pay £700 million to buy West Ham. Then they're going to pay £500 million to build a new football stadium. It's going to be the same size of the stadium that they've already got.
I mean, the only argument for that would be if we got an owner that had an eye on the real estate side of things, which is likely, let's face it, when a new one does come in.
True.
They're gonna pick up the Olympic Stadium for next to nothing. We know that the footprint that stadium sits on is very worthwhile.
Keep saying that, and it's not happening. You know, the LDC's been extended.
Yeah.
You know.
You talking about sort of them almost giving us a stadium?
Yeah.
Oh no, I think we'll have to buy it. They'd have to come to some agreement. But
it's such a political football as such. It kicks about between the parties.
Yeah,
and you know, listen, the man that did the deal that gave it to West Ham that screwed over the taxpayers. You know what we did? We elected him to lead the Prime Minister of the country. No wonder we got screwed, mate.
No.
You know.
Richard Stevens, any info on early West Ham player Sid Puddifoot?
Sid Puddifoot was one of the early, I think the 1910s. Puddifoot came into the team, and he was a local boy, and he was sold for I don't know if it was a world record fee, but it was £5,000, a lot of money back then, and he went to Falkirk.
Right.
Wow.
You know, he did then come back to West Ham. I think in the late 1920s, early 30s. But by then, he'd spent his best years traipsing around other football clubs before he got back to West Ham. There was
never left.
Billy Bridgman was one of the first stars of West Ham. Scored a few goals when we opened it, and the other one early doors would have been George Hillsden, Gatling gun, who fought in the First World War. But Gatling gun Hillsden was transferred to Chelsea, and he's famous because if you go to Chelsea Football Club, they've got a weather vane with a footballer on, and the north east southwest, and it can spin round. It's been there, and that is George Hillsden.
Oh right.
But he was a local. I'm pretty sure he was a local West Ham boy, and we sold him to Chelsea. And I think he got mustard gas in the First World War. He didn't. I think he died from it, but years later, after he came back, he didn't die during the war.
And just so you know, we're going to be opening the phone line soon for somebody to take Nigel on for a quiz on history. If you win, we're going to give you £10,000.
Hang on. Hang on a minute. You remember, Nick? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. In our early shows, a lot of people won't even know. They won't even seen our early stuff. When we first started doing this, I beat Nigel once. Remember?
Yeah, I'm not. It's not that I it was the only one I lost. And I would
you got angry. You got angry about it.
And I will tell you why, right? Because Les Seeley and Alan Seeley were not uncle and nephew, as you claimed, and you got given the correct answer. They were second cousins, as I had claimed, and I got told I was wrong. So actually, if we'd have took that off of you, put it onto me, I'd have won it. So
VAR. So what you're saying is, Nigel, is VAR.
Well, if you VAR that, yes.
Yeah.
Next question, more personal for you, Nigel. Your first game and experience. Remember your first game was?
The problem is I got took so much as a youngster. I'm one of these people. There's a few people. I don't remember my first game. We got season tickets though in 1977.
Yeah,
I think the first home game that season was Man City.
It's probably
7 years old, excited. That wasn't my first game. I've been to a few others. I think it was a Man United game in the season before that. But of course, we got relegated that year. Our first season at West Ham as a season ticket holder. I went to about 10 games that season. I remember we beat Derby, but the big game for me really was we lost to Liverpool 2-0. April 78. It sealed our relegation. And bearing in mind West Ham got relegated that day, there's a video on YouTube. Go look at it. Go and look at the crowd reaction at the end of the game to relegate. We cheered them. They came back out on the pitch. Frank Lampard, I think Bonzo was injured. Frank Lampard brought them back out on the pitch, and we cheered them. And that for me is the day I proper fell in love with football.
Yeah.
That's
this question's come up a couple of times. So if I've missed it, I'm sorry. Where is Bobby Moore's World Cup winning medal?
Storage.
It's in storage.
West Ham still own it
with the rest of the museum contents.
Yeah.
What I will say as well.
The museum contents they didn't sell off.
Oh, they sold some of them off, did they?
No, they sold most of it off.
Oh, good.
I've actually got the catalogue.
Can you clarify, Nigel? I don't know whether you know. I've been told that David Gold actually purchased and paid an absolute fortune in his pride of place in his home, family home, and that was for the FA Cup, 1980 FA Cup.
No, that's yes and no. So what he actually bought was the original FA Cup. So the version that we use now, I think, is from the early 1900s, 1910s.
Yeah.
The original, I think, was stolen out of a shop in Birmingham, and then they made another one. And David Gold bought that to save it going abroad, and he owned it and used to display it on open days. I went to his house once to be nosy at an open day. And he had a lot of goldfish. And he served the burgers, funny enough. Dave. He did muck in. And, it's a normal house. He's got his 3 helicopters parked out on the lawn. His Bentley's all lined up, and his golf course that he had in his garden with his West Ham flags. So it was quite interesting. But he had it on display, the original FA Cup. Now, about 3-4 years ago, he sold it. And it was a bit hush-hush, sold at auction. And the owner,
I didn't know this,
donated it back. And I believe it's on display at the Football Museum in Manchester. And the owners are supposedly the owners of Manchester City.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
So,
Andy Moles, he says, Nigel, why do the club own Bobby Moore's medal?
The family were looking to sell it, and it was part of the original museum.
Right.
So it was part of the collection that was displayed in the original museum. When you walked in the museum, they had like 8-foot Jules Rimet, and then you had the glass cases, and you had Bobbies and Martin Peters. Now the club have kept Bobbies. They sold off Martin Peters stuff.
Right. They also had all of Bobby Moore's other awards, like the Sports Personality of the Year and stuff like that, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, no, the Sports Personality of the Year award that was on display was actually the 1965 Team of the Year.
Oh, was
West
it?
Ham United one.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, we would Team
Wow.
of the Year sports personality, right?
So
okay.
in 1965, we were Team of the Year on BBC Sports
Just-
Personality.
Right.
And
It
that
just
was-
shows you. It shows you what a profile the Cup Winners' Cup had back then. For people to say that it was, you know, a 2-bob cup. No, it wasn't.
Third-rate
It wasn't.
European.
But it goes back to sort of style of play as well. I think when you know, like Canning Town Lens video, now everyone's favourite second team. It was a thing. I do think that a lot of people had a bit of affection for us because of the way that we used to play football. You know, that's
used to.
I also think
used to play football.
Yeah,
And
but
this
you
is
know
what people
Nick?
don't get. This is what I don't get, right? So I've look, listen, I'm not going to get into it, but I was listening to a channel earlier on, right? And the guy's rationale for you know, he's basically saying no, it's all about it's just about results. It's like they're teletext supporters. Do you not watch the game? There has to be some entertainment. There's got to be enjoyment in it. It's not just about it's not just about the results. It ain't.
It cannot just be about results. If you're a West Ham fan, because we've never won anything, and not with won anything. We don't win enough trophies for it to be about results. So it's only about entertainment because that's all we've got. Because we win in terms of trophies, we win so little. So I can't understand that. I can't understand that rationale. I haven't seen the video, but you told me. But I can't get me around. And everyone's entitled to their opinion. But if you're a West Ham fan, I can't see how you can say that.
But that for me, that smacks of someone who's more of a new fan, who just kind of do you know what I mean? I think with if you kind of not everyone's the same because I don't understand it. Well, if results is all you care about, why would you support West Ham? If it's results and success, you know,
you picked the wrong club, haven't you?
You picked the wrong club, and the thing is with Mickey put the question to us on the Friday night phone in, Nigel, and I'll ask you as well. With you, is style or substance? What would you entertainment or success? What would you choose? If you can't have both, you can only choose one in isolation. What would you prefer?
Define success.
Success is playing like we did last year and winning a cup, or play or be entertained.
No, football's an entertainment. You know, first and foremost. You know, and we should. You know, I told you boys, I didn't do the video, but there was a lot to be learned from what Stokesy said after the Ashes finished with the draw, and that the way England went out, and that England will always go out because predominantly they want to send the fans home happy. Yeah. And the fact is that if we'd have lost that Test series 3-1, I don't think there'd have been many England fans complaining because of the quality of cricket by England. Was outstanding. Now we could have lost that series 3-1. We could have done, but the fact is that it ended in a 2-2 draw. We would have won in Manchester if it hadn't rained. Ho ho. And if you look at the other the two Test matches that we'd lost, you know, we actually threw it away by playing or trying to play an over-elaborate, entertaining cricket. So therefore. Actually, I think there is a lot to learn there from clubs like West Ham in listening to what he had to say.
This is a great point from Mr. Mace, and I didn't realise how far our fan base spread until I started doing YouTube. People from outside the manor supported West Ham because of the footballing tradition and the way we played, huge part of our identity. And I never thought of it like that. But
we were everyone's second team at one point, John. That's what we were. You know,
I think we were a fashionable team, weren't we?
Yeah.
I mean, if you listen, there's a famous quote, Bill Shankly, eulogizing about West Ham and the way they played in the 60s.
Really?
Oh yeah, but he did finish it off with the word 4 points.
Yeah.
And what he basically was saying is that West Ham played fantastic football. Got brilliant players, love it, but Liverpool always beat them.
But you've got to have something, right? You've got to have something to cling on to. You've got to have something to cling on to. It's an entertainment industry as well as a sport. And that is partly why a lot of us, especially me, you know, you sort of brought up and told to notice things like that, like that beautiful pass from Trevor Brooking, the way he opened up the defence and things like that. You know, Devonshire Storm, you know, Pop Robson. Loads. There was so much entertainment in West Ham teams over the years. Very few have been bland and empty like they are at the moment.
Yeah,
Beige.
it's it's tough at the moment. You know, I ain't going to dress it up. You boys know, I ain't going to dress it up and say, oh, you know, this is fantastic football, or the football that we played was great. I'm not a sacking the manager person.
No, you're not.
So yeah, it is a tough dilemma for me, obviously.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do over defend Moyes when he gets a certain amount of stick.
But what else have you got? Like John was saying, what else have you got? We're not going to celebrate finishing 7th or 8th or 10th in the league, are we? So surely,
no, I don't see the point in it. I don't see the point. You know that I've said. You know, I don't see the point in obviously I don't want us to see us relegated, but I don't get hung up on I want to see progression. I want to see top 6 because it ain't going to happen. I want to see cups. That's what I want to see.
Entertainment.
And entertainment.
Yeah. Greeno says best memory from a game. Mine was a chicken incident. Last game of the chicken run. Go on.
I think it was that the bloke that dressed up was Chicken Ron and came on the pit. But the best memory from a game. Listen, I was a mascot, wasn't I? You know, I can still tell you about that day non-stop. So
bloody hell!
Was you the only mascot? Was you the only mascot?
I was the only mascot.
Because now they have about 20 mascots, don't they?
Yeah, I was the mascot for the day, and I'm in the 1982 annual. So if you've got the 1982 West Ham United annual, there's a picture of me running out.
How special is that though? To be the only mascot for it, because
it's amazing.
I mean, there's bundles there now, aren't there?
Now it's disgusting the way they do it.
I know they heard them in. I've got a question for you, Nige. Go back to Upton Park. It has to be an Upton Park night. If you could go back in time and relive one night, what would it be?
I mean,
it doesn't have to be a night.
Easy to stand on the pitch after the last game of the season and sing "We're going to win the league," and actually think at that moment in time, we were going to win the league. Then.
Well, so you did feel like that. That was it. That was our year. Yeah.
Gal, wasn't it? Gal,
yeah. No, we did. We believed it. We were good. We were really good.
I was 15, 16 that year. I started doing away games as and when I could. Did all the London, went to Ipswich, went up to Everton last game of the season. West Brom. You know, it was. That season, and the thing that people don't realise, and this is the thing, that season we lost every pre-season game, and not only that, the season before that we beat Norwich 1-0 with a late goal by Bobby Barnes. If Norwich had won that game, West Ham would have gone down and Norwich would have stayed up.
Right.
That's how close that season was. Yeah. And then 85-86 happened. And we nearly win the league. It was such a turnaround like that.
Yeah.
So that the other night for me, there's a few night games. Dinamo Tbilisi was fantastic. The other one was the Coventry League Cup game. I mean, that was
electric. Oh yeah, the semi-final.
The last kick of the game, Jimmy Neighbour, bang, sent us to Wembley.
Oh, I was listening to that on the radio in Eric Street with my dad.
My uncle had the right ump because he always wanted to leave 5 minutes before the end of the game. Because it looked like it was going to extra time. He was like, "Are we going to go?" And I said, "Oh, I want to stay because of extra time." He said, "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to go with extra time then." He said, "I'll give you the bus fare. You'll have to get home," because he wouldn't take me home. So I says, "All right then." Now you think I was only 81, so I was 11. I weren't 12 yet. So I was 11. Of course, he scored with the last kick of the game. It was my uncle had the right ump. He had an hour wait to get his car out of the car. Don Logan says the Cambridge game, fantastic night game. West Ham played it. It was the Friday before Christmas, and what the theory behind it was, it's played on the Friday because they were hoping to get a bigger crowd to avoid the last Saturday before shopping. So they thought, people could go Christmas shopping on Sunday. No, this is gospel. So West Ham
I believe you. I'm just mad.
On the Friday night. Unfortunately, because the snow blew in halfway through the game. You couldn't see the pitch. No word of a lie. couldn't see the pitch. But of course, that night, many people wouldn't know there was a mascot for the kids. So the mascot that night went on to play for West Ham, and his name was Gary Charles.
Oh wow!
Oh really? Oh
So
wow!
Gary Charles,
Wow.
who played the Derby, Forest, you know,
Yeah.
scored against the
That's
Villa
amazing,
Park.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
He went on, and we ended up in the same class at school. And
Cool.
it was funny when he told me that he was the mascot for that Cambridge game, and you can get the program and see him, and there he is. He won it in the Newham Recorder.
Brilliant.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. Do you know what? I've got to say something as well about this video, because I've watched a few people that have tried to do similar types of things to this in the past, and they don't get much interest. But this one has just crept up and up and up, and we've maintained the audience, and people have watched the whole way through. The numbers have just crept up, and they've just stayed there.
No,
It's all your delivery, Nige. It's all your
those are
delivery.
good numbers. Good numbers.
They are. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's good.
So
So what's the next video we're doing? What's the next show we're doing of? That covers Upton Park in the main.
it's
Just Upton Park.
It's just Upton Park, but
Just
there's
Upton
like I
Park, the
say,
next video,
that's a bit of a heartbreaker. That one. It's frustrating, especially when you kind of dig into what could have been. Nigel.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean that was a year ago. So the development is coming to an end. So the Memorial Garden has finally been finished, I believe, and has opened.
Yeah.
The last buildings, I believe, have been built. There's not a lot really of building works to be left done there now. So
Right.
Yeah.
There's a couple of good things, but that's it, right? I'm talking about a couple of things to take from it that give you a little bit of, peace of mind, like the way they, I'm not going to give the video away, but the naming convention they used, and the patch of grass and stuff like that. There's a couple of things, but just not enough. Not enough. It's
Grass is the bit that gives me the actually.
Yeah.
If you look at other football grounds and what they've done,
you look at Arsenal. Have you seen what they've done there? That's impressed. That's class. What they've done.
Yeah.
Actually,
Arsenal controlled the redevelopment of that, and plus also is those two stands, the east and west stands. They were listed, protected. So they had to be incorporated into the design.
Okay.
But Arsenal did go. And I think Arsenal still get an income because I'm pretty sure Arsenal still own the land.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
I think they're the landlord in some capacity. I'm sure they are. Yeah. I've dropped a lot of people who live there off, and I've been inside, help people in with their shopping and that. The way they've kept it still feels great. Like but it don't feel great to me because I can't stand Arsenal, but you know what I mean.
It's just West Ham through and through what they've done. This ownership through and through. They have no respect for the history at all. If they can make some money out of the history, then they'll raise it. Like they used the Thames Ironworks branding to sell some shirts when we moved in and stuff like that, and they've put TIW on the badge on the hammers.
Exactly.
They've done all that, but they're if they can make a few quid out of it, they'll bring it up. Other than that, it doesn't make it mean a fucking thing to them, does it?
No.
Not in my opinion. Actions speak louder than words, and for me, they've got Steve Marsh does some great stuff in the program, and I think it's Stuart Allen. So if you get the program, you see the history stuff, and they use Steve and whatever. Unfortunately for me or whatever, it's a fractured relationship now to the point that the media controller of West Ham blocked me on Twitter, and but then again, he is a Spurs fan, so.
Well,
exactly. What's he doing involved at the club?
Well, he's been there a long time. I use it as a cheap jibe, people think, but what is the point out is that time and time again,
you shouldn't really have a Spurs fan as a head of the West Ham media.
Not really. No.
They time and time again they do things wrong. And my argument always is that if you had a West Ham fan there, would have an understanding.
Yes.
Yeah. They make mistake after mistake. I mean, I had a rag. They used an article of mine twice on their website without putting my name on it. And the first time I pointed it out to him politely. The second time I told him, we did this last year. Now you put my name on that. That is my article.
Yeah.
So
I suppose you must annoy him every year when they celebrate the birthday, and then you say this is not actually the birthday. Generic tweet.
Yeah, I don't know what the people think of that. You know, in the chat, if you see it, West Ham 1895. Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, Panini sticker album 1900.
Yeah,
West Ham
Yeah.
formed.
Yeah.
Not only that,
That is the correct thing. Yeah.
in the program, West Ham was formed 1900. Now it looks to be around 1989, 1990 that West Ham then started changing to 1895. Because before that,
what reason was there for that though?
well, it brought the centenary 5 years forward, didn't it? And it meant they could make a bit of coinage. Now we did have a centenary now. We did have a centenary game in 1995 that was not well attended. I believe it was against Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah.
And my abiding memory of the night was as I walked past the Boleyn after the game, there was a big cheer. And when I peered through the window at the TV, Seaman sitting in the back of his goal and Naeem had just smashed in that
halfway line.
That was,
that
was the biggest cheer. I think we got beat by Sporting Lisbon as well.
Nigel, quickly, better player. Sir Trevor scored his only first team hat trick against whom and when?
Bloody hell. That I wouldn't off the top.
He's been done.
Individual. I'm not. I don't sit there with all these stats.
That's got to be against. That's got to be in the second division, isn't it?
No, I don't think it was. I'd imagine it was early in his career. I think it would. I bet if it was late 60s, early 70s. Go on, Rich. Come and tell me. I know.
Anyone knows? Oh, do you know him?
Yeah, he's an expat that lives in Albuquerque. We converse. We're pen pals.
Oh, right, okay.
Where's Albuquerque?
New Mexico. Breaking Bad is Albuquerque.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Right. Okay.
There you go. Newcastle, 1968. I knew it would be early in his career. But yeah, of course, Billy Bonds was once top scorer for the season, I believe. Billy Bonds did get an hat trick once, I believe, against Chelsea. There you go,
okay.
Rich, before you throw that one at me.
Right. Well, look, I think that's really good. I think we should try and wrap this one up now.
Yep.
It's been a brilliant show. Thanks everyone in the chat
really
as well. It's been really, really good. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Gary, do you want to close it down?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. When are we doing part 2? How long are you going to take to do the video, Nige?
Well, when it's ready, we'll do it.
Couple of weeks.
It might be a couple, yeah, because it was
quite a long one, isn't it?
It was a long one, and chopping it up caused me a few problems. I've had to delete it and start again.
Well, that is also going to be a really interesting show. So thanks for your attention. Thanks for all your great comments and questions. It's been really, really good. Thoroughly enjoyed tonight. Nice, easy one. Sit back and watch some videos, you know.
Yeah.
Until next time. Well, we're hoping for some news over the next couple of days. As it happens, we will.
It ain't happening.
Hang on a minute.
Not that news, different news.
Sorry.
On signings.
Say one thing.
Oh, signings. Sorry.
Tim Steiden's a liar, isn't he?
He said 2 days. He said 2 days.
We'd have 2 signings by the weekend.
He lied to Anton's face, didn't he?
Oh no, Anton said it must have been 2 working days.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. So by Tuesday. Yeah. Oh, no. He said it on Thursday. So by Monday.
Yeah. By Monday. Yeah.
Tomorrow, 2 signings. Here we go.
Because we know Sullivan don't work on weekends, does he?
No, he doesn't. No. Well, we saw where he was, didn't we? Did you see the video? We saw where he was while West Ham were playing out in Germany.
In the back of his head. I mean,
yeah. He could have been dead. It could have been like Weekend at Bernie's thing.
Yeah, they should have put him in an eye chair, really, wouldn't it?
And the missus was enjoying herself, wasn't she? Next door.
Oh, God. Take your tits out, my life.
I don't know what he says in her.
If 2 people ever meet together, it's them 2.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, thank you very much, all. See you next time. Come on, you irons.
Cheers, Nige. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, nice one.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, people. I think I'm on. Yeah, that was good, that, wasn't it? I was up and I was getting ready to come on for 6, but then it was a good show, that, so I thought I'd just let it play out. Plus, I needed time to wake a little bit up, fucking shattered. I really am. Obviously, after last night, I had something to eat. Then I couldn't really sleep, so then put like M5 Hammer, cheers, mate. Then I put a film on, and then fucking I thought I blinked and got up. Right, so you got me up until 9 o'clock. Fuck knows what we're going to talk about. So if anyone's got any questions about anything, but fucking hell, keep it light this time in the morning. If anyone's got any questions, just ask and we'll go through it all. Because like I said to you, it's me on me own. And yeah, I know. Fuck off, king of you. Cunt. It's early in the morning for the C-pubs, isn't it? But yeah. So it's me. So like I said, you've got anything now? Oh, sorry, yeah, it's me till 9 o'clock. Then Stell is scheduled to come on. I don't. It's on the schedule that Nick sent me. It's just got Stell, so it ain't got me and Stell. But it might just be worse than that. I'll just get Stell just to cover me for 20 minutes. I'll sort the dogs in that. But yeah, was anyone a trooper and go through all the night? I see King. I didn't see that. I see that. What's that one? Pregnant Mrs. woke up. You know how I feel when you and Nick wake me up in the morning show. I do know. Well, you was on it, weren't you? I see. I'll quickly fast forward it through to Nick's bit to see where. I really wanted to see whether the West Ham Fan TV boys come on drunk, to be honest with you, but they didn't, or it didn't look like they did. So it didn't look. So obviously, I've not watched. He's all back, but I see he's done. He was close to finishing his segment when he Nick. I think he had 50 minutes, but he wobbled, he wavered. So yeah, but I can understand that. Depending on how awake I am, I might not see the show out. To be fair to you, I might, when he gets back, that might be me done. But let's see. Dan got on here, did he? Did Dan come on? Oh, nice. What was that like, Leon? Was it good? Did you miss that bit? Yeah, you did 2 hours. I know you. Well, done 2 hours. Well done, Kingy. But what's the time now? What's the time in over your side? Nah, was that like a nice time for you? Yeah. People were asking about the watch along. Look, as what we said last night, what we was gonna do to end the show, to end the 24-hour stream, which will be over 24 hours if it does happen. 4 p.m, mate. Oh, he was just in the chat, was he? Dan was just in the chat. Still, that would have been a class bit. Yeah, so people, there is going to be a watch along. That's what we talked about quickly yesterday. Nothing's been scheduled. It'll either be me and Nick, or just Nick if I decide not to come back on. So there's that. Yeah, like I said, if there's any questions for me, please, because I don't know. Look, it's not like this was planned out. I didn't even know what times I was going to do until yesterday. About 2 hours before we started it, Nick went here. Look, this is your schedule. I was like, fuck it hell. But yeah, I don't know. I know he's when he got his head down, didn't he, Nick? So I don't know when he's going to get there. Just put that to check how it's going. Oh, nice. That's nice of him, though. At least he done that. Do you know what I mean? Up the being there, didn't have to. But what a show that would have been. They would have come on drunk, the boys. That'd have been good. That. Obviously, I'm back at the old setting. Do you remember? I don't know if anyone remembers me when I first was on Claret and Booze. This was it. You look like someone who needs your sleep, mate. What are you trying to say, Mark, you bastard? So I need that beauty sleep. That's not fucking right. Why not do your greatest? I could do my greatest. Yeah. But fucking hell. I was just trying to think. Someone asked a question. I think it was Joe saying about would you think West Ham, the all-time West Ham 11 youth players between the all-time 11 West Ham ball players, like transferred players, come in. And two people said straight away, the youth. I think that'd be closer than what you think, you know. I think it will be closer. So I don't know. Did they ever finish the tour with Nigel? They didn't. 10 men, they didn't. We never finished it off. The second part, so it wasn't long after that video that I joined Claret and Booze as a host on here. It was I used to sort of give voice notes in and whatnot, but then we weren't too much after that. And then and then we was meant to schedule, but then I think just people's busy lives, Nigel like being busy and everyone else being busy. I was meant to go on a second part with him, but like I said, he just never panned out. Might happen in the future, who knows? But that video was over a year ago now, so who knows? I see James come on. He was on there for a couple of hours. Was he pissed? Was he? Yeah, I mean, eventually I will watch the bits back that I've missed. But yeah, you all right, Corral? Morning, mate. I'm tired. It's going to take a little time to wake up. I've been sat here for an hour watching that thing. But good luck today, mate, with the football. I hope you get a win. That's why Nicky's not doing the morning one. He's got to take his boy, drive him down. I don't know where they're playing. He's playing away, I think. Corral, aren't you? Nigel is always quality. Would be great. It would be great to finish it. Yeah, it would be great to finish it. You right, Mandy? Who got you streaming at this silly time of the day? Mate, Mandy, honestly, I didn't even have a clue until yesterday afternoon. This is what you're doing. On my day off from work as well. Me lying. Me only lying. He's done me, hasn't he? Hetfield. Oh, is that where you are? Yeah. Well, that's a shame. I ain't even far from me, that Hetfield. Could have come down to you, but obviously can't. Nah. Mate, you know what? I will come to a couple of games though next season. I will come to a couple of games and support you and the boys. That'd be good. Because obviously I get weekends off now. All weekends off. So yeah, I like that. Is there anything you want to talk about? Yeah, like I said, there's nothing scheduled. I've got nothing. I've done. You're gonna get 2 hours of absolute bollocks from me. But you do anyway. But that's it. We could talk about today's game if you want. Anyone going over there? What's that? Second kick-off, mate, in the second half. You can. Could have exhibition at Leyton Orient Stadium on the cars. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be lovely. Do you know what, though, man? Look, we can do that. We can talk about our best lineup. We could put out today. This is how I think it's going to go. I don't think nothing's going to change from the Man United game. Even if Paqueta's back, and that, not too sure if he is. But I don't think much is going to change because that was a win and it was a clean sheet as well. So we'll probably feel justified and probably rightly so to play that same team. Again, I will say it. You are Steve Tiley, long time no listen or hear from you, mate. Hope you well, brother. Yeah, and rightly so. Oh, not Potter, what would I do? It all depends who's available. I mean, for me, obviously Areola in goal. Wan-Bissaka on the right. I'd have, and I know people are going to say maybe play Soufal and Cresswell because it's their last game, but this is just my personal opinion for the team. So I would have Wan-Bissaka on the right. On the left, I'd have Scholes back in. I really would. He's not done much wrong at all, to be fair to you, apart from that Salah thing, and that was just bullshit. Best player in the world, one of them at least. Oh, hold on. So I'll come back to this one in a minute. In defence, so to Debo, and I never thought I'd say this, but I'd give Mavropanos a go. I don't like Kilman. I think he's more error prone than anyone else. I didn't think I'd fucking say that. I didn't. I mean, I don't like Mavropanos. I really don't. But I think Kilman's shit. Midfield, Paqueta, Alvarez, Paqueta, and Kudus. And then Bowen, Folkrog. I can't say his name, but Folkrog. And I'm missing someone out on the left. Would I play? Maybe I'll play Soler then. And yeah, tough one without looking at it on the things. Do you know what I mean? When he does his when Nick puts it up on the pitch, it's hard to sort of do it off in your head because then I'm going to forget someone. Who have I missed? They should make Creswell captain for the day. I get it, Steve. I do. I get it. Is a draw enough to stay above the Spuds? Who said it was? Someone said it was yesterday, but I didn't think it was. But let's just see. Dodsey. It was Dodsey that said it was. But let's have a look. So the league table. So obviously they've played a game more than us. So if we get 41 points, Tottenham would have to win their game, but they've got a really big goal difference between us. We were on minus 17, which is shocking, and they're on 2. So if they was to win their last game, and we don't, and we only drew 1, they go above us. Man United are only a point behind us. If we win today, if we do get a win today, then we're guaranteed 15th. That's a guarantee. And that's a guaranteed finish above Man United and Tottenham. So that's how we do it for that one. Got a thing about, yeah, it is. What's that? The draw? No, we're not looking at that though, Jay. It's like I said to you, they're on 38. Tottenham are on 38. We're on 40. What am I missing? So if we got a draw, it'd be 41, 39. And then if we don't win no more, but Tottenham win their last game, that's 39. But they get it on goal difference. Man United ain't far from us on goal difference, but they're only a point behind us. So, no, we do need to win that one. We'll make you look fresh and ready to watch us lose. Oh, jeez, bro. I look fresh. Fucking hell. I just bung this hoodie on and this thing. Where am I missing? Sorry, I was just trying to get that bit. Who is it? So, Mandy would choose Skulls to Debo, Mavropanos, Paqueta, Alvarez, Kudus, Bowen, Soler, Falkirk. Oh, that's my lineup. Yeah, probably something like that. I'm not too happy about it, but then what is there? What is there to, Kilman will definitely start. Of course he will. But he's just, I don't know. He's just not been on it for me. I think I would probably like to see Mavropanos and Debo just to see what they're like together because we've not seen that, have we? But that's never going to happen. But let's see. This one is what about ratings of the individual players? That we are planning on doing that. Actually, I think we forgot about doing that. But we was going to do that today or yesterday. Me and Nick was going to do the player ratings for the season. But obviously, it sort of went quite quick yesterday, believe it or not. So we didn't get around to doing it and totally forgot, if I'm being honest with you. So, but you know what? Recorded Corral's good one, man. Sorry. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, someone asked it, would the point be enough at the time? And it's not. Yeah, Mickey, I'm over there today. See what form Forest are in. Yeah, I got a feeling, like I was saying, it's not the Man United team we beat the other day. Forest are actually playing for something. And I think after that, when the manager went on the pitch, the owner went on the pitch and confronted the manager, I think that's a bit of a kick up the arse for them to do it. I mean, I get why the owner's done it because they was in the Champions League spots, but fucking hell, they're well over performing is what they should be this season, Forest. I mean, they're good, but what I'm saying is that from where they was last season and then they've been, they are overperforming this season. But, we've overperformed a few seasons under Moyes, so it's warranted. you're getting kept in first half. Forest will counter us today. Potter should know this and playing a tone. Potter should know a lot of things. Difference is, I've got a feeling. So you see when Kilman, how he was, just for example, against someone like Richarlison, he was right up his arse, basically. And he gets too close and 3/4 fit Richarlison spins him every time. But he also done that to Højbjerg as well. He gets close to the players, but really close, and ends up giving silly fouls away. I think he'll struggle with Chris Woods if he does that. I do. Chris Woods not for turning, but I think he'll muscle him. I genuinely do. I think Chris Woods will muscle him. Green badge. Mate, I'm glad you put the smiley and the laughing faces after, because I don't trust him. I don't, but like I said to you, look. So, look, worry, I might as well just explain a little bit why I didn't do, and I did yesterday, if anyone saw it, I did sort of half explain it. But why I didn't do Sunday's show when we beat Man United, because I weren't in that mood. I weren't in that excited mood. And that actually pained me, because if you can't be happy beating Man United 2-0 away, then when can you be? But I think that was just a reflection of how the season's gone. And I see a lot of comments from people, and they was really happy, and rightly so. I had no right to say not to be. You know, I've been waiting for a win for a long time, and it come against Man United. But there was a lot of people that was really jumping on about this is it now. This is the Potter team we're going to see. And the problem with that was, for me, that we'd seen that. We'd seen that the way he's played. It was not much different. The only difference was that it was a shit team. I've never seen. I could name you about 4, maybe 5 players at the lineup of Man United team that day. Where it used to be, every single player, even on the bench, used to be an household name. I know a lot have changed since then and that, but that's my point. That's not Man United or not the Man United I know that we beat. I mean, look where they are in the league. Never seen it. 37 games played in, and they're below us, sitting in 16th. Yeah, that's fucking shocking. I've never known it, not in my life, especially not in the Premier League era. You know, when you say it's not taking nothing away from the win, I'm just saying that's why I didn't do the show, because I probably would have done. Because I was struggling to be motivated for it and be upbeat about that win. And that's sad. That's actually really sad to see. I was more disappointed in myself for not doing that. But when like, obviously, Claret and Booze gets accused of being negative or moaning, and I really don't think that's warranted, to be fair to you. I think that we just say it how it's the truth. But that's exactly why I didn't come on the shows last Sundays, because I don't think it really was warranted to moan about that game. I don't. Not when everyone else is happy and buzzing. And I wouldn't take that away from people if I think that was genuine. So that's why I decided not to do that show. But yeah, it just, and I thought it's not even worth clearing it up of the reasons why until now, when it's bits are settled. But this game against Forest is gonna show a lot. You know, is that a basis to move on against Forest? Even if we don't beat Forest, let's see how we play against them. That's a big telling thing as well. You know, Forest are in a bit of a dip, but I just think 2 games to go, I don't think they're going to throw it away. I really don't. I think they'll come on strong. But let's see. Like I said, this is going to be a big call today. And even though there's nothing to play for, I'll just be happy. I will be happy when this season's done. When this season's over, I think that'd be a welcome break from it. But then I'm not nervous or anxious. I'm probably a bit apprehensive, I say, to see where we go and what we do in the transfer window. So I'm a bit unsure. You know, I think it's easier to be pessimistic about this transfer window if the way this season's gone. You can't really see the light at the end of the tunnel, I guess. But I'm being open-minded to it. Because you think about it too much pessimistic for next season already, you're just going to give you the fucking hump. So we're not going to try and do that. We're going to try and be a bit. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, and Leon, that's what I was saying to you, mate. You all right, happy, Emma? Hopefully we'll get our tails up after United win. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a big show. It's going to be a big show. Yeah, it's going to. Sorry, not a big show. It's going to be a big game. It's going to be a big game to see if they are moving on. And if we don't, then what's the excuses here? Yeah, nice one. Are you coming back on, Luke? Are you back on here later on, Luke? I'm sure I've got a fucking schedule. So it's either you or the other Luke. I don't know who he's put down. But something, hold on, let me see. So I've got down here at 10 o'clock, Luke and Mickey. But I don't know if it's you, Luke, or the other Luke. But like I said, I don't know. I just got this thing there. Morning. What is that? Gary. Hello, Gary, mate. Right, I've got to ask this. Fluffy Python's back. Because on there, we had Bill Gardner on yesterday, right? And then he said, I'm Bill Gardner. But why he was on? Bill Gardner, this ain't you, is it? You ain't Fluffy Python's back. Or was it a wind-up? At the end of the day, I watch to see what you really think. I don't need things to be sugar-coated. Proceed. No, do you know what, Red 5? I get that. And then Nick said to me when I was saying to him, and he said, listen, there's other fans that feel like you do on that day. But it's not in me. It's not in me to just be fucking negative for the sake of it. Not when there's so many people so happy. So I've got fucking something called in the throat. For example, our own Happy Amaret. Absolutely buzzing she was over that game. And I went about to piss on her chips because there was so many people waiting for a win. I just happened to see it differently. I saw it negative. And I think that's a terrible reflection on my part. It's disgusting. I don't want to be like that. Was it Red 5? It was one of the things. Yeah, I wasn't too sure, but I didn't want to say yes or no. But either way, hello, Fluffy. Yeah, I didn't want to be fucking negative when other people was all happy. Not when it weren't warranted. It's hard to come on and moan about a game that you've won 2-0 when it's Man United. I know we did it against Leicester. But what a fucking boring game that was. So, Rich, last can Arsenal was 1,607, something like that, I think it was. So we've got over the 1,500 mark. Hopefully, by the end of the 24-hour stream, we've hit 2,000. Sorry. I don't know what's happening now. Oh, is that what he said? Yeah. So, yeah. Do you know what? It was how it was worded, and I thought, no, this ain't Bill Gardner. Why has he done that? So yeah, Steve Tiley, thanks mate for the check up. 1,624. Yeah, no, fair enough. Like, I didn't think so, mate. I didn't think so. I'm not Bill Gardner. No, I didn't think so. But you know, you're thinking, look, these fucking hours have gone past. You do lally, mate. Some people in here thought that last video was live. But no, that was pre-recorded. But I'm in the same boat. I forgot my own name. Keep reminding me. Don't know what people's thoughts about Potter, but will be a massive mistake to give him a transfer window. Gary, that's where I'm at. I mean, I am. I'm now. You bellend. Who's a bellend? Am I belling? Oh, what for the Bill Gardner thing? Yeah, I know. Oh no, it's fucking. Look, come on now. Yeah, I think it's a massive mistake. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people, I think, I can't say majority, but I know I think I've heard more people say that give him the transfer window. And I just don't understand why. I don't know. You're not even going to it with blind faith. We've seen the style of play. And like I said, even if you've got his players, it'll be players that will be better in that system. No doubt they'll play better in the system that he wants to play. But for me, the issue is the system that he wants to play. It's boring. I do understand everyone saying that, that's how football is now. I couldn't give a fuck about the other 19 teams, to be fair to you, in the Premier League. I don't. I care about West Ham and I care about personally being entertained. And I just don't think this is the right man on the right way to go. But we'll see. Hopefully he mugs me clean off. It makes me look a fool. A fool, I tell you. Did you answer me, Luke? Did you answer me? Are you coming back on later? I don't know if you answered me. I was talking, so I don't really know. Yeah. Are you coming back on? Hold on. Where are you? Bring back the Emirates. Yeah, innit? Do you know, I said that in an old show. I said that's the one thing that I'd bring back. So it's not you. Well, he's put you down. He's put your name down, like Luke. All right. Well, thank you for clearing it up. Do you know what I mean? I don't know where the fucking boss man. He's not clearing anything up for me. He's asleep. I like the fact we're playing Bowen and Kudos out of position. It definitely works better away, but like pulling teeth at home. Yeah, that's an hard one, isn't it? Because Bowen is actually such a good finisher. He really is a good finisher. But his best role is out on that right. But I don't like it when he has to come back to help defend. And I think we see less of that when it is Wan-Bissaka. We definitely see less of that when it's Wan-Bissaka as a right back. So, yeah, it's an hard one, isn't it, really, of what to do. But I think that, yeah, it should be bowing out on the right. Actually, maybe it ain't. No. As you can probably tell, yeah, I'm not had much sleep at all. I chat shit all the time, but I'm actually really chatting shit. Nah. And I've just lost me train of thought. I don't know what I was talking about then. Oh, yeah, Bowen playing on the right. So I think, yeah, it's got to be his best position. I play Fulkrug there up front. Just gives that focal point. I can't. That's Amanda because you said about focal. I am Ralph and the Sun. I'm fucked. And I've only just started this stream. You've got me till 9 o'clock, then Still comes in. But he's only put Still, so I don't even know if I'm with Still or Still's just taking over the show for an hour. I don't even know. Still would have to tell me. He's fucking told me nothing. How long do you give Potter next season so we know if he's the right man? I think, for me, I genuinely believe he's not the right man. So I think he's had enough time. I think the only thing that people are holding on to is about him having his own players. I don't get it. I don't like the style of play at all. So, but then again, like I said to you, can you make the argument that is football now? That is the Premier League now of that style of play. And I think that's why a lot of people are falling out of love with that style of play. But yesterday's Crystal Palace win was a big win for football in the sense that Man City have won nothing. So are they going to have to change their style of play now? And hopefully they do, because if a lot of teams and managers are following the Pep method, then maybe Pep has to change it up for other people to change it up, which is disgusting, really. It shouldn't be like that, but it is. But I'd rather people look at the Arne Slot and Jurgen Klopp format and go, that's the way we want to play. It just makes everything so much entertaining. Because with this boring style of chess football, and then that incorporated with the VAR and the fucking can't even make a tackle no more, the game is getting really slow and fucking boring. Yeah, I didn't mean that. Yeah, with the testimonial, someone was saying, I think it was Bill Gardner saying we were saying about testimonials for Cresswell. It is something that's in the contract. We're going to play so many games at the London Stadium before we have to pay for a game, which I think is in itself disgusting. Not that, but the fact that Sullivan and the owners won't pay for that game to be played. That's disgusting. And I hope that gets changed. I really do. Because Cresswell deserves a testimonial. Don't really get to see him no more, do we? So the last testimonial was obviously Mark Noble's. But who was the last testimonial before Mark Noble? But it was a lot easier back then because we owned our own stadium. So anything could have been done. But yeah, actually, that's a good point there. To say goodbyes at Ipswich. Fucking keep on going into full screen. I don't know why it keeps doing that on this computer. So yeah. Yeah, Ralph, I can't do that. It's in stay in the chat because it's political. We don't get in political stuff here. But to answer you, yeah, I did see it. So hold on, so Adam, so now Fabs has done one. So that's Cresswell, Soufal, and now Fabs all doing their goodbye thing. Do you know what? I think I'm a little bit made of stone, you know, because I do see him and I go, oh yeah, that's nice. I don't. Do you know what I mean? Julian Dick's testimonial, was that the last one before Mark's? Luke, was it? That's bad, isn't it? That's bad. If that's the case, because he was fucking. Was it? Do you know who should have got one? I know that he had a break in his contract. I know people say Oggy should have had one, and rightly so. But James Collins. But I'm going to be biased with that because I love James Collins. But I think he should have got one. What a fucking player he was for us. Wait that. So at the Emirates saying Soufal's one's proper done him, and then Adams saying wait till you watch the Fabs one. I'll watch it. Oh, well, nice one, Alan. Is that you signed for the petition? Go on, mate. Yeah, Kieran, well done to you as well, mate, for doing the couple of hours with Nick and Kingy. I know you started to do a show with Kingy. But well done, mate. I've not watched it yet. I was sound asleep, but I will watch it back eventually. And watch him, and I really will. Yeah, I feel sorry for Cresswell. I do feel sorry for Cresswell. Like he's, you know what? They might change their minds if they see some stuff. They might think, you know, even little stuff like this. Even stuff like this. You know, they might think, well, testimonial might bring the fans back on side a little bit. Ain't gonna bring the fans back on side. They just be doing the right thing for fucking once, giving a man who's give most of his footballing career to West Ham, and give him a testimonial. Is that what they were talking about last night, Steve? Was it giving a Cresswell testimonial at Dagenham and Redbridge? I will disagree with that, but that's just purely. I get it because he should be getting a testimonial, but I disagree with it because he's not a Dagenham and Redbridge player. He's a West Ham player. He should be getting it at our stadium. So really, the fucking dirty bastard owners should be paying for him to have a testimonial match. Don't get me wrong, they pay him good wages. Of course they do. But he's a servant of a club. And there's too many people saying about, oh, there's no more loyalty in football no more and that. Well, that's just, he's been loyal to West Ham. So it should be, So what's the context of it? Right, I get it. I do get it to give him the testimonial, but it should. What I'm saying is, Mick enjoyed it slagging Nick up about my massive check. Oh, did you, mate? Oh, nice one. Yeah, fucking stick it to him, brother. But yeah, but you get what I'm saying, Kingy, though. Like, it should be West Ham. It should be up to the West Ham owners to reward that long servant with a much deserved testimonial. Do you know what I mean? It's not as even if he's been a bit part player. He's been a major player. He's probably been, what I'd say, he's been a lot of people's favourite left back because Julian Dix was another era. And he was in my era, so I would say Julian Dix and that's love. I think Creswell probably the better player, especially in this modern game football. You can't make them fucking things, you know what I mean? Them tackles that Julian Dix would make. But obviously Julian Dix would be, but he's going to be, Creswell's going to be a lot of people's best left back for West Ham. That's this it's going to be. So he deserves it. He should do. Cheers, Fluffy. We've been blessed with some great left backs over the years. We have really. And that's what I was trying to say about the right backs yesterday. For years, we were crying out for a decent right back. We hadn't had one since Lucas Neal, I don't think. Am I right? I mean, Thomas Repka, cult hero. But he wasn't great, was he, Thomas Repka? He was just a fucking nutter. So he wasn't great. So we were struggling for right backs for a little while. And then Soufal come in and we thought, fucking lovely. We thought, what a breath of fresh air, because he was good, he was strong, he took no shit, and he used to get a bus into training. We loved it for that. But then he dropped off. He did drop off. So, yeah, but Schemmel, would you say he was that good, Schemmel? I don't think he was great. I think, like I said to you, we were crying out, really, I think, for a decent right back. Personally, anyway. But, yeah, Lemp Senior, Dix, is that for your left back? Can't say his name. Whose name? Or Schemmel, flashing a pan, old Shemmy. Yeah, he was, like I said, he weren't there long enough. But I'm really excited about, and everyone's seen it this season. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, I think everyone's excited about him. He's definitely got to be the hammer of the year for me. Definitely the signing of the year. Harry did not. I know he's just gone. I can't remember what nation he's gone to join there. But Harry's not been in the England lineup. Fucking amazing. Amazing that Harry's not in the England lineup. He should be there. Hate the bollocks. The owners should play. Yeah, exactly, Rich. But you know what? Even if it was out their own pocket, fuck me, pay it. Do you know what I mean? The man's given most of his footballing career to your club. He deserves it. Timmy Breaker again, good player, but was he really great? Glenn Johnson, yeah, but he didn't. I'm trying to think. So I keep getting me Johnsons mixed up. There's a pun there, but don't say nothing. He didn't stay long, though, did he? What did he have? About 8 games, and then Chelsea coming for him. Do you know? Or am I thinking of the other one? I can't think of me Johnsons. Getting them mixed up. Lucas Neal, loved him. Yeah. Good captain as well, wasn't he? As much as, what's that the Emirates saying? 17 games was he there? Yeah, Glenn Johnson, it was there, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Glenn Johnson. Yeah, he only played, I thought it was 8 games, but he didn't play many, and he went to Chelsea. So, yeah, I wouldn't really class him, although he was good when he was with us. As much as the future window looks bleak, I do believe we are going to become a younger, pacier squad under Potter, if backed. And Happy Emirate is one of the most optimistic fans I know. And, you know, fair play to her, because she is that. I'm just not there just yet. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Fluffy. So Cressy technically a better player than Dixie, but hard to match the Terminators. And yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. I will put Dixie ahead of Cresswell in my team of 11. But technically Chrissy is and was a better player. So here's your context. Was if we can't hold it because of the cost of the stadium, do it a lower league club for them to generate some money after the club, after the charity. And I would agree with that. Like I said, whatever it takes to get Cresswell a testimonial, lovely. And I get it that it gives them some money to generate. But I just think it's disgusting that that's even a conversation to have had. We shouldn't, that conversation shouldn't even be a thing, because it should just it just should automatically be down to the West Ham owners to pay for that thing. Do you know what I mean? It's just disgusting that they're not doing that, or it's not even being considered. But like I said, there's a possibility, you know, we're moaning about it and they could do it. Do you think they can? Or do you think they will? I don't. But yeah. But yeah, good. Yeah, he's right. Adam Bassett is a good point. I just don't like. I think he's scummy. I do think he's scummy. Thanks for all this 24-hour stream. Much appreciated. All this long suffering happens. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, but see, Kieran and Leslie, you can say Lampard. That weren't my era, Lampard. So really, all I've got to go on for left back really is Dix and Cresswell. That's really all I've got. I mean, there's others in between. You know, like was Nigel Winterburn? Was he left or was he right? Anyway, but they're the two main ones. I think for me, if he stays, then Scholes could overtake that one. But yeah, it's out of them two for me. But it will be Dix. I think it's just because of that feel you had with Dix as well. Really felt like that. Winterburn was left, yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to think of who was left back in my era. But really, yeah, Stuart Pearce, good call. Well done, Luke. Stuart Pearce. But again, he wasn't. I mean, he was there probably a few seasons. But for me, he you know, cemented in that he's not going to be taking over Julian Dix or Aaron Cresswell to be the better left back for West Ham. Personally, that's just me anyway. You know what? I don't know how much it would, but whatever the fucking cost is, Kerry, whatever the cost should be, the club should be paying that. They should be playing that. And it's not saying set the precedents, but how many players really do stay at a club for 10 plus years now? Not many. So it's not going to be setting a precedent for everyone to stay. But yeah, I think that. And then if he got his testimonial, he would also have players like Fabianski and Soufal in there. And he probably would have James Collins and Oggy. Now, I know it's not their testimonial, but that's also another way to say see you later to them as well. Do you know what I mean? Thanks for the service, although it will be Crazy's day. And rightly so. You know, you say shame on you, Steve, but I forgot Pearce. I thought I'd done well to remember Winterburn. But yeah. So it's 300,000 for a testimonial. Fucking hell, pocket change to them fucks. Do you know what I mean? 3 weeks of Ings wages. Yeah, that's right. Bring on Fab Cresswell, second half. Yeah, Mickey, but it's a general generational thing for all players, isn't it, Kieran? Do you know what I mean? Your all-time 11 would most likely be different to mine. We'll probably have a couple of like 3, 4, maybe 5 same players, but we're a different generation. So you're going to have players that I'm definitely not going to have. And sad to see that I never saw them. But then later on down the line, there's going to be other people who's younger than me who's not going to have the same players as me. So yeah, that's why I like seeing the people's 11s. 4-0 shouldn't have been sold. No, shouldn't have done that. How much pounds have we earned from league position by playing these players all these years? Yeah, look, fair point. But again, even if it ain't nothing, like even if we didn't, they should still be rewarded with their loyalty to the club. I do. And like I said, I know they're on the big wages. I do understand that. But, you know, reward these players for being loyal. There was a bloke on TalkSport talking about his best 11. He put Paqueta in over Payet. No, that is madness. I love Paqueta. I do. Or Paqueta. I do love him. But Payet was just... He was the best player I've ever seen play for West Ham. Ever. Like, it was just a special season, and he was just a special player. Best I've ever seen. And obviously, I see the Canio era, Joe Cole, Yossi Benayoun. There's a couple there. I can't think. But yeah, he was the fucking best player I've ever seen. But hands down for West Ham. So yeah, that is mental to put him in front of to put Paqueta there. Berkovic, that's the other one I was thinking. A nice one, Red. Berkovic. Yeah, who did I say? Yossi Benayoun, didn't I? Yeah, another good player. But Errol Berkovic, yeah, he's good. Who got kicked in it? It was Berkovic who got in the thing. Oh, here's Nick. What's he saying? Morning all, power net done. I turned it to a cabbage at 5 a.m. Can't believe there was a few people that were still in the chat with me, keeping me going through the night. Proud of us all. Well done. Well done. No worries, mate. I was here. I got here at 10 to 6. I set up at 10 to 6. But then I just let that thing run through. I was in the chat talking to people, but I let that... people was really interested in it. And it was a good video. It was a good video. So I just let it run through and been on here talking shit for the last hour. Yeah, Arson done it, did he, old Berkovic? Yeah, done him, mate. Bosh. Yeah, I could need questions from people. Yeah, Arson and Berkovic, that was all over. That page, that photo, it was a back page thing, was a fucking... What a photo that was. You proper see him. He's on his knees, wasn't he? And he just kicked him in his face. Disgusting, really. It was disgusting. Any other players in that, you'd be like, fucking dirty bastards. But it was good to see. I'm proud of all you lot. Great calls. Nice one, Rob. Tevez, Parker, Ashton. Yeah. Yeah, mate. Tevez, we didn't see enough of him. Well, I can say, no, we saw enough of him to know that he's a cult hero, but we didn't see enough of him. We should have seen more. But that was Kirbishley not wanting to play him or winning to play him. That was a crowd that got on his Kirbishley's back to end up playing him, and he changed the season around. Well, I think without him, without him, we definitely would have got relegated, obviously. But I think that we would have been a lot less. We would have been a lot more comfortable had he started more games, sort of thing. Mickey, I've seen many more great than you because of our age. That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah. Oh, right, but I totally agree. Pyatt is one of the best players I've ever seen in the West Ham. Do you know what it was? He was exciting, wasn't he? Like, we've had plenty of exciting players, but this man could just win a game. It seems bad when you say he can win a game on his own, but he could do. Like, even when people was around him, he had 2-3 players on him. That's the difference between him and Kudus for me. Or the whole team set up, because then he had players in space to pass the ball. Then he'd be on a run and he'd get the ball back. Oh, he was a magician. That is what you call a magician when you was there. He did. He didn't need to speak a lot of word of English. I did. He used to just come on the pitch. Even when he was at Man United, he used to come on the pitch like this to us, didn't he? All the time. That's all it takes. We ain't a fucking hard lot to please. Or we never used to be. Just show a bit of fucking fight and a bit of come on you irons to us, and we were all over you. Where's Green Badge gone then? You off, Green Badge? Didn't see you. Right, people, I'm off. Have a great day. Keep it up, CMB. Well done, Mickey. Cheers, Green Badge. Have a good day, mate. Have a nice one. Yeah. He could have been, couldn't he? Ashton could have been the next Shearer. He was destined for that, wasn't he? He was talked up for that. He wouldn't have been at West Ham all the time. He probably would have ended up going Man United or something. But yeah, that was really sad what happened to him, wasn't it? Maybe it happens more times than we hear, but you don't really have a lot of career-ending injuries, especially like that was really abrupt, wasn't it? It sort of seemed that he got that injury. And this is how it seems. I don't know if it works out that way, but it seemed like he got his injury. They diagnosed it pretty early and said, no, your career's over, done. There weren't no sort of coming back, maybe. Or am I remembering that wrong? Was there a sort of period where he was come back from? I don't remember that. Yeah, and do you remember that if you're talking about the Ashton one, the overhead kick, he done that again. Not as good, but near enough. But he done that in Mark Noble's testimonial. Do you remember? Who's more Cockney, Cannington or Plasto? For me, Cannington. I don't know why I just thought, well, because obviously, mind you, I was in between the pair of them. I was in between. I was born. I mean, my first 2 years was in Cannington, but obviously I don't count that. Then I was in East Ham, so I was in between I was like in the middle of the two of them. But yeah, well, who are you saying, Luke? What are you saying? I've been working all over East, like East Ham, Cannington, Customhouse, Walthamstow, Leytonstone, Green Gate, everywhere in East Ham. I've been working over there for the last 3 weeks, and it's been real sort of nostalgia. Do you know what I mean? Like we're driving past up the geezer I'm working with. I'm like, oh, I remember this, I remember that. Like, oh, that's there, that's there. I'm talking about like how it was, and it was really. I even had to go back to my old school. Been there 3 times now. Had to go back to the old school. Totally changed, like massively changed. So yeah, you saying that it's you saying that that's more Cockney, Cannington boy. Yeah, I genuinely do. I think that, but it's a question that shouldn't be hard, but it kind of is. It's a tricky question, that one. I mean, both East London, but who is more? I'd say Cannington. No, but did you not watch it? I didn't go to it, but it was streamed live. It was on Sky. I'm sure they covered it. Stephen, sure that they covered it, but there's actually a really good testimonial. And yeah, he done it. Ashton pulled off the overhead kick again that he did for Man United. It was really good. I mean, like, he didn't get up as clean. You know, he's fucking back. But at the time, we thought, hold on a minute, he could do a job for us. Oh, mate, he's in hospital there. Hello, Ted. Hello, mate. You all right, boy? Yeah, you've been out, you're freezing cold, you are. I know, we'll go out in a little while. Later on, give me a couple of hours, mate. We'll go out. But wait till Still comes up. Then when Still's here, we go out. No idea. Dino never wanted to be here. What do you mean, Alex? What do you mean? You didn't want to be here? Right, Ozzy Tony, how's it going, mate? Oh, look at Gary Brock. Oh, look, we're starting something now. Stepney, Plasto, more Cockney than Cannington. Stepney's... No, I still say Cannington. I mean, I do think that this is where you're brought up and where you're from. We could all have a fucking meet up and decide. But, yeah, Cannington, I think he's more... Maybe not geographically, possibly. But for me, yeah... Old East London, East End people, Cannington. So I'll still say that. Definitely, I'd say definitely more than Plasto. I would. And like I said, I was right in the middle of it. I was East Ham, so I was in the middle of them two. Say Cannington is more Cockney than Stepney, and I'm having words. All right, so you're a Stepney boy as well. Bo. Yeah, but we got Custom Ass. But then Custom Ass Cannington's literally right there. Yeah, Ashton Lovelace. Why have we said about Dino didn't want to be here? Is that the one you were talking about? Where did I see that? Dino never wanted to be here. Well, West Ham. I don't. Why would you say that? Like, there's got to be a reason why you're saying that. It can't be that one. Yeah, Poplar. It's all around that area, though, isn't it? Poplar, Canning Town, Custom House. That's all around that way. I just see that as more East London. I do. What gets me? I live in Benfleet now. You get blokes saying, I'm a Cockney. Lived in Best. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off today. We're in Best Vegas. Leave off. Yeah, I know. I mean, look, I don't even know if I can. I think I've got to class myself as an Essex boy now. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you. Geographically, John. Yeah, you're right. But it was. I think it was more. I don't think that Luke's question was more. What do you like? How do you see it? How do you see it? So I would have said, yeah, for me, Canning Town was more Cockney than Plaster. That was it. But everyone's going into Stepney and everywhere else to try and see who's the most Cockney out of the lot. Dino would have gone to Man United if he wouldn't have got injured. Yeah, I just said that as well, Luke. That's what I think that. Yeah, now most Cockneys live in Essex. I've got to class myself as an Essex boy really now. So I spent, 22... Oh, no, I'm still there because I spent 22 years in East London. And now I've spent 21 years. I'm trying to do the math. Terrible. 21 years in Essex. So I'm close to being an Essex boy, mostly now. Mickey, you're wrong, I'm afraid. Geographically, yes, no doubt. But how you perceive it, I would say being here and there. Nick's here. No, can't hear ya.
Morning, everyone. Right, I just
There you
popped on
go.
to say hello. Thanks to everyone. I mean, there was some people that was fucking that. Honestly, there was some people that was in that watching it still, from the ones that was at the start that was still going the whole way through.
Yeah.
Absolutely mad. Yeah, really good. So thanks everyone for jumping on. Morning, John. Morning, everyone. Morning, Steve and Mickey. Thanks for doing that, mate. Do you know what? I was typing you a message, and I fell asleep with the phone on my chest when I was mid-message. But I'm gonna go get in the shower because I've now got to drive, pick Ben's mate up, drive up to Hatfield, watch West Ham. Oh, it is West Ham. Watch Cuffley, hopefully win, and I'll be back after to talk to you. So Mickey, thanks for doing that, mate.
What's happening with? He's still doing the show on his own, or am I with him?
No, you can let. What I'll do is I'll text him. So at 9 o'clock, you've got to open it up. So you've got to finish this one. You've got to finish this one at 9, and then you've got to go into the last show. So that'll be part 4.
Yeah.
Start that one, kick that one off, and then what I'll do is I'll send, because it worked. I've done it with James from E20 yesterday, last night. I just basically there's a login. I'll send them that. All I have to do is give them the pin, and then they can take control of the chat. So yeah, I'll talk to Stel when I'm on the way to Hatfield, and see, jump on it with him, have a chat with him. But then if he's happy, I'll check, and I'll say if he's happy, and I'll send you a message, and hopefully he'll just be happy to drive for an hour, or maybe even longer. You don't know.
Or whatever. Like I'm just finding, I didn't know what, because you know the schedule you sent me. Like it's got me and Luke, it's got Luke and Mickey, but then when it said Stel, he's just got Stel on his own. So I didn't know I didn't want to not ask you. Stel, come on and go. See you later, Stel.
How'd they enjoy the history show? Anyway, I thought they'd enjoy that one. I thought I'd leave that one running for them.
No, they loved it, and that's why I didn't take it off when I come on. I sat there watching them. I was just in the chat talking to them. But yeah, everyone really liked it. So
that's good. I got Gary and John on there anyway, bastards. Even though they did, I did it anyway. There you go.
John, feel free to come on, do the hour.
Yeah. Fucking hell. But you know, we've done it. We've done it. I mean, that's We've, you know what I mean? Just fucking, we've broke the back of it now. It's a home straight, mate.
Yeah, no, I feel sorry for these lot. They've got to listen to me fucking just talk bollocks now till like 9 o'clock.
Mate, yeah, mate. Do you know what? How much I could have done with a fucking movie quiz or something last night around about 4 a.m. Just anything, because you get to a point. You know what I'm like, mate. I got to a point where I had nothing left to talk about with West Ham.
Yeah.
Nothing, none, empty. I was done.
Well, I'm relying on the chat today to ask me questions. I'm really relying on the chat, so I've just sort of thank you very much, chat, for keeping me going. Really for that. But
keep on telling people to check their fucking email. Keep doing it when you're
right. Check your fucking email.
Yeah,
you got to verify that signature,
mate. And 6,500 shares now. No one sharing without signing a petition, which means there's 6,500 people that have probably signed it and not checked their email. So you ain't got to do it again. Just check your email and approve it. It's done. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go and get in the shower. Mick, speak to you after.
Go on, mate. Thank fuck he's gone. He ain't. He's still there. You cheeky bastard. He's all right though. He's all right. Listen, like I said, but you know what he could have done yesterday though. All I've done with that quiz. Hopefully, you all see the quiz and played along, done it. But that was that one was ChatGPT. I literally put in ChatGPT, give me 25 question and answers for like movies and thingy quiz. Watching it come up like that. Gary, go fuck yourself. I can't see Jay go back on for a bit. See a bit worse for wear with the JD and coach. He's not. He's not scheduled to come back on. They've done their time, and you know, much respect to all the other channels and everyone else that's jumped on. You know, West Ham Fan TV, Gio done a video. E20 Zone, King E, Bill Gardner phoned in, mate, I can't, Kieran, I can't even think who else at the moment, so sorry, but everyone who joined in, thank you very much, big help, and thank you all, like really, especially the viewers, you know, all you stuck with us, so there. Question, favourite film, best film and best song. Right, Leslie, now we're talking. So, what's that? Mickey Hooks the weather. There, mate. What's that? Oh, yeah. Christy, mate. So, my best film of all time, and people on our app and that, the members, they know this because it always fucking gets brought up. But my favourite film of all time is The Goonies. It's an old school childhood classic, but to this day, I still love it. Steve Tidy's got Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, really good film there. Goodfellas, that's up there for me as well, Luke. That's in my top 3 of movies, but Goonies is back. Back to the Future, I've never seen. I've caught clips of it when it's been on on the TV and that. Never really interested me. So, but yeah, my best song. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, John. Yeah, a lot of people are getting upset about that. Like I said, I think I'm a bit made of stone with it. I think, that's sad, but I think that's sad. Good luck, Liz, on your next journey. Come on your irons. Oh, bastard, really. Yeah, Singweed, Goonies is legendary. It's got everything, mate. It's a comedy. It's got adventure. It's fucking treasure finding. It's a love story. Oh, mate, it's got everything in it. The Fratellis. Do you remember the Fratellis in it? Oh, the mum was fantastic. Dark Knight. Dark Knight. Yeah, you know what? That is a good film. It's a really good film. Wouldn't put it as one there, but yeah. People agree with me. Goonies is the greatest of all time family film, but yeah, and he just stuck with me. Shawshank. A lot of people saying Shawshank as well. Mickey do the truffle shuffle. I can't, mate. I genuinely can't do the truffle shuffle. Don't work with a 6-pack. That was actually going to be, it was a thing we were doing. And that was what I said to Nick to do as a forfeit. If you didn't do something, you had to do a truffle shuffle. But then I got accused of fat shaming him, so we didn't do that no more. Drop Dead Fred. Right, Snot Face. Do you remember that? The Warriors come out to play. Top Gun. Do you know what, Red? I didn't really like Top Gun, but the new Top Gun Maverick or whatever it's called, I really enjoyed that. Benny E. King, Stand By Me, fantastic song. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, another classic there. Oh, 2 people have said it. Or it's 3 people said it, if I missed something. Benny Hill, the movie. It's actually a movie, Benny Hill. I've never seen it. Yeah, a few people said one. What a great actor Jack Nicholson is, and he or was. Dumb and fucking hell, look, we're on same level, yeah. Dumb and Dumber, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Dumb and Dumber, piss myself. Jay, how old are you, Jay? If you're going Football Factory and marching powder, I do like Football Factory. I've got to admit, and them games you've got to take with a pinch of salt. They are exactly what they are. Like, I love The Business as well, but you've just got to take that. Oh, yeah, look, Steve said The Business on here somewhere. It's just gone past it. Rita Sue and Bob too. I do actually remember that. I do. He puts a condom on it. He goes, "Oh, it looks like a frozen sausage." You remember that? Remember that bit? She's doing really well. The one of the birds in there. She's in a lot of things at the moment. The Game. Yeah, that was all right. That film. Gone with the Wind. Riz, fuck off, Riz. Gone with the Wind. It's a classic, but we ain't into that. That's a no way. Fucking hell, Big Phil. Big Phil, what's your favourite movie of all time, mate? On a serious one. Have I seen Love on the Bay? Course I have. That's an all-time. Fixed Bayonets. That's a great one. Have you seen the other one they've done? They've done it before that, called The Cut. Or Final Cut, it was called. Is it? Yeah, Final Cut. And it's the same people in Love on the Bay and the same writers that done it. They've done it before. If you ain't seen it, I think I put it on to somewhere. You can get it on YouTube, the whole film. It's fucking brilliant. That's really good as well. All the Rise of the Foot Soldiers. Well, all the fucking 20 of them. Oh, you see that one, did you, Luke? Yeah, it's great. Someone didn't see it, and I put it on there. Training Day, great film. Oh, Big Phil's his Deer Hunter. I think that's a film I ain't seen either. Should do, though. Training Day, yeah. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Such a poor accent. Who else put it on there? Hold on. Fucking Pulp Fiction. Classic film. Classic Pulp Fiction. I was reading something up on that Pulp Fiction with Bruce Willis. And he originally went for the part of John Travolta's part. Well, actually, what happened was that he'd wanted to be a part of it. So Quentin Tarantino, he'd phoned him up and said, "I really want to be in the movie." So he sent him the script as someone else, but then he said, he went, "I want to do." He said, "I'd like to be the part of John Travolta's part," and he went, and he said, "No, I've already cast John Travolta as that part." And he said, "Look, listen, read this one about Butch the boxer and see what you think." And he read it and said, "Yeah, I'll have that. I'll have that." Steve Tiley asked chat for their best ever Only Fools and Imps. Mine is Jolly Boys outing. Well, there you go. Who's people's favourite Only Fools and Alls episodes? Me. The one that stands out is Pepsi and Shirley, the blow-up dolls. That was it. 12 Angry Men, old film, but brilliant. Don't think I've seen that one. Black Hawk Down. I didn't like the Fallout series, you know, Alec. I didn't. Really didn't like it. I think it was a bit of a letdown. Black Hawk Down, though, class film. Ben-Hur classic. You gotta watch the remake of that. Like that. Pretty Boy. I don't know. I know you're talking about me there, Big Phil, so thanks, mate. That's nice of you. Saturday Night Fever. Grease. Do you know what, Riz? I don't know if you're joking in that, but I can see you, mate, proper singing and dancing to them films. Honestly, I can. I bet you, Grease is the word for you, brother, isn't it? Grease is the word for you. Shout out Independence Day. Didn't like it. Didn't like it. McVicker. Oh, that's an old classic. That's Robert was it Daltrey in it? Is it Robert Daltrey? Surely it was Robert Daltrey in it. But yeah, good one. Original Planets of the Apes with Charlton Heston. Fuck you, old bastard. You old bastard. Only Fools and Horses. Who's a pretty boy? No, you was definitely calling me a pretty boy. So thanks, Phil. Fucking hell. Gladiator, good. Didn't like the second one. It was terrible. Inside Man, that is a good film. Oh, we're just going through films now. We're just going through films. Yeah, I know you're old. You 60-year-old old bastard. Better than Britain. Phil, you've done the wrong emoji there, mate. You meant to do the thumbs up to know that I was right. But I'll let you off this one. But just so people know that it's not a middle finger that he's meant to do, it was the thumbs up emoji. Me, myself, and Irene, what a fucking funny film that was. You remember when he's in the police station and he gets that dry mouth and it cuts away to him, and all of a sudden you see like an all. It's fucking brilliant. You should pick categories, Mickey. For what, mate? Because now the chat is going mad. I can't see it. Italian Job, Michael Caine. Again, I didn't like that, but I'd like the remake with Mark Wahlberg. But I think that it comes down to when you say this is like a watch-along, it is like a watch-along, isn't it? So if people actually like this chat, do the watch-alongs with me. Next season, I'm not going to do one of these fucking... I'm not doing the last game of the season. Fuck that. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, it all depends, doesn't it? So if you watch the original before the remake, I think it all depends on what one you watch first. Because everyone who watches a remake after the original will always go, oh, they fucking ruined it. And I've seen some. I mean, look, the latest one, Roadhouse, one of my favourite all-time films, Roadhouse. I love it. Patrick Swayze, Roadhouse. And then when they done the remake with Jake Gyllenhaal and Conor McGregor, shit, absolutely shit. Bollocks. Gotcha, Leon. So my best gangster film for that, people can join in this one as well. Best gangster film would be Goodfellas. Love it. Best war film. Black Hawk Down does spring to mind on that, but I think that's just because someone said I'd have to get back to you on that one. But I did like Black Hawk Down. I like Hurt Locker as well. You want to class that as a war film. Actually, there was one with Jamie Foxx in it. I'm not really a fan of Jamie Foxx. That was really fucking good. An action film, God, there is so many. There is so many to I couldn't even begin where to start with an action film. But I'm going to go Goonies in that. It's a bit of a bad one, but yeah. Any hangover film, if you want to laugh. Right, but the best one was the first one, hangover films. I think they got worse. Not just because it was the same sort of storyline, but I think Mr. Chow had more of a role in it. And I didn't really like his character. Right. No Country for Old Men. I'm sorry, but this is one of the worst films ever. Again, only my opinion, people. It's personally, but one of the worst films ever. So boring. Dead Fallout. Donnie Brasco. Based on a real story, based on true life. So that was that is another good film. The gangster film. It really was good. Al Pacino, fucking blinding. Best actor for me ever, Al Pacino. Mystic River, Clint Eastwood. That was wasn't Kevin Bacon in that as well? It was Kevin Bacon. There was a few stars in that one. Sean Penn, was he in that one? I can't remember, but there was a good lot of stars in that one. Latest people chat. Let's turn mad. Fucking hell, Gal, you boring bastard. Just a break in it for a little bit. But now, good, mate. Go on. Have a good one. Order the Rings. Order the Rings trilogy. Is it David Does Dallas? Big Phil. No good to you now, mate, is it? Rocky? Yeah. Yeah, love Ted. Ted 2 was shit, though, wasn't it? Ted 2 was shit. So I lose my chain of thought now because I'm just trying to think of a load of movies and that. But I've enjoyed seeing some of these, like that I wouldn't even think of. Scarface is up there. Yeah, see, I forgot about Scarface, but Scarface is up there. And the Bash, you're right, mate. Again, The Equalizer. Did you remember that old Equalizer, Edward Woodward? I remember that growing up. I was a bit too young at the time, but I do remember it growing up. And then when Denzel Washington brought the films at The Equalizer, they were fucking brilliant. First one was excellent, and the third one was excellent. Second, not so much, but they was excellent. But there's a new TV show of The Equalizer, and I think that is Queen Latifah that stars as that. Shit. It's shit. They ruined it. Absolutely ruined it. Do you know what? This is where we disagree now. I'm not a Bill Murray fan in the slightest. Not. Come on, Gary. Kiddo, you lot should get out more. Yeah, but you must say you must still have a favourite film, Gary. And don't try and be a fucking thingy that. Mickey just ignored it. No taste. Sorry, mate. Rob, what have I missed? What did I ignore, Rob? Well, look, see, the chat is flying. Look, I can't even get on your comment without it flying up. So what did I ignore it? Dances with Wolves, leave off, Riz. You've got some shockers out here, Riz. I'm telling you. I haven't seen that, Mick. The Equalizer sounds a definite shit. Oh, it's terrible. It's Queen Latifah. I think she's got 2 seasons out of it already. Shit. I tried watching it because I like the Equalizer, but it's shit. Tarzan meets King Kong. Oh, Princess Bride. The Princess Bride. Oh, that is actually some people's favourite film. They think it's a good film. Never seen it. I've got no intention of watching The Princess Bride either. None. Just want to plug Downton Abbey, Mickey, out in cinemas in September. Why? Why would you? Who was doing? Someone was doing. Was it you in Firehammer? Someone was doing some work on that. Not as an actor, but they were doing some work on it. Biggest celebrity crush. Mine is all day long. Can't even think of a fucking name. That's why it's all day long. Megan Fox. Ooh. Yeah, sorry, Rob, but yeah, it's not my sort of film now. Not a bit of me that. What the fuck is he on about? Oh, you talking to me? Joe, right? I'd agree with you on this one, yeah. But I watched something that he was in Fences or something, and it was fucking shit. It was shit. You can watch Princess Bride. It's very funny and clever. Yeah, I've heard it, Steve. I've heard that a lot of people do say that he's actually one of their favourite films, but I just got no intention of watching the Princess Bride. Leave off. The one I got closest to watching something like that was when that film with Andre the Giant in it. Do you remember that one? That was Princess something, wasn't it? That was a class. My name is something. One time, I'm here to avenge my father. Something like that. It was good. That was. Scarlett Johansson. Oh, these are there who people fancy. Dead Fallout celebrity crush is Edward Woodward. Me, oh look, where is it? Fucking this is gone. It's a film that doesn't sound like it is. You'll love it. Yes, it was a film with Andre the Giant. Oh, is that the one you called? Is that the one it is? Of course I watched it then. I fucking love that one. It's me going, so I will never watch it. That's it. Oh, is that what it called? Yeah, The Princess Bride. Oh, it's fucking classic film, that. Yeah. What was I thinking of then? What was I thinking of when you said The Princess Bride? I'm thinking of that one with, I don't even know. Anna something. She was in there. This guy. I'll never watch it. But he's saying it. I've watched it a few times as well. It's a great film, that. I don't know what film I'm thinking of. I think I'll never watch it. But yeah, great film. Big Trouble, Little China. Oh, mate. I watched it a little while ago, and to this day, it's still a good film. But I like him though. I like him as an actor, Kurt Russell. I think he's good. Ain't it mad? Ain't mad, but a lot of the old stars, their sons are taking over now. Like, so you got Kurt Russell's son. No, I weren't thinking of Robin Hood Men in Tights. I weren't, mate. I was thinking that one with it's a proper like girly princessy film. And I always think that was that one. I've got no intention of watching it. And I'm sure that Anna something plays here. I don't know. But what was you talking about? Big Trouble Little China, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the son's coming. It's a Kurt Russell's son. He's an actor now, isn't he? Who's Quaid? Dennis Quaid. His son is in absolutely fucking everything at the moment. Watched the film last night, funny enough, with Jack Quaid. Neighborhood Watch. It's really good. It's a bit weird. It's about a geezer with schizophrenia. It's good. I won't tell you about it, but it's a good film. Worth watching it. Blazing Saddles. Always reminds me of Kim Cattrall was in that as well. That's the one. Thank you, Maddie. That's the one. When you say Princess's Bride, I thought that you were talking about the Princess Diaries. I thought you've all gone fucking mental on me. No, this is look, Steve. Look here. If you don't know it, we'll never guess it for you. Well, that's fucking lasted well, isn't it? Because before you said that, Maddie come straight in and told me. Thank you, Maddie. That's lovely of you. So the Princess Diaries, that's what I thought you two was talking about, but you weren't. But I knew the bird's name was Anne. So well done. Thank you for getting that one. Backdraft. Yep. The Thing. Loved, brilliant film. I watched the remake of that as well. Not good. It's watchable, but not good. But what a fucking film that is. And it still holds up to this day. Even though the effects were still really good. Done it. Jack Nicholson's son is in, he's about now. Smiles too. Yeah. Well, we're getting his Port is one of my favourites. I remember that being like growing up there. That was like one of the naughty films to watch. Do you know what I mean? That was one of the naughty films to watch. Like, oh, you've seen Porky's? It was at that age. Now it's not shocking at all. American Pie took over that for the most shocking thing and that. But yeah, True Lies, Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah. Nah, I can't have that. Dead fall out. But again, each to their own. Everyone's got personal preference. Jaws. The scene in the, you know what I remember in the Porties, the shower when they do the glory holes in the shower. The Wanderers, that's a fucking classic. The Baldies and all that stuff in that one. The Baldies. We actually talk about this on a watch along, so it is actually like a watch along that we do there because there's not much. When watching a game, it's fuck all to talk about because it's so boring. So we end up talking like stuff like this. Yeah, that's right. Face Off is a good film. Really weird. Con Air. I love Con Air. I do love Con Air. Stir crazy. Now we're talking to this day. People want to laugh. Watch that. It is fucking hilarious. Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. Fucking brilliant. Morning. Yeah, I'm getting a bit more of a wind, but we're in there. Human Traffic. I watched a documentary about that the other day. Really good. Really good. Cole Forrest's going to smash us today. That's what I like about Cole. He's always optimistic. But I do agree with you. I think it's going to be 2-0, to be fair to you. Steptoe and Son ride again. Do you know what? It's the same with the Only Fools and Horses thing. When I do the films, I do like the canned laughter. I do like that because I think laughing is infectious. So I do like it. So yeah, it's the only thing when you got them films out, it didn't do the laughing with it. Needs a lot of fucking. I had a big fucking lot of coffee today, and last night. But this wallpaper. Do you know what it is, Gary? We're going to be decorating soon, so that's going to come off. Yeah, in a couple of weeks' time. No, actually, so next weekend, bank holiday weekend, isn't it? So I'm going to do that. Into the Dragon. Anyone seen Glasner's post-match speech? It's what football. I've not seen it, Alec, but I'm going to watch that as well. I will watch that. Morning, mate. It's going to be a winner. Feeling positive. Go on, Jim. Hope you're right, mate. Hope you're right. How'd your quiz go last night? You missed my one. It was a blinder. See no evil, hear no evil. Another good one. Black, I feel white. He's so good. He's so good. Where's the toothpicks? Run out. No, you're joking. They're all here. They're all here. But I need the. I'll tell you what. So I know I vape a lot, but there's no nicotine in any of these. It ain't. No nicotine. Nicotine? No nicotine. The Exorcist, Kickboxer, says about making memories, mate, and giving something to the fans. Yeah, lovely. Like I said, we should be getting. We won't get that manager. You just won a cup, but we should be getting. I think we should go all out to get players, managers that are on the up from smaller teams. Technically smaller teams, but you know what I mean by that. Now, do you know what, Jim? Right, so I love doing a quiz. I do absolutely do love it. I love doing them and then hosting them at the same time. Well, not the same time, but as well. Sorry. And usually when I do a quiz, because we do the quiz for the members and like the Claret and Booze. So we do a quiz once a month, and I do all the questions myself. I'll sit there asking myself questions and make sure I've got the answers right, obviously. And then I like doing it myself. But because I've been so busy with work and studying, which I'll have to get back to later on today anyway, I've done it on ChatGPT, and they give me some good questions. I think I'll probably just do that more often. Hello, Ted. You all right, mate? Yeah, you're not getting up here, but go on. Good boy. Little dog won't leave me alone. I know you meant lock stock there, Gaza. Really good. Lost Boys. That's a classic, isn't it? That is okay. Did you, Leslie? You get 24. It was only 25 questions. So not bad. You've done brilliant. If that's what you got, fair play, mate. Fair play. Wasn't we linked to the Palace manager before? Probably, mate. We played him, didn't we? Can't remember what the team was, but we played him. But we beat them. Or did they beat us? I can't. No, we beat them. Can't remember. Fucking hell. Seems like an age ago now. Seems like an age. But yeah, but probably we was linked with the Barcelona manager, and we decided to go for Lopetegui instead. It was all something to do with apparently experience in the Premier League. But yeah, Frankfurt. That's where he was. Yeah, it was Frankfurt, wasn't it, that he was at? Yeah, no. Do you know what? I didn't. I didn't. To be fair to you, but it's just because I thought, oh shit, because I said to Nick, I'll do a quiz, and I was really running out of time. I really ran out of time to do it, and I thought, let me just try, see what comes up. And they were fucking brilliant. Just ask what you want. I put on it. Give me 25 questions for movies, UK TV, and music quiz at a medium difficulty. Like basically, you start and it went straight away. Bosh, put up these 25 questions and answers. It's fantastic, really. A bit of a cheat, but they did tell me one wrong, Big Jim, and people were fuming about it, and I get it, because one of the questions was, which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie movies? Now, we all know that Sherlock Holmes was played by Robert Downey Jr. And I was thinking, I didn't know he was a British actor. I didn't know. And then but people were googling and saying no, he weren't. He was American. That was the only thing I got fucking wrong, ChatGPT. Shit, fucking shit. Does it really, Rob? Does it really? It's fucking brilliant, isn't it? I when I've done it up, I was doing all fucking what they call? Oh shit! I've done a load of photos. I wanted to see myself like as I didn't want to see myself as, but put myself as down as like a convict. Look, that's ChatGPT, people. Look at that. That's me. It's fucking mental what you could do, though, isn't it? It's crazy what they can do. Oh, hold on. I don't want to see that. Let's see what they're saying here. I can't remember what he's doing in there. Yes, mate. Does a lot of my figures. That's brilliant, though, isn't it? If they do that. Cheers, mate. You don't tell anyone we had this conversation. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. British parents born in the USA. So, but then he still wouldn't make him a British actor, though, would it? He's got British parents, but he was born in the USA. It means he was American born. Is that right, Leslie? I mean, it's too fucking technical for me right now. But yeah, Sarah O'Connor has joined the chat. Who's Sarah O'Connor? I know Sarah Connor and I know Sinead O'Connor. Fucking not wrong there, Matthew. ChatGPT could run our club better than Brady and Sullivan. And I won't be fucking opposed to it either. Because I agree. I would agree with that, mate. Matthew, is this a photo of you? Like, is that you in that photo? I always wanted to ask you that. ChatGPT. Yes, mate. Both, but claims to be British. So Robert Downey Jr. claims to be British. Yeah, right, gotcha. It was Sarah Connor, not Sarah O'Connor. Maybe you're thinking of the fucking Irish version of the Terminator. Well, my name's Sarah O'Connor. I come back in time. Probably end up with A.R. Sullivan and Brady. Yeah, you know that's fucking true. How about Des O'Connor? Yeah, Sarah's father. Sarah O'Connor's father. Where are we going with this? Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, Matthew. I said, yeah, wait, it's an image of me. So is that not right? So it's an image of me. I look a bit like it. So is that not you? Oh, hold on. So that's a cartoon version of you or something. Is that there? Yeah, I can see it a bit more now. Danny, so no one fucking knows. Can someone finally say it? Robert Downey Jr.'s parents are American. Fucking hell. Bo Bridge pissing myself with a Sarah O'Connor and he choked on me toe. Scores, son. My dad's parents were English. They emigrated to Canada in the 40s. He was born there, so has Canadian citizenship. That's what I thought. But now, Irish Terminators have to go to the future. Did they do any? No, they went back in the past, didn't they? Fucking hell. Irish Terminator. Map you. Similar hair, matey. Oh, you all got Mohicans. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's right, mate. But this is what look. This is still a controversy now. But but look, fuck it. Everyone fucking knew it was Robert Downey Jr. So it didn't matter. People who didn't know, they were trying to get off on a technicality on that one, but we weren't having it. We weren't having it, Jim. We weren't having it, mate. There's rules to this game. There's rules to this quiz game. A mohawk with a mullet on my front. How the fuck does that work out? You all right, Mick? How's it going, mate? Good morning to you, brother. Irish Tominator. I gotcha. I see where you went with that. I was thinking, what's Tommy got to do with it? Irish Tommy. Clever. Well done. Well done, you, Big Jim. Right, enjoying the sun. Come on, let's get off the fuck. I'll wait. I've done something, Ian. I don't know what I've done. No, hold on. That's it. That's better. Morning, Will. How's it going, brother? You're right, Matthew. They do. They do indeed call it that. No, wait. Mohican fuck. I don't. You know what? I don't even want to pronounce that name. Do you know what I've got to do? Right. So I've got a test. I've got So I've been studying for a test for my work, and I've got to learn the names. So like the names of rodents and and bugs and all that stuff. But I've got to also learn their Latin names. Now, people who know me and have seen me on here know that I cannot be. I can't pronounce fucking names at the best of times. How am I meant to pronounce the fucking, what did I just say? The Latin names for stuff. And I've got to learn the Latin names for them. I don't know how that's going to work out. Yeah, Christy, mate, I'm actually really tired. I'm wavering, and I've got to be on here till at least 12 o'clock. Then Nick comes in, and he don't know yet, but I might just say that's me done for the day, for the 24-hour stream when he gets back. Oh, I've got a shitloads to do as well, to be fair. Oh, including I've got to go Tesco's to get me me lunch, me work lunch, and put petrol in the car actually. So yeah. What's that? I have a rule which says you looking for my answer and my yes, mate. I'm nicking that. Fucking right. I'll do that. Whatever my answer is, it's fucked. I'm not usually bad. Britain created America, so technically they all are. Fucking making it even worse. Mother was full born in England, married Danny. Right, so everyone's all saying this. AT, good morning, mate. This is going to be funny when Mickey falls asleep midstream. I'm not going to fall asleep. I can't even say the word. I'm not going to fall asleep. I'd never do that. But, yeah, it is wavering. I mean, I left that video playing earlier on because it was a really good video and people was really interested in it, but also helped me out. I didn't know what I'm going to talk about. Like I said, really, the chat, this is chat-led today. For this morning and that, and it's really chat-led. You're doing well. But this is how the watch-alongs go. It is chat-led. They ask me questions, and we just go off on a tangent to fucking talking about any old bollocks. Morning, mate. Morning. Do you know what? You're not far off. You're not far off. It's words like that. Make flashcards to remember Latin names. I know. Do you know who is it? Nick was telling me. Do you know stuff like that as well? Doing this, there's a lot to go through, but there is a lot to go. That's just one part of it. It's a big fucking folder like this. I've got to go through, and I've got me test. One of the tests, my first test, shall I say, is on Tuesday. It's on Tuesday. Bigamous bastards. Yeah, but don't tell me that, Red, because I'm gonna write that down tonight, and I get sacked. But no, it is that's just a part of it. I've got loads of stuff to remember and do. But yeah, so from my new job, if I pass Tuesday, I'm gonna be on my own next Friday. I can't wait. I mean, the trainer I'm with is really good. We do have a laugh and everything, but it's just once you've got all set to go, you feel like it's you now. Do you know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. Really enjoy the work. Really do enjoy the work. So what is a? I can't even fucking pronounce that. Diptera. Diptera. Please don't give me some fucking words that I can't even pronounce. Wasp stingers. Yeah, good. I like that. The new job, Joe. I'm a pest control technician. Yeah, what work is it? I'm excited to take my daughter to local. Oh, fair enough, brother. Yeah, I'm a pest control technician, and I've been there. I've done that for 4 weeks now. So it's really new, but I'm loving it. I really am. Really enjoying it. At the moment, because I'm in training, I'm doing East London. So like I said, I'm back in my old manor. Really, like back in my old manor, like in East Ham. Like I said, I went to my old school. And yeah, I went to my old school and that. So there's a lot of nostalgia going around. Every time he's trying to teach me something, I'll stop him midway going, "Oh, fucking see there. I'll be first wank off there." Actually, it really was a story. But doing all stuff like that. Mickey the rat catcher. Yeah, Mickey Mouse for real now, isn't it? But yeah, you see some sights, Rob. Really rewarding job. Like, in a way, yeah. Mickey the Pied Piper, but it's fascinating. But obviously, you can't be squeamish about anything like that. You know, someone like Nick was actually talking about this, couldn't fucking do it. He could. I mean, you see that live stream when he see that spider on top of his. He had to call his wife to come and get it. He had to call boy Jill to come and get it. I was a post-it for 5 years, AT, but I lost. I lost love for it over the last year that I was there. Changed. Katinsky's fault, but yeah, I just lost the love for it, which was sad because I really enjoyed doing it. But yeah, the technician. Now, before that though, I did have another job. I was a care support worker, just last month and that. But it was just I need to be more hands-on and doing stuff. And then this job come on. I didn't actually get it. I didn't get the job originally. I had the interview, didn't get it, and then they messaged me and said, like, sorry you didn't get it. Someone had more experience. But then they were going, but you were fantastic in the interview. And I do interview really well. I do. I'm not shy that I have confidence in an interview. But they were saying you interview really well. If another job comes up, you'll be the first in mind. I thought it was just a lot of spill. Do you know what I mean? But then literally 2 days later, they called me up and said, there's another position there. We would really like you to take it. It's like, have it. And now I'm pleased. Love it. Really do. Morning, Amanda. How's he going? How are you today? You all right? You feeling good? Do you want to come on here? You want to do an hour, girl? Good, Amanda. No. I left. They knew I was leaving. They knew, like I said, it was the last year of. It was really mad because I left there, and then I was waiting for my DBS to come in for the other job. I'd already got it, but the DBS took a lot longer than expected, so I had to get agency work, and I was at agency at Royal Mail again. This time I wasn't in my area; I was in another area. But yeah, but no, I left. You sure? He fucking don't love posties. Don't worry about that. He fucking don't. He worries that he loves a pound note. Mickey's waiting for a normal wisdom audition. I'll have that all day long. Kim, morning. Is that what you do, Rob? Yeah, you run an agency. What, like an actor agency, modelling agency? I could do either. Put me in, boss. James, how you doing, brother? Acoustic, this is where I'm fucking useless. Right, oh yeah, people, sign a petition. The link should be below. About to help me out here. Where's the fucking link? But yeah, the link should be below. Now, people, when you sign up, take the notice of the. I'm trying to remember here. The donation page. Take the notice of that. Trying to get money there. All you got to do is just sign it. Put your email in there. Now the biggest thing to remember is that once you've signed, you'll get an email. You've got to verify your email, and that's it. But you must verify it, otherwise your vote don't count. But just verify your email. When you get it, bosh, vote's done. The numbers are going. Who's on top of it? Last time I'd see was 1,700. You got let's see here. Steve Tiley, 1,638. It's creeping up, but come on, people. Let's try and get to 2,000. If you haven't signed it already, please do so. And again, check your email to validate your email address, and that gets you voting. Verify your email to validate your vote. Yeah, got there in the end. Yeah, I loved it. I genuinely did love it. Guys, words. It was just more one of the case. I used to have my earphone on, singing out loud, and I'm walking around doing my posting and meeting people. But do you know what? Obviously, not from letters, but I'm out and about on my own with this job. In the van. Oh, look, yeah, guys, words. He said he had to do it twice to get the email. Yeah, go on, people. It's well worth it. It takes literally seconds to do. It'd be really good to do that. You can. Yeah, no, I love being a posting, but I really am really enjoying this job that I've got now. So hopefully that all works out lovely. Cool, that should rise. Anyone now know J big screen at London Stadium and get it to flash up on the game? Oh, that'd be fucking lovely, wouldn't it? That'd be lovely. I'm gonna work that. But that's all. Do you know what? That's all changing now. Even the aspect of how they deliver posts is all changing. Yeah, well, we spray. Do you know what? So the most spraying we do is for. Oh, don't. Sorry, Kieran. I'll come back to you in that one. But I was trying to pronounce the names on the group chat to Amanda. Horrible bastards. Horrible bastards. I've got something wrong with me. I can't pronounce. Anyway, so no spraying. So what it is buildings, his houses, is everywhere and anywhere that have or need pest control or pest management and that. So yeah, it's a lot of these putting down like mouse traps, rat traps, poisons. But yeah, the most thing we spray are ants at the moment. It's that type of thing. And cockroaches, we spray for cockroaches and ants. But at the moment, it is a lot of ants at the moment. It's that season, isn't it? Prediction for the day. I'm going 2-0 Forest. I am. I love to be more optimistic. Of course I would. But that's not even me being pessimistic. That is just literally what I genuinely believe. I think it'd be 2-0 Forest. But it would be good to see a good performance on the back of that win against Man United to see where we're at now. I think this game is more telling because I'll stand by it. We only beat Man United by name, not the team. That's the worst Man United I've ever seen in my lifetime. Gotta go and making all the boozers. Go on, son. What we got? Waking, not sleeping. The screen is 3-1. He's gone for us. Gary Whitford's gone for 2-1. Us. Amanda saying 1-0 us only because they need above the Spurs and manure. Yeah, but they need to win more than us. Steve Tiley's gone 3-1 to us. Someone needs that, the big screen. Yeah, don't they just? 2-1 either way. He's Zach saying that. Who's my favourite M of all time? Fucking hell. Do you know what? The best player I've ever seen, said this earlier on, OT, the best player I've ever seen is, for me, Payet. But my favourite M of all time, and I probably would say the Canio, because it brings special memories back of when me and my dad used to go over to there. And my dad loved the Canio. I think his all-time favourite player was probably Devonshire, from what I remember. But I know he loved Paolo Di Canio. He really did. Loved Paolo Di Canio. So then there's that special thing of that there, of why he holds a special place as well for me. So I would probably say him. 1-0 loss from Ross. And that rhymes. What a boss. I weren't Ross. Sorry. I thought I fucking had it there. 1-0 loss from Stephen. So it wasn't even Ross. You know what it was? I see your name at the top bit. That's why. Aussie Tony, 3-2 to the Hammers. Billy Bonds and Brookings on there. Therefore, that 2-1 to the Hammers. Corral has gone 2-1 to us. Do you know what? I think I'm the only one who's predicting a loss. Oh, no, sorry. Ross did. It wasn't Ross. It was Stephen. But, yeah, me and Stephen saying a loss. I'm still saying 2-0. Well, thanks, Kim. Finally managed to sign a petition. Just wasn't working on laptop, but used phone and got the... Yeah, that's how I've done it on mine. I've done it on my phone. So I don't even know about it worked on a laptop. I've done it all on my phone, to be honest with you. Let's just see. No way. Amanda, is that true? That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Amanda says she's been stripped of her spanner. And that has nothing to do with me. Because if it was me, you could have 2 spanners. But, yeah, that is disgusting. There's got to be some error there. Mind you, I ain't seen anyone with a fucking spanner here. Maybe you ain't got spanners in the on this channel, Amanda. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we ain't got no spanners. But don't think you can take the piss out of that, though, people, because I can fucking still block you. Mine is Trevor Brooking. Yeah, that's the good. Right, you horrible lot. Off to the circus. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Enjoy today, mate. And for all yous that are going and that, I do hope that we I'll win anyway, but you know what I mean. I hope it's a better day for you out there. Enjoy it. The only spanner is the percent. I'm not even good. That's a good one, that. Fucking buggy. You fucking hammer. You fucking trucking hammer. We do have our Mikey. They had spanners. Oh, look, she's so gutted. Oh, Amanda. I've not seen. Are you sure? I know there's a spanners on the Claret and Booze, but this is a different thing. I don't know. I don't even know how to make you a spanner right now, girl. I really don't. Lots of spanners at West Ham, and that right, Kieran, mate. They don't make it easy. This says morning, Matt. How you doing, brother? I was want to try and click onto. No, because if I click on that, it just puts you in the timeout or delete, and I don't want to do that. Obviously, I don't want to do that. No, I don't know how to make you a spanner. I don't. Yeah, it was just I think that was just what it was. It's the passion that he showed. I love that. All our spanners are on the pitch. Amanda should have a spanner. She tightens everyone's nuts. Wow. That's funny you say that. You feel like you feel naked without a spanner. No, actually, I was going to say something else because I thought you worded it different, and what I was about to say would make no sense. Amanda send a strong worded letter to Mickey in Latin. Mate, Gary, listen, you can take the piss out of our pronounced Latin, but if you think Amanda's any fucking better than me, you're joking. The conversations, I swear, we're the only people who get each other. We talk bollocks to each other and we both understand what the other one's saying. So she is no different. Although we did establish that she is actually quite posh, to be fair to you. She has Sky multi-room. If that ain't posh, I don't know what is. Also, she said, and this is how you know someone's posh, she's never been on holiday in a caravan. What the fuck? Or was it, no, she's never been on holiday in Clacton. How can you be from East London and not being on holiday in Clacton? Shocking. Yeah, it's just joking. That was out of order. That was shocking. Do you know what? You're only saying that because she ain't got a spanner. You'd have been off. She would have spanned you right up. I'm not going to bother because she deserves it. You mother trucker. Shot self behind you. Oh, they're little candles, you know. They're little candles. Sorry, what? Gary, there's no need to gaslight, mate. There's absolutely no need to gaslight her. Leave her alone. What, you never went? Well, where are you from now, Leslie? Come on, surely people who's in East London must have holidayed in Clacton. Amanda can't be the only one. Everyone I know went Clacton. That was their thing. Can we get an eyes, Mickey? Will you mean one of these? Go on, son. Let's stamp river. Go on, lads. Oh, that's what you meant anyway. McRae. Actually, I don't even have an E in my Mickey. I don't. Manor Park boy. Oh, was he Manor Park? Leslie, yeah. Again, working all around there the last 3 weeks. Never been collecting full stop. Fucking hell. J Week. We were talking about it, so I had a chalet down. We had a chalet down J Week when it was all really nice. And that's the most deprived area of England. Isle of Sheppey. Surely, Mick. I think I've had a family lived on the Isle of Sheppey. So I went there for that, but not on holiday. Morning, Dodgy. Have safe travels, mate. And enjoy yourself. What did I miss? Shitloads. You missed absolutely shitloads. Walking on the Naze. Do you know what? I know it's not Clacton, but I would class that as Clacton because it's just a little bit further out. But yeah, I've got family, aunt and uncle, and my nan lives in Walton on the Naze, funny enough. Yeah, look, that's how you know she's posh. She was in a king's caravan. In a king's caravan, people. Fucking hell. Who holidays in a king's caravan? Shocking. Definitely had multi-room in that as well. Shocking. Holiday, Holland by the sea. Nice wallpaper that. Cheers, Joe. Thanks, mate. But it's all coming down, I think. Although, you know what I did find in the loft, yeah? This wallpaper. We had rolls of it. So I might just redo the spruce it up, just do a new bunch. It's going a little bit off colour a bit now. Holland on Sea. 7th Avenue in the flats on Grantham Road. You? There you go. I don't know what you were talking about, but I like it. Red 5, 1-1. Just got the train first beer. Go on, Red 5. Have it, mate. I've never caravanned. Am I missing? Oh, Leslie. I love a caravan. But it was something that we grew up with. Do you know what I mean? Caravan. But I love a caravan. I mean, look at me. Of course I love a caravan. But, yeah. I think they're fantastic. Especially, it's one of them things that obviously don't want it to rain, but when it's raining in a caravan, you just hear all the fucking rain noises hitting the roof. Sometimes get really loud, but I liked it. Love your bird wallpaper. Yes, it's lovely. It's a good bit of wallpaper in that, though. Safe travels, all going to the game. Nice one, Tone. Thanks, mate. Keep it going. Don't know where Stell is. Stell's fucking hell. Oh, hold on a minute. I've got to come out of this. Right, so I might be off for about 2 seconds because now I've got to change over. So hold on. No, wait a minute. I got to end this stream. I got to end this stream, and then I don't know how to do this. So I got to end this stream, and then start a new one. Is that a break though? In the stream, we don't matter. I'll have to do it anyway. So end this stream, and then see you in 2 seconds. No, just oh wait, I don't fucking do it. In that stream.